Part 2 of Chapter 8 of The Logic of Hegel by Georg Friedrich Wilhelm Hegel, translated by William Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ryan Smallwood. Existence. Existence is the immediate unity of reflection into self and reflection into another. It follows from this that existence is the indefinite multitude of existences as reflected into themselves, which at the same time equally throw light upon one another, which in short are correlative and form a world of reciprocal dependence and infinite interconnection between grounds and consequences. The grounds are themselves existences, and the existents in like manner are in many directions grounds as well as consequence. The phrase existence, derived from existere, suggests the fact of having proceeded from something. Existence is being, which has proceeded from the ground, and been reinstated by annulling its intermediation. The essence as being set aside and absorbed originally came before us as shining or showing in itself, and the categories of this reflection are identity, difference, and ground. The last is the unity of identity and difference. Because it unifies them, it has the same time to distinguish itself from itself. But that which is in this way distinguished from the ground is as little more difference as the ground itself is abstract sameness. The ground works its own suspension, and when suspended, the result of its negation is existence. Having issued from the ground, existence contains the ground in it, and the ground does not remain, as it were, behind existence, but by its very nature supersedes itself and translates itself into existence. This is exemplified even in our ordinary mode of thinking, when we look upon the ground of a thing, not as something abstractly inward, but as itself also an existent. For example, the lightning flash, which has to set a house on fire, will be considered the ground of the conflagration, or the manners of a nation and the condition of its life would be regarded as the ground of its constitution. Such indeed is the ordinary aspect in which the existent world ordinarily appears to reflection, an indefinite crowd of things existent, which, being simultaneously reflected on themselves and on one another, are related reciprocally in the ground and consequence. In this motley play of the world, if we may so call the sum of existence, there is nowhere a firm footing to be found. Everything bears an aspect of relativity, conditioned by and conditioning something else. The reflective understanding makes it its business to elicit and trace these connections, running out in every direction. But the question touching an ultimate design is so far left unanswered, and therefore the craving of reason after knowledge passes, with the further development of the logical idea, beyond this position of mere relativity. The reflection on another of the existent is, however, inseparable from the reflection on self. The ground is their unity, from which existence has issued. The existent, therefore, includes relativity, and has on its own part its multiple interconnections with other existents. It is reflected on itself as its ground. The existent is, when so described, a thing. The thing by itself, or thing in the abstract, so famous in the philosophy of Kant, shows itself here in its genesis. It is seen to be the abstract reflection on self, which is clung to the exclusion of reflection on other things, and without predication of difference. The thing by itself, therefore, is the empty substratum for these predicates of relation. If to know means to comprehend an object in its concrete character, then the thing by itself, which is nothing but the quite abstract and indeterminate thing in general, must certainly be as unknowable as it is alleged to be. With as much reason, however, as we speak of the thing by itself, we might speak of quality by itself, or quantity by itself, and any other category. The expression would then serve to signify that these categories are taken in their abstract immediacy, apart from their development and inward character. It is no better than a whim of the understanding, therefore, if we attach the qualificatory in or by itself to the thing only. But this in or by itself is also applied to the facts of the mental as well as the natural world. As we speak of electricity or of a plant in itself, so we speak of man or the state in itself. But this in itself and these objects, we are meant to understand what they strictly and properly are. The usage is liable to the same criticism of the phrase thing in itself. For if we stick to the mere in itself of an object, we apprehend it not in its truth, but in the inadequate form of mere abstraction. Thus the man by or in himself is the child, and what the child has to do is to rise out of this abstract and undeveloped in himself, and become for himself what he is at first only in himself, a free and reasonable being. Similarly, the state in itself is yet immature and patriarchal state, where the various political functions latent in the notion of the state have not received the full logical constitution which the logic of political principles demands. In the same sense, the germ may be called the plant in itself. These examples may show the mistake of supporting that the thing in itself, or the in itself of things, is sometimes inaccessible to our cognition. All things are originally in themselves, but that is not the end of the matter. As the germ being the plant in itself means self-development, so the thing in general passes beyond its in itself, and the abstract reflection on self to manifest itself further as reflection on other things. It is in this sense that it has properties. The thing. The thing is the totality, the development and explicit unity of the categories of the ground and of existence. On the side of one of its factors, viz. Reflection on other things, it has in its differences, in virtue of which it is characterized in concrete thing. These characteristics are different from one another. They have their reflection into self, not on their own part, but on the part of the thing. They are properties of the thing, and their relation to the thing is expressed by the word have. As a term of relation, to have takes place to be. True somewhat has qualities on its part too, but this transience of having into the sphere of being is inexact because the character as quality is directly one with the somewhat, and the somewhat ceases to be when it loses its quality. But the thing is reflection into self, for it is an identity which is also distinct from the differences, i.e. from the attributes. In many languages, have is employed to denote past time, and with reason, for the past is absorbed or suspended being, and the mind is in itself reflection into self. In the mind only it continues to subsist, and the mind however distinguishing from itself this being in it, which has been absorbed or suspended. In the thing, all the characteristics of reflection recur as existent. Thus, the thing, in its initial aspect as the thing by itself, is the selfsame or identical. But identity, it was proved, is not found without difference. So the properties which the thing has are the existent differences in the form of diversity. In the case of diversity or variety, each diverse member exhibited an indifference to every other, and they had no other relation to each other, save what was given by a comparison external to them. But now in the thing we have a bond, which keeps the various properties in union. Property, besides, should not be confused with quality. No doubt we also say a thing has qualities, but the phraseology is a misplaced one. Having hints at independence foreign to the somewhat, which is still directly identical with its quality. Somewhat is what it is, only by its quality, whereas though the thing indeed exists only as it has its properties, it is not confined to this or that definite property, and can therefore lose it without ceasing to be what it is. Even in the ground, however, the reflection on something else is directly convertible with the reflection on self, and hence the properties are not merely different from each other, they are also self-identical, independent, and relieved from their attachment to the thing. Still, as they are characters of the thing distinguished from one another, as reflected into self, they are not themselves things, if things be concrete, but only existences reflected into themselves as abstract characters. They are what are called matters. Nor is the name things given to matters, such as magnetic and electric matters. They are qualities proper and reflected being. One with their being, they are the character that has reached immediacy, existence. They are entities. To elevate the properties which the thing has to the independent position of matters or materials of which it consists is a proceeding based upon the notion of a thing, and for that reason it is also founded in experience. Thought and the experience, however, alike protest against concluding from the fact that certain properties of a thing, such as colour or smell, may be represented as particular colouring or odorific matters, that we are then at the end of the inquiry, and that nothing more is needed to penetrate to the true secret of things than a disintegration of them into their component materials. This disintegration into the independent matters is properly restricted to inorganic nature only. The chemist is in the right, therefore, when, for example, he analyzes common salt or gypsum into its elements and finds that the former consists of muriatic acid and soda, the latter of sulfuric acid and calcium. So too the geologist is well to regard granite as a compound of quartz, feldspar, and mica. These matters again of which the thing consists are themselves partly things, which in that way may be once more reduced to more abstract matters. Sulfuric acid, for example, is a compound of sulfur and oxygen. Such matters or bodies can as a matter of fact be exhibited as subsisting by themselves, but frequently we find other properties of things, entirely wanting the self-subsistence, also regarded as particular matters. Thus we hear caloric and electrical or magnetic matters spoken of. Such matters are the best figments of understanding, and we see here the usual procedure of the abstract reflection of understanding. Capriciously adopting single categories, whose value entirely depends on their place in the gradual evolution of the logical idea, it employs them in the pretended interests of explanation, but in the face of plain and prejudiced perception and experience, so as to trace back to them every object investigated. Nor is this all. The theory which makes things consist of independent matters is frequently applied in a region where it has neither meaning nor force, for within the limits of nature, even wherever there is organic life, this category is obviously inadequate. An animal may be said to consist of bones, muscles, nerves, etc., but evidently we are here using the term consist in a very different sense from its use when we spoke of the pieces of granite as consisting of the above-mentioned elements. The elements of granite are utterly indifferent to their combination. They could subsist as well without it. The different parts and members of the organic body, on the contrary, subsist only in their union. They cease to exist as such when they are separated from each other. Thus matter is the mere abstract or indeterminate reflection into something else, or reflection into self, at the same time as determinate. It is consequently thinghood, which then and there is the subsistence of the thing. By this means the thing has on the part of matters its reflection into self. It subsists not on its own part, but consists of the matters, and is only a superficial association between them and external combination of them. Matter, being the immediate unity of existence with itself, is also indifferent towards specific character. Hence the numerous diverse matters coalesce into one matter, or into existence under the reflective characteristic of identity. In contrast to this, when matter, these distinct properties and their external relation, which they have to one another in the thing, constitute the form, the reflective category of difference, but a difference which exists and is a totality. This one featureless matter is also the same as the thing by itself was, only the latter is intrinsically quite abstract, while the former essentially implies relation to something else, and is in the first place to the form. The various matters of which the thing consists are potentially the same as one another. Thus we get one matter in general to which the difference is expressly attached externally and as a bare form. This theory, which holds things all round to have one and the same matter at bottom and merely to differ externally in respect of form, is much in vogue with the reflective understanding. Matter in that case counts for naturally indeterminate but susceptible of any determination, while at the same time it is perfectly permanent and continues the same amid all change and alteration. And in finite things, at least this disregard of matter for any determinate form is certainly exhibited. For example, it matters not to a block of marble whether it receive the form of this or that state, or even the form of a pillar. Be it noted, however, that a block of marble can disregard form only relatively. That is, in reference to the sculptor, it is by no means purely formless, and so the mineralogist considers the relatively formless marble as a special formation of rock, differing from other equally special formations, such as sandstone or porphyry. Therefore we say it as abstraction and understanding, which isolates matter into certain natural formlessness. For properly speaking, the thought of matter includes the principle of form throughout, and no formless matter therefore appears anywhere even in experience as existing. Still, the conception of matter as original and pre-existent and as naturally formless is a very ancient one. It meets us even among the Greeks at the first in the mythical shape of chaos, which is supposed to represent the unformed substratum of the existing world. Such a conception must of necessity tend to make God not the creator of the world, but a mere world molder or demiurge. A deeper insight into nature reveals God as creating the world out of nothing, and that teaches two things. On the one hand, it enunciates that matter as such has no independent subsistence, and on the other that the form does not supervene upon matter from without, but as totality involves the principle of matter itself. This free and infinite form will hereafter come before us as the notion. Thus the thing suffers a disruption into matter and form. Each of these is the totality of thinghood and subsists for itself. But matter, which is meant to be the positive and indeterminate existence, contains as existence reflection on another, every whit as much as it contains self-enclosed being. Accordingly, as uniting these characteristics, it is itself the totality of form. But form, being a complete whole of characteristics, ipso facto, involves reflection into self. In other words, as self-relating form, it has the very function attributed to matter. Both are at bottom the same. Invest them with the unity, and you have the relation of matter and form, which are also no less distinct. The thing, being this totality, is a contradiction. On the side of its negative unity, it is form, which matter is determined and deposed to the rank of properties. At the same time, it consists of matters, which in the reflection of the thing into itself are much independent as they are at the same time negatived. Thus the thing in its essential existence in such a way as to be an existence that suspends or absorbs itself in itself. In other words, the thing is an appearance or phenomenon. The negation of several matters, which is insisted on in the thing no less than in their independent existence, occurs in physics as porosity. Each of the several matters, colouring, matter, odorific matter, and if we believe some people even sound matter, not excluding caloric, electric matter, etc., is also negated, and in the negation of theirs, whereas interpenetrating their pores, we find the numerous other independent matters, which being similarly porous, make room in turn for the existence of the rest. Pores are not empirical facts. They are figments of the understanding, which uses them to represent the element of negation and independent matters. The further working out of the contradictions is concealed by the nebulous imbroglio, in which all matters are independent and all no less negated in each other. If the faculties or activities are similarly hypostasized in the mind, their living unity similarly turns to the imbroglio of an action of the one on the others. These pores, meaning thereby not the pores in an organic body, such as the pores of wood or of the skin, but those of so-called matters, such as colouring matter, caloric, or metals, crystals, etc., cannot be verified by observation. In the same way, matter itself, furthermore form, which is separated from matter, whether that be the thing as consisting of matters, or the view that the thing itself subsists in only as properties, is all a product of the reflective understanding, which while it observes and professes to record only what it observes, is rather creating a metaphysic, bristling with contradictions, of which it is unconscious. End of Part 2 of Chapter 8. Recording by Ryan Smallwood. Part 3 of Chapter 8 of The Logic of Hegel by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich HEGEL, translated by William Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ryan Smallwood. Second subdivision of logic, the doctrine of essence. B. Appearance. The essence must appear or shine forth. Its shining or reflection in it is the suspension of the translation of it to immediacy, which whilst as reflection on self is a matter of subsistence, is also form, reflection on something else, a subsistence which sets itself aside. To show, or shine, is the characteristic by which essence is distinguished from being, by which it is essence, and it is this show which, when it is developed, shows itself and is appearance. Essence, accordingly, is not something beyond or behind appearance, but just because it is the essence which exists, the existence is appearance, forth shining. Existence, stated explicitly in its contradiction, is appearance, but appearance, forth shining, is not to be confused with the mere show, shining. Show is the proximate truth of being or immediacy. The immediate, instead of being, as we suppose, something independent, resting on its own self, is a mere show, and as such it is packed or summed up under the simplicity of the immanent essence. The essence is, in the first place, the sum total of the showing itself, shining in itself inwardly. But far from abiding in this inwardness, it comes as a ground forward into existence. And this existence being grounded not in itself, but on something else, is just appearance. In our imagination, we ordinarily combine the term of appearance or phenomenon, the conception of an indefinite congeries of things existing, the being of which is purely relative, and which consequently do not rest on a foundation of their own, but are esteemed only as passing stages. But in this conception it is no less implied that essence does not linger behind or beyond appearance. Rather it is, we must say, the infinite kindness which lets its own show freely issue into immediacy, and graciously allows it the joy of existence. The appearance, which is thus created, does not stand on its own feet, and has its being not in itself, but in something else. God, who is the essence, when he lends existence to the passing stages of his own show in himself, may be described as the goodness that creates a world. But he is also the power above it, and the righteousness which manifests the merely phenomenal character of the content of this existing world, whenever it tries to exist in independence. Appearance is in every way a very important grade of the logical idea. It may be said to be the distinction of philosophy from ordinary consciousness, that it seems the merely phenomenal character of what the latter supposes to have a self-subsisting being. The significance of appearance, however, must be properly grasped, or mistakes will arise. To say that anything is a mere appearance may be misinterpreted to mean that as compared with what is merely phenomenal, there is a greater truth in the immediate, in that which is. Now in strict fact, the case is precisely the reverse. Appearance is higher than mere being, a richer category because it holds in combination the two elements of reflection into self and reflection into another. Whereas being, or immediacy, is still mere relationless and apparently rests upon itself alone. Still, to say that anything is only an appearance suggests a real flaw, which consists in this, that appearance is still divided against itself and without intrinsic stability. Beyond and above mere appearance comes in the first place actuality, the third grade of essence, of which we shall afterwards speak. In the history of modern philosophy, Kant has the merit of first rehabilitating this distinction between the common and the philosophic modes of thought. He stopped halfway, however, when he attached to appearance a subjective meaning only, and put the abstract essence immovable outside it as the thing in itself beyond the reach of our cognition. For it is the very nature of the world of immediate objects to be appearance only. Knowing it to be so, we know at the same time the essence, which, far from staying behind or beyond the appearance, rather manifests its own essentiality by deposing the world to a mere appearance. One can hardly quarrel with the plain man, who, in his desire for totality, cannot acquiesce in the doctrine of subjective idealism that we are solely concerned with phenomena. The plain man, however, in his desire to save the objectivity of knowledge, may very naturally return to the abstract immediacy, and maintain that immediacy to be true and actual. In a little work published under this title, A Report Clear as Day to the Larger Public touching the proper nature of the latest philosophy, an attempt to force the reader to understand. In a little work published under the title, quote, A Report Clear as Day to the Larger Public touching the proper nature of the latest philosophy, an attempt to force the reader to understand, end quote. Fichte examined the opposition between subjective idealism and immediate consciousness in a popular form, under the shape of a dialogue between the author and the reader, and tried hard to prove that the subjective idealist point of view was right. In this dialogue, the reader complains to the author that he has completely failed to place himself in the idealist position, and is inconsolable at the thought that things around him are no real things but mere appearances. The affliction of the reader can scarcely be blamed when he is expected to consider himself hemmed in by an impervious circle of purely subjective conceptions. Apart from this subjective view of appearance, however, we have all reason to rejoice that the things which environ us are appearances and not steadfast and independent existences, since in that case we should soon perish of hunger, both bodily and mental. The world of appearance. The apparent or phenomenal exists in such a way that its subsistence is ipso facto thrown into abeyance or suspended, and is only one stage in the form of itself. The form embraces in it the matter or subsistence as one of its characteristics. In this way, the phenomenal has its ground in this form as its essence, but its reflection into self in contrast with its immediacy. But in doing so, has it only in another aspect of the form. The ground of it's no less phenomenal than itself, and the phenomenon accordingly goes on to an endless mediation of subsistence by means of form, and thus equally by non-subsistence. This endless intermediation is at the same time a unity of self-relation, and existence is developed into a totality, into a world of phenomena, of reflected finitude, content and form. Outside one another, as the phenomena in this phenomenal world are, they form a totality, and are wholly contained in their self-relatedness. In this way, the self-relation of the phenomenon is completely specified. It has the form in itself, and because it is in this identity, has it as essential subsistence. So it comes about that the form is content, and in its mature phase is the law of phenomenon. When the form, on the contrary, is not reflected into self, it is equivalent to the negative of the phenomenon, to the non-independent and changeable, and that sort of form is the indifferent or external form. The essential point to keep in mind about the opposition of form and content is that the content is not formless, but has the form in its own self, quite as much as the form is external to it. There is thus a doubling of form. At one time it is reflected into self, and then is identical with the content. At another time, it is not reflected into itself, and then is external existence, which does not at all affect the content. We are here in presence, implicitly, of the absolute correlation of content and form. viz. Their reciprocal revulsion, so that content is nothing but the revulsion of form into content, and form nothing but the revulsion of content into form. This mutual revulsion is one of the most important laws of thought, but it is not explicitly brought out before the relations of substance and causality. Form and content are a pair of terms frequently employed by the reflective understanding, especially with a habit of looking on the content as the essential and independent, the form on the contrary as the unessential and dependent. Against this, it is to be noted that both are in fact equally essential, and that while a formless content can be as little found as a formless matter, the two, content and matter, are distinguished by this circumstance, that matter, though implicitly not without form, still in its existence manifests a disregard of form, whereas the content as such is what it is only because the matured form is included in it. Still, the form comes before us sometimes as an existence indifferent and external to content, and does so for the reason that the whole range of appearance still suffers from externality. In a book, for instance, it certainly has no bearing upon the content, whether it be written or printed, bound in paper or in leather. That, however, does not in the least imply that apart from such an indifferent and external form, the content of the book is itself formless. There are undoubtedly books enough which even in reference to their content may well be styled formless, but want of form in this case is the same as bad form, and means the defect of the right form, not the absence of all form whatever. So far as this right form from being unaffected by the content that it is rather the content itself. A work of art that wants the right form is for that very reason no right or true work of art, and it is a bad way of excusing an artist to say that the content of his works is good and even excellent, though they want the right form. Real works of art are those which content and form exhibit a thorough identity. The content of the Iliad, it may be said, is the Trojan War, and especially the wrath of Achilles. In that we have everything, and yet very little after all, for the Iliad is made an Iliad by poetic form, in which that content is moulded. The content of Romeo and Juliet may similarly be said to be the ruin of two lovers through the discord between their families, but something more is needed to make Shakespeare's immortal tragedy. In reference to the relation of form and content in the field of science, we should recollect the difference between philosophy and the rest of the sciences. The latter are finite because of their mode of thought, as a merely formal act derives its content from without. Their content therefore is not known as moulded from within through the thoughts which lie at the ground of it, and form and content do not thoroughly interpenetrate each other. This partition disappears in philosophy, and thus justifies its title of infinite knowledge. Yet even philosophic thought is often held to be a merely formal act, and that logic, which confessedly deals with thoughts qua thoughts, is merely formal, is especially a foregone conclusion. And if content means no more than what is palpable and obvious to the senses, all philosophy and logic in particular must be at once acknowledged to be void of content, that is to say, content perceptible to the senses. Even ordinary forms of thought, however, and the common usage of language, do not in the least restrict the appellation of content to what is perceived by the senses, or to what is being in a place and time. A book without content is, as everyone knows, not a book with empty leaves, but one of which content is as good as none. We shall find as the last result on closer analysis that what is called content an educated mind means nothing but the presence and power of thought. This is to admit that thoughts are not empty forms without affinity to their content, and that in other spheres as well as in art, the truth and the sterling value of the content essentially depend on the content showing itself identical with the form. But immediate existence is a character of the subsistence itself, as well as of the form. It is consequently external to the character of the content, but in equal degree this externality, which the content has through the factor of its subsistence, is essential to it. When thus explicitly stated, the phenomenon is relativity or correlation, where one and the same thing, viz. The content or the developed form, is seen as the externality and antithesis of independent existences, in their reduction to a relation of identity, in which identification alone, the two things distinguished, are what they are. Relation or correlation. The immediate relation is that of the whole and the parts. The content is the whole, and consists of the parts, the form, its counterpart. The parts are diverse one from another. It is they that possess independent being, but they are parts only when they are identified by being related to one another, or insofar as they make up the whole when taken together. but this together is the counterpart and negation of the part. Essential correlation is the specific and completely universal phase in which things appear. Everything that exists stands in correlation, and this correlation is the veritable nature of every existence. The existent thing, in this way, has no being of its own, but only in something else. In this other, however, it is self-relation, and the correlation is the unity of the self and relation to others. The relation of the whole and the parts is untrue to this extent, that the notion and the reality of the relation are not in harmony. The notion of the whole is to contain parts, but if the whole is taken and made what its notion implies, i.e. if it is divided, it at once ceases to be a whole. Things there are, no doubt, which correspond to this relation, but for that very reason they are low and untrue existences. We must remember, however, what untrue signifies. When it occurs in a philosophical discussion, the term untrue does not signify that the thing to which it is applied is non-existent. A bad state or a sickly body may exist all the same, but these things are untrue because their notion and reality are out of harmony. The relation of whole and parts, being the immediate relation, comes easy to reflective understanding, and for that reason it often satisfies when the question really turns on profounder ties. The limbs and organs, for instance, of an organic body are not merely parts of it. It is only in their unity that they are what they are, and they are unquestionably affected by that unity, as they also in turn affect it. These limbs and organs become mere parts only when they pass under the hands of the anatomist, whose occupation, be it remembered, is not with the living body, but with the corpse. Not that such analysis is illegitimate, we only mean that the external mechanical relation of the whole and parts is not sufficient for us if we want to study organic life in its truth. And if this be so in organic life, it is the case to a much greater extent when we apply this relation to the mind and formations of the spiritual world. Psychologists may not expressly speak of parts of the soul or mind, but the mode in which this subject is treated by the analytic understanding is largely founded on the analogy of this finite relation. At least that is so when the different forms of mental activity are enumerated and described merely in their isolation one after another, as so-called special powers and faculties. The one and same of this correlation, the self-relation found in it, is thus immediately a negative self-relation. The correlation is, in the short, the mediating process whereby one and the same is first unaffected towards difference, and secondly is the negative self-relation which repels itself as reflection into self to difference and invests itself as reflection into something else with existence, whilst it conversely leads back this reflection into other to self-relation and indifference. This gives the correlation of force and its expression. The relationship of whole and part is the immediate and therefore unintelligent mechanical relation, revulsion of self-identity into mere variety. Thus we pass from the whole to the parts, and from the parts to the whole. In the one we forget its opposition to the other, while each on its own account, at one time the whole, at another the parts, is taken to be an independent existence. In other words, when the parts are declared to subsist in the whole, and the whole to consist in the parts, we have either member of the relation at different times taken to be permanently subsistent, while the other is non-essential. In its superficial form, the mechanical nexus consists in the parts being independent of each other and of the whole. This relation may be adopted for the progression ad infinitum, in the case of the divisibility of matter, and then it becomes an unintelligent alteration with the two sides. A thing at one time is taken as a whole, then we go on to specify the parts. This specifying is forgotten, and what was a part is regarded as a whole. Then the specifying of the part comes up again, and so on forever. But this infinity be taken as the negative, which it is the negative self-relating element in the correlation. Force, the self-identical whole, or immanency, which yet supersedes this immanency and gives itself expression, and conversely the expression which vanishes and returns into force. Force, notwithstanding this infinity, is also finite, for the content, or the one and the same of the force and its outputting, is this identity at first only for the observer. The two sides of the relation are not yet each on its own account, the concrete identity of that one and the same, not yet the totality. For one another they are not therefore different, and the relationship is a finite one. Force, consequently, requires the solicitation from without. It works blindly, and on account of this defectiveness of form, the content is also limited and accidental. It is not yet genuinely identical with the form. Not yet is it as a notion and an end. That is to say, it is not intrinsically and actually determinate. This difference is most vital, but not easy to apprehend. It will assume a clearer formulation when we reach design. If it be overlooked, it leads to the confusion of conceiving God as force, a confusion from which Herder's God especially suffers. It is often said, the nature of force itself is the unknown, and only its manifestation apprehended. But in the first place, it may be replied, every article in the import of force is the same as what is specified in the exertion, and the explanation of a phenomenon by a force is to that extent a mere tautology. What is supposed to remain unknown, therefore, is really nothing but the empty form of reflection into self, by which alone the force is distinguished from the exertion. And that form too is something familiar. It is a form that does not make the slightest addition to the content and to the law, which have to be discovered from the phenomenon alone. Another assurance always given is that to speak of forces implies no theory as to their nature. And that being so, it is impossible to see why the form of force has been introduced into the sciences at all. In the second place, the nature of force is undoubtedly unknown. We are still without any necessity binding and connecting its content together in itself, as we are without necessity in the content insofar as it is expressly limited, and hence has its character by means of another thing outside it. Compared with the immediate relation of whole and parts, the relation between force and its putting forth may be considered infinite. In it, that identity of the two sides is realized, which is the former relation only existed for the observer. The whole, though we can see that it consists of parts, ceases to be a whole when it is divided, whereas force is only shown to be force when it exerts itself. In its exercise only comes back to itself. The exercise is only force once more. Yet on further examination, even this relation will appear finite, and finite in virtue of this mediation. Just as conversely, the relation of the whole and parts is obviously finite in virtue of its immediacy. The first and simplest evidence for the finitude of the mediated relation of force and its exercise is that each and every force is conditioned and requires something else than itself for its subsistence. For instance, a special vehicle of magnetic force, as it is well known, is iron, the other properties of which, such as its colour, specific weight, or relation to acids, are independent of this connection with magnetism. The same thing is seen in all other forces, which from one end to the other are found to be conditioned and mediated by something else than themselves. Another proof of the finite nature of force is that it requires solicitation before it can put itself forth. That through which the force is solicited is itself another exertion of force, which cannot put itself forth without similar solicitation. This brings us either to a repetition of the infinite progression, reciprocity of soliciting and being solicited. In either case we have no absolute beginning of a motion. The context is given to it as determined, and force, when it exerts itself, is according to the phrase blind in its working. That phrase implies the distinction between abstract force manifestation and teleological action. The oft-repeated statement that the exercise of the force and not the force itself admits of being known must be rejected as groundless. It is the very essence of force to manifest itself, and thus in totality of manifestation, conceived as a law, we are at the same time discover the force itself. And yet this assertion that force in its own self is unknowable betrays a well-grounded presentiment that this relation is finite. The several manifestations of a force at first meet us in the indefinite multiplicity, and in their isolation seem accidental. But reducing this multiplicity to its inner unity, which we term force, we see that the apparently contingent is necessary by recognizing the law that rules it. But the different forces themselves are a multiplicity again, and in their mere juxtaposition seem to be contingent. Hence, in empirical physics, we speak of the forces of gravity, magnetism, electricity, etc., and empirical psychology of the forces of memory, imagination, will, and all other faculties. All this multiplicity again excites a craving to know these different forces as a single whole, nor would this craving be appeased even if several forces were traced back to one common primary force. Such a primary force would be really no more than an empty abstraction, with as little content as the abstract thing in itself. And besides this, the correlation of force and manifestation is essentially a mediated correlation of reciprocal dependence, and it must therefore contradict the notion of force to view it as primary or resting on itself. Such being the case with the nature of force, though we may consent to let the world be called a manifestation of divine forces, we should object to have God himself viewed as a mere force. For force is after all a subordinate and finite category. At the so-called Renaissance of the sciences, when steps were taken to trace the single phenomena of nature back to underlying forces, the Church branded the enterprise as impious. The argument of the Church was as follows: If it be the forces of gravitation, of vegetation, etc., which occasion the movement of the heavenly bodies, the growth of plants, etc., there is nothing left for divine providence, and God sinks to the level of a leisurely onlooker, surveying this play of forces. The students of nature, it is true, and Newton more than others, when they employed the reflective category of force to explain natural phenomena, have expressly pleaded that the honour of God, as the creator and governor of the world, would not thereby be impaired. Still, the logical issue of this explanation by means of force is that the inferential understanding proceeds to fix each of these forces and to maintain them in their finite ultimate. And contrasted with this de-infinitized world of independent forces and matters, the only terms in which it is possible still to describe God will present him in abstract infinity of an unknowable supreme being, in some other world far away. This is precisely the position of materialism and of modern free thinking, whose theology ignores what God is and restricts itself to the mere fact that he is. In this dispute, therefore, the church and the religious mind have to a certain extent the right on their side. The finite forms of understanding certainly fail to fulfill the conditions for a knowledge either of nature or of the formations in the world of mind as they truly are. Yet on the other side, it is impossible to overlook the formal right which in the first place entitles the empirical sciences to vindicate the right of thought, to know the existent world in all the speciality of its content, and to seek something further than the bare statement of mere abstract faith that God creates and governs the world. When our religious consciousness, resting upon the authority of the Church, teaches us that God created the world by his almighty will, that he guides the stars in their courses, and vouchsafes to all his creatures their existence and their well-being, the question, why, is still left to answer. Now it is the answer to this question which forms the common task of empirical science of philosophy. When religion refuses to recognize this problem, or the right to put it, and appeals to the unsearchable of the decrees of God, it is taking up the agnostic ground, as is taken by the mere enlightenment of understanding. Such an appeal is no better than arbitrary dogmatism, which contravenes the express command of Christianity, to know God in spirit and in truth, and is prompted by a humility which is not Christian, but born of ostentatious bigotry. Force is a whole, which is in its own self-negative self-relation, and as such a whole it continually pushes itself off from itself and puts itself forth. But since this reflection into another, corresponding to the distinction between the parts of the whole, is equally a reflection into self, this outputting is the way and means by which force that returns back into itself is as a force. The very act of outputting accordingly sets in abeyance the diversity of the two sides which is found in this correlation, and expressly states the identity which virtually constitutes their content. The truth of force and utterance, therefore, is that relation in which the two sides are distinguished only as outward and inward. The inward, interior, is the ground when it stands as the mere form of the one side of the appearance and the correlation, the empty form of reflection into self. As a counterpart to it stands outward, exterior. Existence also is the form of the other side of the correlation, with the empty characteristic of reflection into something else. But inward and outward are identified, and their identity is identity brought to fullness in the content, that unity of reflection into self and reflection into other, which was forced to appear in the movement of force. Both are the same one totality, and this unity makes them the content. In the first place, then, exterior is the same content as interior. What is inwardly is also found outwardly, and vice versa. The appearance shows nothing that is not in the essence, and in essence there is nothing but what is manifested. In the second place, inward and outward as formal terms are also reciprocally opposed, and that thoroughly. The one is the abstraction of identity with the self, the other a mere multiplicity or reality. But as stages of the one form, they are essentially identical, so whatever is the first explicitly put only in the one abstraction is also as plainly at one step only in the other. Therefore, what is only internal is also only external, and what is only external is so far only at first internal. It is the customary mistake of reflection to take the essence to be merely the interior. If it be so taken, even this way of looking at it is purely external. That sort of essence is the empty external abstraction. Ins Innere der Natur dringt seiner Schaffner Geist, so glücklich wenn nur die äußere Schale weist. It ought rather have been said, if the essence of nature is ever described as the inner part, the person who so describes it only knows its outer shell. In being as a whole, or even in mere sense perception, the notion is at first only an inward, and for that very reason is something external to being, a subjective thinking and being devoid of truth. In nature as well as in mind, so long as the notion, design, or law are first the inner capacity, mere possibilities, they are first only external, inorganic nature, the knowledge of a third person, alien force, and the like. As a man is outwardly, that is to say his actions, not of course in merely bodily outwardness, so is he inwardly, and if this virtue, morality, etc. are only inwardly his, that is, if they exist only in his intentions and sentiments, and his outward acts are not identical with them, the other half of him is as hollow and empty as the other. The relation of outwardness and inwardness unites the two relations that precede, and at the same time sets in abeyance mere relativity and phenomenality in general. Yet so long as understanding keeps the inward and outward fixed in their separation, they are empty forms, the one as null as the other. Not only in the study of nature, but also of the spiritual world, much depends on just appreciation of the relation of inward and outward, and especially on avoiding the misconception that the former only is the essential point on which everything turns, while the latter is unessential and trivial. We find this mistake made when, as it is often done, the difference between nature and mind is traced back to abstract difference between inner and outer. As for nature, it certainly is in the gross external, not merely to the mind, but even on its own part. But to call it external in the gross is not to imply an abstract externality, for there is no such thing. It means rather that the idea which forms the common content of nature and mind is found only in nature as outward only, and for that very reason only inward. The abstract understanding, with its either or, may struggle against this conception of nature. It is none the less obviously found in other modes of consciousness, particularly in religion. It is the lesson of religion that nature, no less than the spiritual world, is a revelation of God, but with this distinction that while nature never gets so far as to be conscious of its divine essence, that consciousness is the express problem of the mind, which in the matter of that problem is as yet finite. Those who look upon the essence of nature as mere inwardness, and therefore inaccessible to us, take up the same line as the ancient creed which regarded God as envious and jealous, a creed which both Plato and Aristotle pronounced against long ago. And all God is, he imparts and reveals, and does so at first in and through nature. Any object indeed is faulty and imperfect when it is only inward, and thus at the same time only outward, or which is the same thing, when it is only an outward and thus only an inward. For instance, a child, taken in the gross as human being, is no doubt a rational creature, but the reason of the child as child is at first a mere inward in the shape of natural ability or vocation, etc. This mere inward, at the same time, has for the child the form of a more outward in the shape of a will of his parents, the attainments of his teachers and the whole world of reason that environs him. The education and instruction of a child aim at making him actually and for himself what he is at first potentially and therefore for others, viz. For his grown-up friends. The reason, which at first extends in the child only as an inner possibility, or actualized through education, and conversely, the child by these means becomes conscious that the goodness, religion, and science, which he had first looked upon as outward authority, are his own and inward nature. As with the child, so it is in the matter with the adult when in opposition to his true destiny, his intellect and will remain in the bondage of the natural man. Thus the criminal sees the punishment to which he has to submit as an act of violence from without, whereas in fact the penalty is only the manifestation of his own criminal will. From what has now been said, we may learn what to think of a man who, when blamed for his shortcomings, it may be, his discreditable acts appeal to the professedly excellent intentions and sentiments of the inner self be distinguished therefrom. There certainly may be individual cases where the malice of outward circumstances frustrates well-meant designs and disturbs the execution of the best laid plans, but in general even here the essential unity between inward and outward is maintained. We are thus justified in saying that a man is what he does, and that the lying vanity which consoles itself with the feeling of inward excellence may be confronted with the word of the gospel. By their fruits ye shall know them. That grand saying applies primarily in a moral and religious aspect, but it also holds good in reference to performances in art and science. The keen eye of a teacher who perceives in his pupil decided evidences of talent may lead him to state his opinion that a Raphael or a Mozart lies hidden in the boy, and the result will show how far such an opinion was well founded. But if a daub of a painter or a poetaster soothe themselves by the conceit that their head is full of high ideals, their consolation is a poor one, and if insist on being judged not by their actual works, but by their projects, we may safely reject their pretensions as unfounded and unmeaning. The converse case, however, also occurs. In passing judgment on men who have accomplished something great and good, we often make use of the false distinction between inward and outward. All that they accomplished, we say, is outward merely. Inwardly they were acting from some very different motive, such as a desire to gratify their vanity or unworthy passion. This is the spirit of envy. Incapable of any great action of its own, envy tries hard to depreciate greatness, and to bring it down to its own level. Let us rather recall the fine expression of Goethe, that there is no remedy but love against great superiorities of others. We may seek to rob men's great actions of their grandeur by the insinuation of hypocrisy, but though it is possible that men in an instance now and then dissemble and distinguish a good deal, they cannot conceal the whole of their inner self, which infallibly betrays itself as the discursus vitae. Even here it is true that a man is nothing but the series of his actions. What is called the pragmatic writing of history has in modern times as frequently sinned in its treatment of the great historical characters, and defaced and tarnished the true conception of them by this fallacious separation of the outward from the inward. Not content with telling the unvarnished tale of the great acts which have been wrought by the heroes of the world history, and with acknowledging that their inward being corresponds with the import of their acts, the pragmatic history fancies himself justified, even obliged to trace the supposed secret motives that lie behind the open facts of the record. The historian in that case is supposed to write with more depth in proportion as he succeeds in tearing away the aureole from all that has been heretofore held grand and glorious, and in depressing it so far as its origin and proper significance are concerned to the level of vulgar mediocrity. To make these pragmatical researches in history easier, it is usual to recommend the study of psychology, which is supposed to make us acquainted with the real motives of human actions. The psychology in question, however, is only the petty knowledge of men, which looks away from the essential and permanent in human nature, to fasten its glance on the casual and private features shown in isolated instincts and passions. Pragmatical psychology ought at least to leave the historian, who investigates the motives at the ground of great actions, a choice between the substantial interests of patriotism, justice, religious truth and the like, on the one hand, and the subjective and formal interests of vanity, ambition, avarice and the like on the other. The latter, however, the motives which must be viewed by the pragmatist as really efficient, otherwise the assumption of a contrast between the inward disposition of the agent and the outward, the import of the action, would fall to the ground. But inward and outward have in truth the same content, and the right of doctrine is the very reverse of this pedantic judiciality. If the heroes of history had been actuated by subjective and formal interests alone, they would never have accomplished what they have, and if we have due regard to the unity between the inner and outer, we must owe that great men willed what they did, and did what they willed. The empty abstractions, by means of which the one identical content perforce continues in the two correlatives, suspend themselves in immediate transition the one in the other. The content is itself nothing but their identity, and these abstractions are seeming of essence put as seeming. But by manifestation of force, the inward is put into existence, but this putting is mediated by empty abstractions. In its own self, the intermediating process vanishes to the immediacy, in which the inward and outward are absolutely identical, and their difference is distinctly no more than assumed and imposed. This identity is actuality.
End of Part 3 of Chapter 8. Recording by Ryan Smallwood. Part 4 of Chapter 8 of The Logic of Hegel by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. Translated by William Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ryan Smallwood.
The Doctrine of Essence. C. Actuality. Actuality is the unity, become immediate, of essence with existence, or of inward with outward. The utterance of the actual is the actual itself, so that in this utterance it remains just as essential and only is essential insofar as it is in immediate external existence. We have here this met being and existence as forms of the immediate. Being is, in general, unreflected immediacy and transition into another. Existence is immediate unity of being and reflection, hence appearance. It comes from the ground and falls to the ground. In actuality, this unity is explicitly put, and the two sides of the relation identified. Hence the actual is exempted from transition, and its externality is its energizing. In that energizing it is reflected into self. Its existence is only the manifestation of itself, not of another. Actuality and thought, or idea, are often absurdly opposed.
How commonly we hear people saying that, though no objection can be urged against the truth and correctness of a certain thought, there is nothing of the kind to be seen in actuality, or it cannot actually be carried out. People that use such language only prove that they have not properly apprehended the nature either of thought or of actuality. Thought in such a case is on one hand the synonym for subjective conception, plan, intention, or the like, just as actuality on the other is made synonymous with external and sensible existence. This is all very well in common life, where great laxity is allowed in the categories and the names given to them, and it may of course happen that, for example, the plan or so-called idea, say of a certain method of taxation, is good and advisable in the abstract, but nothing of the sort is found in so-called actuality, or could possibly be carried out under the given conditions. But when the abstract understanding gets hold of these categories and exaggerates the distinction they imply into a hard and fast line of contrast, when it tells us that in this actual world we must knock ideas out of our head, it is necessary energetically to protest against these doctrines, alike in nature of science and of sound reason. For on the one hand, ideas are not confined to our heads merely, nor is the idea, upon the whole, so feeble as to leave the question of its actualization or non-actualization dependent on our will. The idea is rather the absolutely active as well as the actual. And on the other hand, actuality is not so bad and irrational, as purblind or wrong-headed and muddle-brained would-be reformers imagine. So far as actuality, as distinguished from mere appearance, and primarily presenting unity of inward and outward, from being in contrariety with reason, that it is rather thoroughly reasonable, and everything which is not reasonable must on that very ground cease to be held actual. The same view may be traced in the usages of educated speech, which declines to give the name of real poet or real statesman to a poet or a statesman who can do nothing really meritorious or reasonable. In that vulgar conception of actuality which mistakes for it what is palpable and directly obvious to the senses, we must seek the ground of a widespread prejudice about the relation of philosophy of Aristotle to that of Plato. Popular opinion makes the difference to be as follows. While Plato recognizes the idea and only the idea as the truth, Aristotle, rejecting the idea, keeps to what is actual, and is on that account to be considered the founder and chief of empiricism. On this it may be remarked that although actuality certainly is the principle of the Aristotelian philosophy, it is not the vulgar actuality of what is immediately at hand, but the idea as actuality. Where then lies the controversy of Aristotle against Plato? It lies in this. Aristotle calls Platonic idea a mere Greek, and establishes in opposition to Plato that the idea, which both equally recognize to be only truth, is essentially to be viewed as an Greek. In other words, as the inward, which is quite the force, as the unity of inner and outer, or as actuality in the emphatic sense here given to the word. Such a concrete category as actuality includes the characteristics aforesaid and their difference, and is therefore also the development of them, in such a way that, as it has them, they are at the same time plainly understood to be a show, to be assumed or imposed. Viewed as identity in general, actuality is first of all possibility, the reflection into self which, as in contrast to the concrete unity of the actual, is taken and made an abstract and unessential essentiality. Possibility is what is essential to reality, but in such a way that it is at the same time only a possibility. It was probably the import of possibility which induces Kant to regard it along with necessity and actuality as modalities, since these categories do not in the least increase the notion as object, but only express its relation to the faculty of knowledge, for possibility is really the bare abstraction of reflection into self. What was formerly called the inward, only that is, now to take in the mean external inward, lifted out of reality, and with the being of a mere supposition, and is thus, sure enough, supposed only as a bare modality, an abstraction which comes short, and in more concrete terms belongs only to subjective thought. It is otherwise with actuality and necessity. They are anything but a mere sort and mode for something else. In fact, the very reverse of that. If they are supposed, it is as the concrete, not merely superstitious, but intrinsically complete. As possibility is, in the first instance, the mere form of identity with self, as compared with the concrete which is actual, the rule for it merely is that a thing must not be self-contradictory. Thus everything is possible, for an act of abstraction can give any content this form of identity. Everything, however, isn't impossible as it is possible. In every content which is and must be concrete, the speciality of its nature may be viewed as a specialized contrariety, and in that way, as a contradiction. Nothing therefore can be more meaningless than to speak of such possibility and impossibility. In philosophy in particular, there should never be a word said of showing that it is possible, or there is still another possibility, or to adopt another phrase, it is conceivable. The same consideration should warn the writer of history against employing a category which has now been explained to be on its own merits untrue. But the subtlety of the empty understanding finds its chief pleasure in the fantastic ingenuity of suggesting possibilities, and lots of possibilities. Our picture thought is at first disposed to see in possibility the richer and more comprehensive, in actuality the poorer and narrower category. Everything, it is said, is possible, but everything which is possible is not on that account actual. In real truth, however, if we deal with them as thoughts, actuality is the more comprehensive, because it is the concrete thought which includes possibility as an abstract element. And that superiority is to some extent expressed in our ordinary mode of thought, when we speak of the possible in distinction from the actual as only possible. Possibility is often said to consist in a thing being thinkable. Think, however, in the use of the word, only means to conceive any content under the form of an abstract identity. Now every content can be brought under this form, since nothing is required except to separate it from the relations in which it stands. Hence any content, however absurd and nonsensical, can be viewed as possible. It is possible that the moon might fall upon the earth tonight, for the moon is a body separate from the earth, and may as well fall down upon it as a stone thrown into the air does. It is possible that the Sultan may become Pope, for being a man, he may be converted to Christian faith, may become a Catholic priest, and so on. In language like this about possibility, it is chiefly the law of sufficient ground or reason which is manipulated in the style already explained. Everything, it is said, is possible for which you can state some ground. The less education a man has, or in other words, the less he knows of the specific connections of the object to which he directs his observations, the greater his tendency to launch into all sorts of empty possibilities. An instance of this habit in the political sphere is seen in the pothouse politician. In practical life, too, it is no uncommon thing to see ill will and indolence slink behind the category of possibility in order to escape definite obligations. To such conduct the same remarks apply as were made in connection with the law of sufficient ground. Reasonable and practical men refuse to be imposed upon by the possible for the simple ground that is possible only. They stick to the actual, not meaning by that word merely whatever immediately is now and here. Many of the proverbs of common life express the same contempt for what is abstractly possible. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. After all, there is good reason for taking everything to be impossible as to be possible. For every content, a content is always concrete, including not only diverse but even opposite characteristics. Nothing is so impossible, for instance, as this, that I am. For I is at the same time simple self-relation, and is undoubtedly relation to something else. The same may be seen in every other fact in the natural or spiritual world. Matter, it may be said, is impossible, for it is the unity of attraction and repulsion. The same is true of life, law, freedom, and above all of God himself as the truth, i.e. the triune God, a notion of God which the abstract enlightenment of understanding, in conformity with its canons, rejected on the allegation that it was contradictory in thought. Generally speaking, it is empty understanding which haunts these empty forms. The business of philosophy in the matter is to show how null and meaningless they are. Whether a thing is possible or impossible depends altogether on the subject matter, that is, on the sum total of elements in actuality, which as it opens itself out discloses itself to be necessity. But the actual, in its distinction from possibility, which is reflection into self, is itself only the outward concrete, the unessential immediate. In other words, to such an extent as the actual is primarily the simple, merely immediate unity of inward and outward, it is obviously made an unessential outward, and thus at the same time it is merely inward, the abstraction of reflection into self. Hence, it is itself characterized as merely possible. When thus valued at the rate of mere possibility, the actual is a contingent or accidental, and conversely, possibility is mere accident itself or chance. Possibility and contingency are two factors of actuality, inward and outward, put as mere forms which constitute the externality of the actual. They have their reflection into self on the body of actual fact, or content, with its intrinsic definiteness which gives the essential ground of their characterization. The finitude of contingent and the possible lies therefore, as we now see, in the distinction of the form determination from the content, and therefore it depends on the content alone whether anything is contingent and possible. As possibility is the mere inside of actuality, it is for that reason a mere outside actuality, in other words contingency. The contingent, roughly speaking, is what has the ground of its being, not in itself but in somewhat else. Such is the aspect aspect under which actuality first comes before consciousness, which often mistakes for actuality itself. But the contingent is only one side of the actuality, the side, namely, of reflection on something else. It is the actual and the signification of something merely possible. Accordingly, we consider the contingent to be what may or may not be, what may be in one way or in another, whose being or not being, and whose being on this wise or otherwise, depends not upon itself but on something else. To overcome this contingency is, roughly speaking, the problem of science on the one hand, as in the range of practice on the other. The end of action is to rise above the contingency of the will, or above caprice. It is, however, often happened, most of all in modern times, that contingency has been unwarrantably elevated, and had value attached to it, both in nature and the world of mind, to which it has no just claim. Frequently nature is to take it first, and chiefly admired for the richness and variety of its structures. Apart, however, from what disclosure it contains of the idea, this richness gratifies none of the higher interests of reason, and in its vast variety of structures, organic or inorganic, affords us only the spectacle of contingency losing itself in vagueness. At any rate, the checkered scene presented by the several varieties of animals and plants, conditioned as it is by outward circumstances, the complex changes in the figuration of grouping clouds and the like, ought not to be ranked higher than equally casual fancies of the mind, which surrenders itself to its own caprices. The wonderment with which such phenomena are welcomed is a most abstract frame of mind, from which one should advance to a closer insight into the natural harmony and uniformity of nature. Of contingency in respect of the will, it is especially important to form a proper estimate. The freedom of the will is an expression that often means mere free choice, or the will in form of contingency. Freedom of choice, or the capacity of determining ourselves towards one thing or another, is undoubtedly a vital element in the will, which in the very notion is free. But instead of being freedom itself, it is only the first instance of freedom in form. The genuinely free will, which includes free choice as suspended, is conscious of itself that its content is intrinsically firm and fast, and knows it at the same time to be thoroughly its own. A will, on the contrary, which remains standing on the grade of option, even supposing it does decide in favour of what is import right and true, is always haunted by the conceit that it might, if it had so pleased, have decided in favour of the reverse course. When more narrowly examined, free choice is seen to be a contradiction to this extent that its form and content stand in antithesis. The matter of choice is given and known as a content dependent not on the will itself, but on outward circumstances. In reference to such a given content, freedom lies only in the form of choosing, which, as it is only a freedom in form, may consequently be regarded as freedom only in supposition. In an ultimate analysis, it will be seen that the same outwardness of circumstances on which is founded the content that will finds to its hand can alone account for the will, giving its decision for the one and not the other of the two alternatives. Although contingency, as it has thus been shown, is only one aspect of the whole actuality, and therefore not to be mistaken for actuality itself, it has no less the rest of the forms of the idea, its due office in the world of objects. This is in the first place seen in nature. On the surface of nature, so to speak, chance ranges unchecked, and that contingency must simply be recognized, without the pretension, sometimes erroneously ascribed to philosophy, of seeking to find in it a could only be so and not otherwise. Nor is contingency less visible in the world of mind. The will, as we have already remarked, includes contingency under the shape of option or free choice, but only as a vanishing and abrogated element. In respect of mind and its works, just as in the case of nature, we must guard against being so far misled by a well-meant endeavour after rational knowledge as to try to exhibit the necessity of phenomena which are marked by a decided contingency, or, as the phrase is, to construe them a priori. Thus in language, although it be, as it were, the body of thought, chance still unquestionably plays a decided part. The same is true of creations of law and art. The problem of science, and especially of philosophy, undoubtedly consists in eliciting the necessity concealed under the semblance of contingency. That, however, is far from meaning that contingency belongs to our subjective conception alone, and must therefore be simply set aside. If we wish to get at the truth, all scientific researches which pursue this tendency exclusively lay themselves fairly open to the charge of mere jugglery and overstrained precisionism. When more closely examined, what the aforesaid outward side of actuality implies is this: contingency, which is actuality in its immediacy, is the self-identical, essentially only a supposition which is no sooner made than it is revoked and leaves an existent externality. In this way the external contingency is somewhat presupposed, the immediate existence of which is at the same time a possibility, and has the vocation to be suspended to be possibility of something else. Now this possibility is the condition. The contingent, as immediate actuality, is at the same time the possibility of something else. No longer, however, the abstract possibility which we had at first, but the possibility which is. and the possibility existent is a condition. By the condition of a thing we mean first an existence, in short an immediate, and secondly the vocation of this immediate to be suspended and subserve the actualizing of something else. Immediate actuality is in general, as such, never what it ought to be. It is a finite actuality with an inherent flaw, and its vocation is to be consumed. But the other aspect of actuality is its essentiality. This is primarily the inside, which a mere possibility is no less destined to be suspended. Possibility thus suspended is the issuing of a new actuality, of which the first immediate actuality was the presupposition. Here we see the alteration which is involved in the notion of a condition. The conditions of a thing seem at first sight to involve no bias any way. Really, however, an immediate actuality of this kind includes in it the germ of something else altogether. At first, this something else is only a possibility, but the form of possibility is soon suspended and translated into actuality. This new actuality thus issuing is the very inside of the immediate actuality which it uses up. Thus there comes into being quite another shape of things, and yet it is not an other, for the first actuality is only put as what it in essence was. The conditions which are sacrificed, which fall to the ground and are spent, only unite with themselves in the other actuality. Such in general is the nature of the process of actuality. The actual is no mere case of immediate being, but as essential being a suspension of its own immediacy, and thereby mediating itself with itself. When this externality is thus developed into a circle of the two categories of possibility and immediate actuality, showing the intermediation of the one by the other is what is called real possibility. Being such a circle, further it is the totality and thus the content, the actual fact or affair in its all-round definiteness. Whilst in like manner, if we look at the distinction between the two characteristics in this unity, it realizes the concrete totality of the form, the immediate self-translation of the inner into the outer, and of the outer into the inner. This self-movement of the form is activity, carrying into effect the fact or affair as a real ground, which is self-suspended to actuality, and carrying into itself the contingent actuality, the conditions, i.e., it is their reflection in self, their self-suspension to another actuality, the actuality of the actual fact. And all the conditions are at hand, the fact even must be actual. And the fact itself is one of the conditions, for being in the first place only inner, it is at first itself only presupposed. Developed actuality as the coincident alteration of inner and outer. The alteration of their opposite motions combined into a single motion is necessity. Necessity has been defined, and rightly so, as the union of possibility and actuality. The mode of expression, however, gives a superficial and therefore unintelligible description of the very difficult notion of necessity. It is difficult because it is the notion itself, only that its stages or factors are still as actualities, which are yet at the same time to be viewed as forms only, collapsing and transient. In the two following paragraphs, therefore, an exposition of the factors which constitute necessity must be given at greater length. When anything is said to be necessary, the first question we ask is, why? Anything necessary accordingly comes before us as something due to a supposition, the rest of certain antecedents. If we go no further than to mere derivation from antecedents, however, we have not gained a complete notion of what necessity means. What is merely derivative is what it is, not through itself, but through something else. And in this way it too is merely contingent. What is necessary, on the other hand, we would have be what it is through itself, and thus although derivative, it must still contain the antecedent, whence it is derived as a vanishing element in itself. Hence we say that what is necessary it is, and thus hold it to be simple self-relation, in which all dependence on something else is removed. Necessity is often said to be blind. If that means that in the process of necessity, the end or final cause is not explicitly and overtly present, the statement is correct. The process of necessity begins with the existence of scattered circumstances, which appear to have no interconnection and no concern one with another. These circumstances are an immediate actuality which collapses, and out of this negation a new actuality proceeds. Here we have a content which in point of form is doubled, once as a content of the final realized fact, and once as a content of the scattered circumstances which appear as if they were positive and make themselves at first felt in that character. The latter content is in itself not, and is accordingly inverted into its negative, thus becoming content of the realized fact. The immediate circumstances fall to the ground as conditions, but are at the same time restrained as content of the ultimate reality. From such circumstances and conditions, there has, as we say, proceeded quite another thing, and it is for that reason that we call this process of necessity blind. If on the contrary we consider teleological action, we have in the end of action a content which is already foreknown. This activity therefore is not blind but seeing. To To say that the world is ruled by providence implies that design, as what has been absolutely predetermined, is the active principle, so that the issue corresponds to what has been foreknown and forewilled. The theory, however, which regards the world as determined through necessity and the belief in a divine providence are by no means mutually exclusive points of view. The intellectual principle underlying the idea of divine providence will hereafter be shown to be the notion, but notion is the truth of necessity, which contains in suspension in itself, just as conversely necessity is the notion implicit. Necessity is blind only so long as it is not understood. There is nothing therefore more mistaken than the charge of blind fatalism made against the philosophy of history, when it takes for its problem to understand the necessity of every event. The philosophy of history, rightly understood, takes the rank of a theodicy, and those who fancy they honour divine providence by excluding necessity from it are really degrading it by the exclusiveness to a blind and irrational caprice. In the simple language of the religious mind, which speaks of God's eternal and immutable decrees, there is implied an express recognition that necessity forms a part of the essence of God. In his difference from God, man, with his own private opinion and will, follows the call of caprice and arbitrary humour, and thus often finds his acts turn out to be something quite different from what he had meant and willed. But God knows what he wills, is determined in his eternal will neither by accident from within nor from without, and what he wills he also accomplishes irresistibly. Necessity gives a point of view which has important bearing upon our sentiments and behaviours. When we look upon events as necessary, our situation seems at first sight to lack freedom completely. In the creed of ancients, as we know, necessity figured as destiny. The modern point of view, on the contrary, is that of consolation. And consolation means that if we renounce our aims and interests, we do so only in prospect of receiving compensation. Destiny, on the contrary, leaves no room for consolation. But a close examination of ancient feeling about destiny will not by any means reveal a sense of bondage to its power. Rather the reverse. This will clearly appear if we remember that the sense of bondage springs from inability to surmount the antithesis, and from looking at what is and what happens as contradictory to what ought to be and happen. In the ancient mind, the feeling was more of the following kind. Because such a thing is, it is, and as it is, so ought it to be. Here there is no contrast to be seen, and therefore no sense of bondage, no pain and no sorrows. True indeed, as already remarked, this attitude towards destiny is void of consolation. But then on the other hand, it is a frame of mind which does not need consolation, so long as personal subjectivity has not acquired its infinite significance. In this point, on which special stress should be laid, in comparison to the ancient sentiment with that of modern and Christian world. By subjectivity we may understand, in the first place, that only the natural and finite subjectivity, which its contingent and arbitrary content of private interests and inclinations, all in short that we call person as distinguished from thing, taking thing in the emphatic sense of the form in which we use the correct expression, that it is a question of things and not of persons. In this sense of subjectivity we cannot help admiring the tranquil resignation of the ancients to destiny, and feeling that it is much higher and worthier mood than that of the moderns, who obstinately pursue their subjective aims, and when they find themselves constrained to rein the hope of reaching them, console themselves with the prospect of a reward in some other shape. But the term subjectivity is not to be confined merely to the bad and finite kind of it, which is contrasted with the thing, fact. In its true subjectivity is immanent in the fact, and subjectivity thus infinite is the very truth of the fact. Thus regarded, the doctrine of consolation receives a newer and higher significance. It is in this sense that the Christian religion is to be regarded as the religion of consolation, and even of absolute consolation. Christianity, we know, teaches that God wishes all men to be saved. That teaching declares that subjectivity has an infinite value, and the consoling power of Christianity just lies in the fact that God himself is in it known as the absolute subjectivity. So that inasmuch as subjectivity involves the element of particularity, our particular personality too is recognized, not merely as something to be solely and simply nullified, but as the same thing to be preserved. The God of ancient worlds were also, it is true, looked upon as personal, but the personality of a Zeus and Apollo is not a real personality, it is only a figure in the mind. In other words, these gods are mere personifications, which being such do not know themselves and are only known. An evidence of this defect and this powerlessness of the old gods is found in the religious belief of antiquity. In ancient creeds, not only men but even gods were represented as subject to destiny, a destiny which we must conceive as necessity not unveiled, and thus as something wholly impersonal, selfless and blind. On the other hand, the Christian God is God not known merely, but also self-knowing. He is a personality not merely figured in our minds, but rather absolutely actual. We We refer to the philosophy of religion for a further discussion of the points here touched, but we may note in passing how important it is for any man to meet everything that befalls him with the spirit of the old proverb, which describes each man as the architect of his own fortune. That means that it is only himself, after all, of which a man has the usufruct. The other way would be to lay the blame of whatever we experience upon other men, upon unfavourable circumstances and the like. And this is a fresh example of language of unfreedom, at the same time the spring of discontent. If a man saw on the contrary that whatever happens to him is the only outcome of himself, and that he only bears his own guilt, he would stand free, and in everything that came upon him would have the consciousness that he suffered no wrong. A man who lives in displace with himself and his lot commits much that is perverse and amiss, for no other reason than because of the false opinion that he is wronged by others. No doubt too there is a great deal of chance in what befalls us, but the chance has its root in the natural man. So long however as man is otherwise conscious that he is free, his harmony of soul and peace of mind will not be destroyed by the disagreeables that befall him. It is their view of necessity, therefore, which is at the root of content and discontent of men, and which in that determines their destiny itself. Among the three elements in the process of necessity, the condition, the fact, and the activity. The condition is what is presupposed, or antestated, i.e. it is not only supposed or stated, and so only a correlative to the fact, but also prior, and so independent, a contingent and external circumstance which exists without respect to the fact. While thus contingent, however, this presupposed or antestated term, in respect withal of the fact, which is the totality, is a complete circle of conditions. The conditions are passive, are used as materials for the fact into the content of which they thus enter. They are likewise intrinsically conformable to this content and already contain its whole characteristic. The fact is also something presupposed or antestated, i.e. it is at first, and as only supposed, only inner and possible, and also being prior and independent content by itself. By using up the conditions it receives its external existence. The realization of the articles of its content, which reciprocally correspond to the conditions, so whilst it presents itself out of these as the fact, it also proceeds from them. The activity similarly has an independent existence of its own, as a man, a character, and at the same time it is possible only where the conditions are and the fact. It is the movement which translates the conditions into fact, the latter into the former as the side of existence, or rather the movement which deduces the fact from the conditions in which it is potentially present, and which gives existence to the fact by abolishing the existence possessed by the conditions. Insofar as these three elements stand to each other in the shape of independent existences, this process is the aspect of an outward necessity. Outward necessity has a limited content for its fact, for the fact is the whole in phase of singleness. But since in its form this holds external to itself, it is self-externalized even in its own self and in its content, and this externality attached to the fact is a limit of its content. Necessity then is potentially the one essence, self-same but now full of content, in the reflected light of which its distinctions take the form of independent realities. This self-sameness is at the same time, as absolute form, the activity which reduces into dependency and mediates into immediacy. Whatever is necessary is through another which is broken up into mediating ground, the fact and the activity. An immediate actuality or accidental circumstance, which is at the same time a condition. The necessary being through another is not in and for itself hypothetical, it is a mere result of assumption. But this intermediation is just as immediately, however, the abrogation of itself. The grounding contingent condition is translated into immediacy, by which that dependency is now lifted up into actuality, and the fact has closed with itself. In this return to itself, the necessary simply and positively is an unconditioned actuality. The necessary is so, mediated through a circle of circumstances. It is so because the circumstances are so, and at the same time it is so unmediated. It is so because it is. Relationship of substantiality. The necessary is in itself an absolute correlation of elements, i.e. the processes developed in preceding paragraphs, in which the correlation also suspends itself to absolute identity. In its immediate form, it is the relationship of substance and accident. The absolute self-identity of this relationship is substance as such, which as necessity gives the negative to this form of inwardness, and thus invests itself with actuality, but which also gives the negative to this outward thing. In this negativity, the actual as immediate is only an accidental, which through this bare possibility passes over into another actuality. This transition into identity of substance regarded as form activity. Substance is accordingly the totality of accidents, revealing itself in them and in their absolute negativity, that is to say, as absolute power, and at the same time as the wealth of all content.
This content, however, is nothing but the very revelation, since the character, being reflected in itself to make content, is only a passing stage of the form which passes away in the power of substance. Substantiality is the absolute form activity and the power of necessity. All content is but a vanishing element, which merely belongs to this process, where there is an absolute revulsion of form and content into another. In the history of philosophy, we meet with the substance as the principle of Spinoza's system. On the import and value of that much praised and no less decried philosophy, there has been great misunderstanding and a deal of talking since the days of Spinoza. The atheism and, as further charged, the pantheism of the system has formed the commonest ground of accusation. These cries arise because of Spinoza's conception of God as substance and substance only. What are we to think of this charge follows, in the first instance, from the place of the substance takes in the system of the logical idea. Though an essential stage in the evolution of the idea, substance is not the same with absolute idea, but the idea under the still limited form of necessity. It is true that God is necessity, or, as we may also put it, he is the absolute thing. He is, however, no less the absolute person. That he is the absolute person, however, is a point which the philosophy of Spinoza never reached, and on that side it falls short of the true notion of God, which forms the content of religious consciousness in Christianity. Spinoza was by descent a Jew, and it is upon the whole Oriental way of seeing things, according to which the nature of the finite world seems frail and transient, that has founded its intellectual expression in his system. This Oriental view of the unity of substance certainly gives the basis for all further development. Still, it is not the final idea. It is marked by the absence of the principle of the Western world, the principle of individuality, which first appeared under the philosophic shape contemporaneously with Spinoza in the monadology of Leibniz. From this point we glance back to the alleged atheism of Spinoza. The charge will be seen to be unfounded, if we remember that his system, instead of denying God, rather recognizes that he alone really is. Nor can it be maintained that the God of Spinoza, although he is described as alone true, is not the true God and therefore as good as no God. If that were a just charge, it would only prove that all of their systems, where speculation has gone beyond a subordinate stage of the idea, that the Jews and Mohammedans who know God only as the Lord, and even the many Christians for whom God is merely the most high, unknowable, and transcendent being, are as much atheists as Spinoza. The so-called atheism of Spinoza is merely an exaggeration of the fact that he defrauds the principle of difference or finitude of its due. Hence his system, as it holds that there is properly speaking no world, at any rate that the world has no positive being, should rather be styled acosmism. These considerations will also show what it is to be said of the charge of pantheism. If pantheism means, as it often does, a doctrine which takes finite things in their finitude and in the complex of them to be God, we must acquit the system of Spinoza of the crime of pantheism, for in that system finite things in the world as the whole are denied all truth. On the other hand, the philosophy, which is acosmism, is for that reason certain pantheistic. The shortcoming thus acknowledged to attach to the content turns out at the same time to be a shortcoming in respect of form. Spinoza puts substance at the head of his system and defines it as the unity of thought and extension without demonstrating how he gets to this distinction, and how he traces it back to the unity of substance. The further treatment of the subject proceeds in what is called the mathematical method. Definitions and axioms are first laid down. After them comes a series of theorems which are proved by analytical reduction of them to these unproved postulates. Although the system of Spinoza, and that even by those who altogether reject its contents and results, is praised for the strict sequence of its method, such unqualified praise of form is as little justified as unqualified rejection of the content. The defect of the content is that form is not known as immanent in it, and therefore only approaches it as an outer and subjective form. As intuitively accepted by Spinoza without a previous mediation by dialectic, substance as the universal negative power is as it were a dark shapeless abyss which engulfs all definite content as radically null, and produces from itself nothing that has a positive subsistence of its own. At the stage where substance, an absolute power, is the self-relating power, itself merely inner possibility, which determines itself to accidentality, from which power, the externality it thereby creates, is distinguished. Necessity is a correlation, strictly so called, just as in first form of necessity it is substance. This is the correlation of causality. Relationship of causality. Substance is cause, insofar as substance reflects into itself against its passage into accidentality, and so stands as the primary fact.
but again no less suspends this reflection into self, its bare possibility, lays itself down as the negative of itself, and thus produces an effect, an actuality which, though so far only assumed as a sequence, is through the process that effectuates it at the same time necessary. As primary fact, the cause is qualified as having absolute independence, and a subsistence maintained in the face of the effect. But in the necessity whose identity constitutes the primariness itself, it is wholly passed into the effect. So far again as we can speak of a definite content, there is no content in the effect that is not in the cause. That identity in fact is the absolute content itself, but it is no less also the form characteristic. The primariness of the cause is suspended in the effect, in which cause makes itself a dependent being. The cause however does not for that reason vanish and leave the effect to be alone actual, for this dependency is in like manner directly suspended, and is rather the reflection of the cause in itself, its primariness. In short, it is in the effect that the cause first becomes actual and a cause. The cause consequently is in full truth causa sui. Jacobi, sticking to the partial conception of mediation in his letters on Spinoza, second edit, has treated the causa sui and the effectus sui as the same, which is the absolute truth of the cause as a mere formalism. He has also made the remark that God ought to be defined not as the ground of things, but essentially as cause. A more thorough consideration of nature of cause would have shown that Jacobi did not, by this means, gain what he intended. Even in the finite cause and its conception, you can see this identity between cause and effect in point of content. The rain, the cause, and the wet, the effect, are the self-same existing water. In point of form, the cause, rain, is dissipated or lost in the effect, wet. In that case, the result no longer can be described as effect, for without the cause it is nothing. We should have only unrelated wet left. In the common acceptation of causal relation, the cause is finite to such extent as its content is so, as it is also the case with the finite substance. And so far as cause and effect are conceived as two several independent existences, which they are, however, only when we leave the causal relation out of sight, in the finite sphere we never get over the difference of the form characteristics in their relation, and hence we turn the matter round, and define the cause also as something dependent or as an effect. This again has another cause, and thus there grows up a progress from effects to causes ad infinitum. There is a descending progress too. The effect looked at in its identity with the cause is itself defined as a cause, and at the same time as another cause, which again has other effects, and so on forever. The way understanding bristles up against the idea of substance is equalled by its readiness to use relation of cause and effect. Whether it is proposed to view any sum of fact as necessary is especially the relation of causality, to which the reflective understanding makes a point of tracing it back. Now, although this relation does and undoubtedly belong to necessity, it forms only one aspect in the process of that category. That process equally requires the suspension of mediation involved in causality and the exhibition of it as simple self-relation. If we stick to causality as such, we have it not in its truth. Such a causality is merely finite, and its finitude lies in retaining the distinction between cause and effect unassimilated. But these two terms, if they are distinct, are also identical. Even in ordinary consciousness, the identity may be found. We say that a cause is a cause only when it has an effect, and vice versa. Both cause and effect are thus one and the same content, and the distinction between them is primary, only that the one lays down and the other is laid down. This formal difference, however, again suspends itself because the cause is not only a cause of something else, but also a cause of itself, while the effect is not only an effect of something else, but also an effect of itself. The infinitude of things consists accordingly in this. While cause and effect are in their notion identical, the two forms present themselves severed so that, though the cause is also an effect, the effect is also a cause, and the cause is not an effect in the same connection as its cause, nor the effect a cause in the same connection as it is an effect. This again gives the infinite progression in the shape of an endless series of causes, which shows itself at the same time as an endless series of effects. The effect is different from the cause. The former as such has being dependent on the latter, but such a dependence is likewise reflection into self and immediacy, and the action of the cause, as it constitutes the effect, is at the same time the pre-constitution of the effect. So long as effect is kept separate from cause, there is thus already in existence another substance on which the effect takes place. As immediate, the substance is not self-related negativity and active, but passive. Yet it is a substance, and it is therefore active also. Therefore suspends the immediacy it was originally put forward with, and the effect which was put into it. It reacts, i.e. suspends the activity of the first substance. But this first substance also in the same way sets aside its own immediacy, or the effect which is put into it. It thus suspends the activity of the other substance and reacts. This inner causality passes into a relation of action and reaction, or reciprocity. In reciprocity, although causality is not yet invested with its true characteristic, the rectilinear movement out from causes to effects, from effects to causes, is bent round and back into itself, and thus progresses ad infinitum of causes and effects, and thus the progress ad infinitum of causes and effects is, as a progress, really and truly suspended. This bend which transforms the infinite progression into a self-contained relationship, here is always the plain reflection that in the above meaningless repetition, there is only one and the same thing, viz. One cause and another, and their connection with one another. Reciprocity, which is the development of this relation itself, however, only distinguishes turn and turn about, not causes, but factors of causation, in each of which, just because they are inseparable on principle of identity, that the cause is a cause in the effect and vice versa, the other factor is also equally supposed. Reciprocity, or action and reaction. The characteristic, which in reciprocal action are retained as distinct, are potentially the same. The one side is a cause, is primary, active, passive, etc., just as the other is. Similarly, the presupposition of another side and the action upon it, the immediate primariness and the dependence produced by the alternation, are one and the same on both sides. The cause assumed to be first is on account of its immediacy passive, a dependent being and an effect. The distinction of the causes spoken of as two is accordingly void, and properly speaking there is only one cause, which while it suspends itself as substance in its effect, also rises in this operation only to independent existence as a cause. But this unity of double cause is also actual. All this alternation is properly the cause in active constituting itself, and in such constitution lies its being. The nullity of the distinctions is not only potential or reflection of ours. Reciprocal action just means that each characteristic we impose is also to be suspended and inverted into its opposite, and that, in this way, the essential nullity of the moments is explicitly stated. An effect is introduced into the primariness, in other words, the primariness is abolished. The action of a cause becomes reaction, and so on. Reciprocal action realizes the causal relation in its complete development. It is this relation, therefore, in which reflection usually takes shelter when the conviction grows that things can no longer be studied satisfactorily from a causal point of view, on account of the infinite progress already spoken of. Thus, in historical research, the question may be raised in a first form, whether the character and manner of a nation are the cause of its constitution and its laws, or if they are not rather the effect. Then as the second step, the character and manners on one side, and the constitution and laws on the other, are conceived on the principle of reciprocity. And in that case, the cause, in the same connection as it is a cause, will at the same time be an effect, and vice versa. The same thing is done in the study of nature, and especially of living organisms. There are several organs and functions that are similarly seen to stand each other in relation of reciprocity. Reciprocity is undoubtedly the proximate truth of the relation of cause and effect, and stands, so to say, on the threshold of notion. But on that very ground, supposing that our aim is a thoroughly comprehensive idea, we should not rest content with applying this relation. If we get no further than studying a given content under the point of view of reciprocity, we are taking up an attitude which leaves matters utterly incomprehensible. We are left with a mere dry fact, and the call for mediation, which is the chief motive in applying the relation of causality, is still unanswered. If we look more narrowly into the dissatisfaction felt in applying the relation of reciprocity, we shall see that it consists in the circumstance that this relation, instead of being treated as an equivalent for the notion, ought, first of all, to be known and understood in its own nature. And to understand the relation of action and reaction, we must not let two sides rest in their state of mere given facts, but recognize them, as has been shown into 2 paragraphs preceding, for factors of a third and higher, which is the notion and nothing else. To make, for example, the manners of Spartans the cause of their constitution, and their constitution conversely the cause of their manners, may no doubt be in the way correct, but as we have comprehended neither the manners nor the constitution of the nation, the results of such reflection can never be final or satisfactory. The satisfactory point will be reached only when these two, as well as all other special agents of Spartan life and Spartan history, are seen to be founded in this notion. This pure self-reciprocation is therefore necessity unveiled or realized. The link of necessity qua necessity is identity, as still inward and concealed, because it is the identity of what are esteemed actual things, although their very self-subsistence is bound to be necessity. The circulation of substance through causality and reciprocity therefore only expressly makes out or states that self-subsistence is the infinite negative self-relation, a relative negative in general, for in the act of distinguishing and intermediating becomes a primariness of actual things, independent one against the other, an infinite self-relation, because their independence only lies in their identity. This truth of necessity, therefore, is freedom, and the truth of substance is the notion, an independence which, though self-repulsive into distinct independent elements, yet in that repulsion is self-identical, in the movement of reciprocity still at home, conversant only with itself. Necessity is often called hard, and rightly so, if we keep only to necessity as such, i.e. to its immediate shape. Here we have, first of all, some state, or generally speaking, fact, possessing an independent subsistence, and necessity primarily implies that there falls upon such a fact something else by which is brought low. This is what is hard and sad in necessity immediate or abstract. The identity of two things, which necessity presents as bound to each other, and thus bereft of their independence, is at first only inward, and therefore has no existence for those under the yoke of necessity. Freedom, too, from this point of view, is only abstract, and is preserved only by renouncing all that we immediately are and have. But as we have already seen, the process of necessity is so directed that it overcomes the rigid externality which it first had and reveals its inward nature. It then appears that the members, linked to one another, are not really foreign to each other, but only elements of one whole, each of them in its connection with the other, being as it were at home and combining with itself. In this way, necessity is transfigured into freedom, not the freedom that consists in abstract negation, but freedom concrete and positive, from which we may learn what a mistake it is to regard freedom and necessity as mutually exclusive. Necessity, indeed, qua necessity, is far from being freedom, yet freedom presupposes necessity and contains it as an unsubstantial element in itself. A good man is aware that the tenor of his conduct is essentially obligatory and necessary, but this consciousness, insofar as making an abatement from his freedom, that without it real and reasonable freedom could not be distinguished from arbitrary choice, or freedom which has no reality, is merely potential. A criminal, when punished, may look upon his punishment as a restriction of his freedom. Really, the punishment is not foreign constraint to which he is subjected, but the manifestation of his own act. And if he recognizes this, he comports himself as a free man. In short, man is most independent when he knows himself to be determined by the absolute idea throughout. It was this phase of mind and conduct which Spinoza calls amor intellectualis Dei. Thus, the notion is the truth of being in essence, inasmuch as the shining or show of self-reflection is itself at the same time independent and immediacy, and this being of a different actuality is immediately only a shining or show on itself. The notion has exhibited itself as the truth of being in essence, as the ground to which the regressive both leads. Conversely, it has been developed out of being as its ground. The former aspect of the advance may be regarded as a concentration of being into its depth, thereby disclosing its inner nature. The latter aspect as issuing of the more perfect from the less perfect. When such development is viewed on the latter side only, it does prejudice to the method of philosophy. The special meaning which these superficial thoughts of more imperfect and more perfect have in this place is to indicate the distinction of being as an immediate unity with itself from the notion as free mediation with itself. Since being has shown that it is an element in the notion, the latter has thus exhibited itself as the truth of being. As this its reflection in itself, and as an absorption of the mediation, the notion is the presupposition of the immediate, a presupposition which is identical with the return to self, and in this identity lie freedom and the notion. If the partial element therefore be called the imperfect, then the notion or the perfect is certainly a development from the imperfect, since its very nature is thus to suspend its presupposition, and at the same time it is the notion alone which in the act of supposing itself makes its presupposition, as has been made apparent in causality in general and especially in reciprocal action. Thus, in reference to being and essence, the notion is defined as essence reverted into the simple immediacy of being, the shining or show of essence, thereby having actuality, and its actuality being at the same time a free shining or show in itself. In this manner, the notion that has been as its simple self-relation, or as the immediacy of its immanent unity, being is so poor a category that it is the least thing which can be shown to be found in the notion. The passage from necessity to freedom, or from actuality into the notion, is the very hardest because it proposes that independent actuality shall be thought as having all its substantiality in the passing over an identity with the other independent actuality. The notion, too, is extremely hard because it is itself just this very identity, but the actual substance as such, the cause, which in its exclusiveness resists all invasion, is ipso facto subjected to necessity, or the destiny of passing into dependency. And it is the subjection rather than where the chief hardness lies. To think necessity, on the contrary, rather tends to melt that hardness. For thinking means that in the other one meets with oneself. It means liberation, which is not the flight of abstraction, but consists in that which is actually having itself, not as something else, but as its own being and creation, and the other actuality with which itself is bound up by force of necessity. As existing in an individual form, this liberation is called I. As developed to its totality, it is free spirit. As feeling, it is love, and as enjoyment, it is blessedness. The great vision of substance in Spinoza is only a potential liberation from finite exclusiveness and egoism, but the notion itself realizes for its own both the power of necessity and actual freedom. When as now the notion is called the truth of being and essence, we must expect to be asked why we do not begin with the notion. The answer is that where knowledge by thought is our aim, we cannot begin with the truth, because the truth, when it forms the beginning, must rest on mere assertion. The truth, when it is thought, must as such verify itself to thought. If the notion were put at the head of logic, and defined quite correctly in point of content as the unity of being and essence, the following question would come up. What are we to think under the terms being and essence, and how do they come to be embraced in the unity of the notion? But if we answered these questions, then our beginning with the notion would be merely nominal. The real start would be made with being, as we have done, with this difference that characteristics of being, as well as those of essence, would have to be accepted uncritically from figurate conception, whereas we have observed being and essence in their own dialectical development, and learned how they lose themselves in the unity of the notion.
End of Part 4 of Chapter 8, recording by Ryan Smallwood. Part 1 of Chapter 9 of The Logic of Hegel by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich HEGEL, translated by William Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ryan Smallwood. Chapter 9. Third subdivision of logic. The doctrine of notion. The notion is the principle of freedom, the power of substance self-realized. It is a systematic whole in which each of the constituent functions is the very total of which the notion is, and is put as indissolubly one with it. Thus, in its self-identity it has original and complete determinateness. The position taken up by the notion is that of absolute idealism. Philosophy is a knowledge through notions because it sees what on other grades of consciousness is taken to have being, and to be naturally or immediately independent, is but a constituent stage in the idea. In the logic of understanding, the notion is generally reckoned a mere form of thought, and treated as a general conception. It is to this inferior view of the notion that the assertion refers, so often urged on behalf of the heart and sentiment, that notions as such are something dead, empty, and abstract. The case is really quite the reverse. The notion is, on the contrary, the principle of all life, and thus possesses at the same time a character of thorough concreteness. That it is so follows from the whole logical movement up to this point, and need not be here proved. The contrast between form and content, which is thus used to criticize the notion when it is alleged to be merely formal, has, like all other contrasts upheld by reflection, already been left behind and overcome dialectically or through itself. The notion, in short, is what contains all the earlier categories of thought merged in it. It certainly is a form, but an infinite and creative form which includes, but at the same time releases from itself, the fullness of all content. And so too the notion may, if it be wished, be styled abstract, if the name concrete is restricted to the concrete facts of sense or of immediate perception. For the notion is not palpable to the touch, and when we engage with it, hearing and seeing must quite fail us. And yet, as it was before remarked, the notion is a true concrete, for the reason that it involves being and essence, and the total wealth of these two spheres, with them merged into the unity of thought. If, as was said in an earlier point, the different stages of the logical idea are to be treated as a series of definitions of the absolute, the definition which now results for us is that the absolute is the notion. That necessitates a higher estimate of the notion, however, than is found in formal conceptual logic, where the notion is a mere form of our subjective thought, with no original content of its own. But if speculative logic thus attaches a meaning to the term notion, so very different from that usually given, it may be asked why the same word should be employed in two contrary acceptations, and an occasion thus given for confusion and misconception. The answer is that, great as the interval is between the speculative notion and the notion of formal logic, closer examination shows that the deeper meaning is not so foreign to the general usages of language as it seems at first sight. We speak of the deduction of a content from the notion, for example, of the specific provisions of the law of property from the notion of property. And so again, we speak of tracing back these material details to the notion. We thus recognize that the notion is no mere form without a content of its own. For if it were, there would be in the one case nothing to deduce from such a form, and in the other case to trace a given body of fact back to the empty form of the notion would only rob the fact of its specific character without making it understood. The onward movement of the notion is no longer either a transition into or reflection on something else, but development. For in the notion the elements distinguished are without more ado at the same time declared to be identical with one another and with the whole. And the specific character of each is a free being of the whole notion. Transition into something else is the dialectical process within the range of being. Reflection, bringing something else into light, is the range of essence. The movement of the notion is development, by which that only is explicit which is already implicitly present. In the world of nature, it is organic life that corresponds to the grade of the notion. Thus, for example, the plant is developed from its germ. The germ virtually involves the whole plant, but does so only ideally or in thought, and it would therefore be a mistake to regard the development of the root, stem, leaves, and other different parts of the plant as meaning that they were realiter present, but in a very minute form, in the germ. That is the so-called box-within-box hypothesis, a theory which commits the mistake of supposing an actual existence of what is at first found only as a postulate of the complete thought. The truth of the hypothesis, on the other hand, lies in its perceiving that in the process of development the notion keeps to itself and only gives rise to alteration of form, without making any addition in point of content. It is this nature of the notion, this manifestation of itself in its process as development of its own self, which is chiefly in view with those who speak of innate ideas, or who, like Plato, describe all learning merely as reminiscence. Of course, that again does not mean that everything which is embodied in a mind, after that mind has been formed by instruction, have been present in the mind beforehand, in its definitely expanded shape. The movement of the notion is, as it were, to be looked upon as mere play. The other which it sets up is in reality not another, or it is expressed in the teaching of Christianity. Not merely has God created a world which confronts him as another, he has also from all eternity begotten a Son, in whom he, a spirit, is at home with himself. The doctrine of notion is divided into three parts. 1. The first is the doctrine of the subjective or formal notion. 2. The second is the doctrine of the notion invested with the character of immediacy or of objectivity. 3. The third is the doctrine of the idea, the subject-object, the unity of notion and objectivity, the absolute truth. The common logic covers only the matters which come before us here as a portion of the third part of the whole system, together with the so-called laws of thought which we have already met, and in the applied logic it adds a little about cognition. This is combined with psychological, metaphysical, and all sorts of empirical materials, which were introduced because, when all was done, those forms of thought could not be made to do all that was required of them. But with these additions, the science lost its unity of aim. Then there was a further circumstance against common logic. Those forms, which at least do belong to the proper domain of logic, are supposed to be categories of conscious thought only, of thought too in the character of understanding, not of reason. The preceding logical categories, those viz. Being and essence, are, it is true, no mere logical modes or entities. They are proved to be notions in their transition, or their dialectical element, and in return into themselves and totality. But they are only in a modified form notions rudimentary, or what is the same thing, notions for us. The antithetical term into which each category passes, or in which it shines, so producing correlation, is not characterized as a particular. The third, in which they return to unity, is not characterized as a subject or an individual, nor is there any explicit statement that the category is identical in its antithesis. In other words, its freedom is not expressly stated, and all this because the category is not universality. What generally passes current under the name of a notion is a mode of understanding, or even a mere general representation, and therefore, in short, a finite model of thought. The logic of the notion is usually treated as a science of form only, and understood to deal with the form of notion, judgment, syllogism as form, without in the least touching on the question of whether anything is true. The answer to that question is supposed to depend on the content only. If the logical form of the notion were really dead and inert receptacles of conceptions and thoughts, careless of what they contained, knowledge about them would be an idle curiosity, which the truth might dispense with. On the contrary, they really are, as forms of the notion, the vital spirit of the actual world. That only is true of the actual which is true in virtue of these forms, through them and in them. And yet, however, the truth of these forms has never been considered or examined on their own account any more than their necessary interconnection. A.
the subjective notion, the notion as notion. The notion as notion contains the three following moments or functional parts. 1. The first is universality, meaning that it is free equality with itself in its specific character. 2. The second is particularity, that is, the specific character in which the universal continues serenely equal to itself. 3. The third is individuality, meaning the reflection into self of the specific characters of universality and particularity, which negative self-unity has complete and original determinateness without any loss to its self-identity or universality. Individual and actual are the same thing, only the former is issued from the notion, and is thus as a universal stated expressly as a negative identity with itself. The actual, because it at first is no more than a potential or immediate unity of essence and existence, may possibly have effect, but the individuality of the notion is the very source of effectiveness. Effective, moreover, no longer as the cause is, with the showing of affecting something else, but effective of itself. Individuality, however, is not to be understood to mean the immediate or natural individual, as when we speak of individual things or individual men, for that special phrase of individuality does not appear till we come to the judgment. Every function and moment of the notion is itself a whole notion, but the individual or subject is the notion expressly put as a totality. The notion is generally associated in our minds with abstract generality, and on that account is often described as a general conception. We speak accordingly of the notions of colour, plant, animal, etc. They are supposed to be arrived at by neglecting the particular features which distinguish the different colours, plants, and animals from each other, and retaining those common to them all. This is the aspect of the notion which is familiar to understanding, and feeling is in the right when it stigmatizes such hollow and empty notions as mere phantoms and shadows. But the universal of the notion is not a mere sum of features common to several things, confronted by a particular which enjoys an existence of its own. It is, on the contrary, self-particularizing or self-specifying, and with undimmed clearness finds itself at home in its antithesis. For the sake of both cognition and of our practical conduct, it is of the utmost importance that the real universal should not be confused with what is merely held in common. All those charges which the devotees of feeling make against thought, and especially against philosophic thought, and the reiterated statement that it is dangerous to carry thought to what they call too great lengths, originate in the confusion of these two things. The universal in its true and comprehensive meaning is the thought which, as we know, cost thousands of years to make it enter into the consciousness of men. The thought did not gain full recognition till the days of Christianity. The Greeks, in other respects so advanced, knew neither God nor even man in their true universality. The gods of the Greeks were only particular powers of the mind, and the universal God, the God of all nations, was to the Athenians a God concealed. They believed in the same way that an absolute gulf separated themselves from the barbarians. Man as man was not then recognized to be the infinite worth and to have infinite rights. The question has been asked why slavery has vanished from modern Europe. One special circumstance after another has been adduced in the explanation of this phenomenon. But the real ground why there are no more slaves in Christian Europe is only to be found in the very principle of Christianity itself, the religion of absolute freedom. Only in Christendom is man respected as man in his infinitude and universality. What the slave is without is the recognition that he is a person, and the principle of personality is universality. The master looks upon his slave not as a person, but as a selfless thing. The slave is not himself reckoned an I, his I is his master. The distinction referred to above, between what is merely in common and what is truly universal, is strikingly expressed by Rousseau in his famous Contrat Social, when he says the laws of a state must spring from the universal will, volonté générale, but need not on that account be the will of all, volonté de tous. Rousseau would have made a sounder contribution towards the theory of the state if he had always kept the distinction in sight. The general will is the notion of the will, and the laws are special clauses of this will based upon the notion of it. We add a remark upon account of origin and formation of notions which is usually given in the logic of understanding. It is not we who frame the notions. The notion is not something which is originated at all. No doubt the notion is not mere being or the immediate. It involves mediation, but the mediation lies in itself. In other words, the notion is what is mediated through itself and with itself. It is a mistake to imagine the objects of which form the content of our mental ideas come first, and that our subjective agency then supervenes, and by aforesaid operation of abstraction, and by colligating the points possessed in common by the objects, frames notions of them. Rather, the notion is the genuine first, and things are what they are through the action of the notion, immanent in them, revealing itself in them.
In religious language, we express this by saying that God created the world out of nothing. In other words, the world and the finite things have issued from the fullness of the divine thoughts and the divine decrees. Thus, religion recognizes thought, and, more exactly, the notion to be the infinite form, or the free creative activity, which can realize itself without the help of a matter that exists outside it. The notion is concrete out and out, because the negative unity with itself as characterization, pure and entire, which is individuality, is just what constitutes its self-relation, its universality. The functions or moments of the notion are to this extent indissoluble. The categories of reflection are expected to be severally apprehended and separately accepted as current, apart from their opposites. But in the notion, where their identity is expressly assumed, each of its functions can be immediately apprehended only from and with the rest. Universality, particularity, and individuality are, taken in the abstract, the same as identity, difference, and ground. But the universal is the self-identical, with the express qualification that it simultaneously contains the particular and the individual. Again, the particular is the different or the specific character, but with the qualification that it is in itself universal and is as an individual. Similarly, the individual must be understood to be the subject or substratum, which involves the genus and species in itself and possesses a substantial existence. Such is the explicit or realized inseparability of the functions of the notion in their difference, what may be called the clearness of the notion, in which each distinction causes no dimness or interruption, but is quite as much transparent. No complaint is oftener made against the notion than that it is abstract. Of course it is abstract, if abstract means that the medium in which the notion exists is thought in general and not the sensible thing in its empirical concreteness. It is abstract also because the notion falls short of the idea. To this extent, the subjective notion is still formal. This, however, does not mean that it ought to have or receive another content than its own. It is itself the absolute form, and so is all specific character, but as that character is in its truth. Although it be abstract, therefore, it is the concrete altogether, the subject as such. The absolutely concrete is the mind, the notion when it exists as notion distinguishing itself from its objectivity, which notwithstanding the distinction still continues to be its own. Everything else which is concrete, however rich it be, is not so intensely identical with itself and therefore not so concrete on its own part. Least of all what is commonly supposed to be concrete, but is only a congeries held together by external influence. What are called notions, and in fact specific notions such as man, house, animal, etc., are simply denotations and abstract representations. These abstractions retain out of all functions of the notion only that of universality. They leave particularity and individuality out of account and have no development in these directions. By so doing, they dismiss the notion. It is the element of individuality which first explicitly differentiates the elements of the notion. Individuality is the negative reflection of the notion into itself. It is in this way the first free differentiating of it as the first negation, by which the specific character of the notion is realized, but under the form of particularity. That is to say, the different elements are in the first place only qualified as the several elements of the notion, and secondly, their identity is no less explicitly stated, the one being said to be the other. This realized particularity of the notion is the judgment. The ordinary classification of notions as clear, distinct, and adequate is no part of the notion. It belongs to psychology. Notions, in fact, are here synonymous with mental representations. A clear notion is an abstract, simple representation. A distinct notion is one where, in addition to the simplicity, there is one mark or character emphasized as a sign for subjective cognition. There is no more striking mark of the formalism and decay of logic than the favourite categories of the mark. The adequate notion comes nearer the notion proper or even the idea, but after all it expresses only the formal circumstance that a notion or representation agrees with its object, that is, with an external thing. The division into what are called subordinate and coordinate notions implies a mechanical distinction of universal from particular, which allows only a mere correlation of them in external comparison. Again, an enumeration of such kinds as contrary and contradictory, affirmative and negative notions, etc., is only chance-directed gleaning of logical forms which properly belong to the sphere of being or essence, where they have been already examined, and which have nothing to do with the specific notional character as such. The true distinctions in the notion, universal, particular, and individual, may be said to constitute species of it, but only when they are kept severed from each other by external reflection. The immanent differentiating and specifying of the notion come to the sight in the judgment, for to judge is to specify the notion. The judgment. The judgment is the notion in its particularity, as a connection, which is also a distinguishing of its functions, which are put as independent and yet as identical with themselves, not with one another.
One's first impression about the judgment is the independence of the two extremes, the subject and the predicate. The former we take to be a thing or term per se, and the predicate a general term outside the said subject and somewhat in our heads. The next point is for us to bring the latter into combination with the former, and in this way frame a judgment. The copula is, however, enunciates the predicate of the subject, so that external subjective assumption is again put in abeyance, and the judgment taken as a determination of the object itself. The etymological meaning of judgment, Urteil, in German goes deeper, as it were declaring the unity of the notion to be primary, and its distinction to be the original partition, and that is what the judgment really is. In its abstract terms, a judgment is expressible in the proposition, the individual is the universal. These are the terms under which the subject and the predicate first confront each other, when the functions of the notions are taken in their immediate character or first abstraction. Propositions such as, the particular is the universal, and the individual is the particular, belong to further specialization of the judgment. It shows a strange want of observation in the logic books that in none of them is the fact stated that in every judgment there is such a statement made as the individual is the universal, or still more definitely, the subject is the predicate. For example, God is the absolute spirit. No doubt there is also a distinction between terms like individual and universal, subject and predicate, but it is nonetheless the universal fact that every judgment states them to be identical. The copula is springs from the nature of the notion to be self-identical even in parting with its own. The individual and universal are its constituents and therefore characters which cannot be isolated. The earlier categories of reflection in their correlations also refer to one another, but their interconnection is only having and not being, i.e. it is not the identity which is realized as identity or universality. In the judgment, therefore, for the first time, there is seen the genuine particularity of the notion, for it is the speciality or distinguishing of the latter, without thereby losing universality. Judgments are generally looked upon as combinations of notions, and, be it added, of heterogeneous notions. This theory of judgment is correct so far as it implies that it is the notion which forms the presupposition of the judgment, and which in the judgment comes up under the form of difference. But on the other hand, it is false to speak of notions differing in kind. The notion, although concrete, is still as a notion essentially one, and the functions which it contains are not different kinds of it. It is equally false to speak of a combination of two sides in the judgment. If we understand the term combination to imply the independent existence of the combining members apart from the combination, the same external view of their nature is more forcibly apparent when judgments are described as produced by the ascription of a predicate to the subject. Language like this looks upon the subject as self-subsistent outside, and the predicate is found somewhere in our head. Such conception of the relation between subject and predicate, however, is at once contradicted by the copula is. By saying, this rose is red, or this picture is beautiful, we declare that it is not we who from the outside attach beauty to the picture or redness to the rose, but that these are the characteristics proper to these objects. An additional fault in the way which formal logic conceives the judgment is that it makes judgment look as if it were something merely contingent. It does not offer any proof for the advance from notion onto judgment, for the notion does not, as understanding supposes, stand still in its own immobility. It is rather an infinite form of boundless activity, as it were the punctum saliens of all vitality, and thereby self-differentiating. This disruption of the notion into difference of its constituent functions, disruption imposed by the native act of the notion, is the judgment. A judgment therefore means the particularizing of the notion. No doubt the notion is implicitly the particular, but in the notion as notion, the particular is not yet explicit and still remains in transparent unity with the universal. Thus, for example, we remarked before, the germ of a plant contains its particulars such as root, branches, leaves, etc. But these details are at first present only potentially and are not realized till the germ uncloses. This unclosing is, as it were, the judgment of the plant. The illustration may also serve to show how neither the notion nor the judgment are merely found in our head, or merely framed by us. The notion is the very heart of things, and makes them what they are. The form of a notion of an object means therefore to become aware of its notion. When we proceed to a criticism or judgment of the object, we are not performing a subjective act in merely ascribing this or that predicate to the object. We are on the contrary observing the object in specific character imposed by its notion. The judgment is usually taken in a subjective sense as an operation and a form occurring merely in self-conscious thought. This distinction, however, has no existence on purely logical principles, by which the judgment is taken in quite universal signification that all things are a judgment. That is to say, they are individuals which are a universality or inner nature in themselves, a universal which is individualized. A universality and individuality are distinguished, but the one is at the same time identical with the other. The interpretation of the judgment according to which it is assumed to be merely subjective, as if we ascribed a predicate to a subject, is contradicted by the decidedly objective expression of the judgment. The rose is red, gold is a metal. It is not by us that something is first ascribed to them. A judgment is, however, distinguished from a proposition. The latter contains a statement about the subject, which does not stand to it in any universal relationship, but expresses some single action or some state, or the like. Thus, Caesar was born at Rome in such a year, waged war in Gaul for 10 years, crossed the Rubicon, etc., are propositions but not judgments. Again, it is absurd to say that such statements as, I slept well last night, or present arms, may be turned into the form of a judgment. A carriage is passing by would be a judgment, and a subjective one at best, only if it were doubtful whether the passing object was a carriage, or whether or not the point of observation was in motion. In short, only if it were desired to specify a conception which was still short of appropriate specification. The judgment is an expression of finitude. Things from its point of view are said to be finite because they are a judgment, because their definite being and their universal nature, their body and their soul, though united indeed, otherwise the things would be nothing, are still elements in constitution which are already different and also in any case separable. The abstract terms of the judgment, the individual is the universal, present the subject as negatively self-relating, as what is immediately concrete, while the predicate is what is abstract, indeterminate, in short, the universal. But the two elements are connected together by an is, and thus the predicate, in its universality, must also contain the speciality of the subject, must in short have particularity. And so is realized the identity between subject and predicate, which being thus unaffected by this difference in form is the content. It is the predicate which first gives the subject, which till then was on its own a bare mental representation, or an empty name, specific character and content. In judgments like God is the most real of all things, or the absolute is the self-identical, God and absolute are mere names. What they are we only learn in the predicate. What the subject may be in other respects as a concrete thing is no concern of this judgment. To define the subject as that of which something is said, and the predicate as what is said about it, is mere trifling. It gives no information about the distinction between the two. In point of thought, the subject is primarily the individual, and the predicate the universal. As the judgment receives further development, the subject ceases to be merely the immediate individual, the predicate merely the abstract universal. The former acquires the additional significations of particular and universal, the latter the additional significations of particular and individual. Thus, while the same names are given to the two terms, the judgment, their meaning, passes through a series of changes. We now go closer into the speciality of subject and predicate. The subject as negative self-relation is the stable substratum in which the predicate has its subsistence, where it is ideally present. The predicate, as the phrase is, inheres in the subject. Further, as the subject is in general and immediately concrete, the specific connotation of the predicate is only one of the numerous characters of the subject. The subject is ampler and wider than the predicate. Conversely, the predicate as universal is self-subsistent and indifferent whether the subject is or not. The predicate outflanks the subject, subsuming it under itself, and hence on its side is wider than the subject. The specific content of the predicate alone constitutes the identity of the two. At first, subject, predicate, and the specific content or identity are, even in their relations, still put in judgment as different and divergent. By implication, however, that is, in their notion, they are identical. For the subject is a concrete totality, which means no any indefinite multiplicity, but individuality alone. The particular and the universal in an identity, and the predicate too is the very same unity. The copula, again, even while stating the identity of subject and predicate, does so at first only by an abstract is. Conformably to such an identity, the subject has to be put also in the characteristic of the predicate. By this means, the latter also receives the characteristic of the former, so that the copula receives its full complement and full force. Such as the continuous specification by which the judgment, through a copula charged with content, comes to be a syllogism. As it is primarily exhibited in the judgment, this gradual specification consists in giving to originally abstract, sensuous universality, a specific character of allness, of species, of genus, and finally the developed universality of the notion. After we are made aware of this continuous specification of the judgment, we can see a meaning and an interconnection in what are usually stated as the kinds of judgment. Not only does the ordinary enumeration seem purely casual, but it is also superficial and even bewildering in its statement of their distinctions. The distinctions between positive, categorical, and accessory judgments is either a pure invention of fancy or is left undetermined.
On the right theory, the different judgments follow necessarily from one another, and present the continuous specification of the notion, for the judgment itself is nothing but the notion specified. When we look at the two preceding spheres of being and essence, we see the specified notion as judgments are reproductions of these spheres, but put in the simplicity of relation peculiar to the notion. The various kinds of judgment are no empirical aggregate. They are a systematic whole based on a principle, and it was once Kant's great merits to have first emphasized the necessity of showing this. His proposed division, according to the headings in this table of categories, into judgments of quality, quantity, relation, and modality, cannot be called satisfactory, partly from the merely formal application of this categorical rubric, partly on account of their content. Still, it rests upon a true perception of the fact the different species of judgment derive their features from the universal forms of the logical idea itself. If we follow this clue, it will supply us with three chief kinds of judgment parallel to the stages of being, essence, and notion. The second of these kinds is required by the character of essence, which is the stage of differentiation, must be doubled. We find inner ground for the systemization of judgments in the circumstance that when the notion, which is the unity of being and essence in comprehensive thought, unfolds as it does in the judgment, it must reproduce these two stages in transformation proper to the notion. The notion itself, meanwhile, is seen to mold and form genuine grade of judgment. Far from occupying the same level and being of equal value, the different species of judgment form a series of steps, the difference of which rests upon logical significance of the predicate. That judgments differ in value is evident even in our ordinary ways of thinking. We should not hesitate to ascribe a very slight faculty of judgment to a person who habitually framed only such judgment as, this wall is green, this stove is hot. On the other hand, we should credit with a genuine capacity of judgment the person whose criticism dealt with such questions as whether a certain work of art was beautiful, whether a certain action was good, and so on. In judgments of the first mentioned kind, the contents form only an abstract quality, the presence of which can be sufficiently detected by immediate perception. To pronounce a work of art to be beautiful or an action to be good requires the contrary, a comparison of objects with what they ought to be, i.e. with their notion. Qualitative judgment. The immediate judgment is the judgment of definite being. The subject is invested with universality as its predicate, which is an immediate and therefore a sensible quality. It may be 1. A positive judgment. The individual is a particular, but the individual is not a particular, or in more precise language, such a single quality is not congruous with the concrete nature of the subject. This is 2. A negative judgment. It is one of the fundamental assumptions of dogmatic logic that qualitative judgment, such as the rose is red or is not red, can contain truth. Correct they may be, i.e. in limited circle of perception of finite conception and thought, that depend on the content which likewise is finite and, on its own merits, untrue. Truth, however, as opposed to correctness, depends solely on the form, viz. On the notion as it is put and the reality corresponding to it. But truth of that stamp is not found in the qualitative judgment. In common life, the terms truth and correctness are often treated as synonymous. We speak of the truth of a content when we are only thinking of its correctness. Correctness, generally speaking, concerns only the formal coincidence between our conception and its content, whatever the constitution of this content may be. Truth, on the contrary, lies in the coincidence of the object with itself, that is, with its notion. That a person is sick or that someone has committed a theft may certainly be correct, but the content is untrue. A sick body is not in harmony with the notion of body, and there is want of congruity between theft and notion of human conduct. These instances may show that an immediate judgment, in which an abstract quality is predicated of an immediate individual thing, however correct it may be, cannot contain truth. The subject and predicate of it do not stand to each other in the relation of reality and notion. We may add the untruth of the immediate judgment lies in the incongruity between its form and content. To say, this rose is red, involves, in virtue of the copula is, the coincidence of subject and predicate. The rose, however, is a concrete thing, and so is not red only. It has also an odor, a specific form, and many other features not implied in the predicate red. The predicate, on its part, is an abstract universal and is not applied to the rose alone. There are other flowers and other objects which are red too. The subject and predicate in immediate judgment touch, as it were, only in a single point, but do not cover each other. The case is different with the notional judgment. In pronouncing an action to be good, we frame the notional judgment. Here, as we at once perceive, there is a close and more intimate relation than in the immediate judgment. The predicate in the latter is some abstract quality which may or may not be applied to the subject. In the judgment of the notion, the predicate is, as it were, the soul of the subject, by which the subject, as the body of the soul, is characterized through and through. This negation of a particular quality, which is the first negation, still leaves the connection of the subject with the predicate subsisting. The predicate is in that matter a sort of relative universal, of which a special phase only has been negatived. To say that the rose is not red implies that it is still coloured in the first place with another colour, which however would only be one more positive judgment. The individual, however, is not a universal. Hence, the judgment suffers disruption into one of two forms. It is either A, the identical judgment, an empty identical relation stating that the individual is the individual, or it is B, what is called the infinite judgment, in which we are presented with the total incompatibility of subject and predicate. Examples of the latter are: the mind is no elephant, a lion is no table. Propositions which are correct but absurd, exactly like the identical propositions, a lion is a lion, mind is mind. Propositions like these are undoubtedly true of the immediate, or as it is called, qualitative judgment, but they are not judgments at all, and can only occur in the subjective thought, where even an untrue abstraction may hold its ground. In their objective aspect, these latter judgments express the nature of what is, or of sensible things, which, as they declare, suffer disruption into an empty identity, on the one hand, and on the other fully charged relation. Only this relation is qualitative antagonism of the things related, their total incongruity. The negatively infinite judgment, in which the subject has no relation whatever to the predicate, gets its place in the formal logic solely as nonsensical curiosity. But the infinite judgment is not really a mere casual form adopted by subjective thought. It exhibits the proximate result of the dialectical process in the immediate judgments preceding, the positive and simply negative, and distinctly displays their finitude and untruth. Crime may be quoted as an objective instance of the negatively infinite judgment. The person committing a crime such as theft does not, as in a suit about civil rights, merely deny the particular right of another person to some one definite thing. He denies the right of that person in general, and therefore he is not merely forced to restore what he has stolen, but is punished in addition because he has violated law as law, i.e. law in general. The civil lawsuit, on the contrary, is an instance of the negative judgment pure and simple, where the mere particular law is violated, whilst law in general is so far acknowledged. Such a dispute is precisely paralleled by negative judgment like, "This flower is not red," by which we merely deny the particular colour of the flower, but not its colour in general, which may be blue, yellow, or another. Similarly, death, as a negatively infinite judgment, is distinguished from disease as simply negative. In disease merely, this or that function of life is checked, or negatived. In death, as we ordinarily say, body and soul part, i.e. subject and predicate, utterly diverge. Judgment of reflection. The individual, put as individual, i.e. as reflected into self, into the judgment, has a predicate, in comparison with which the subject, as self-relating, continues to be still an other thing. In existence, the subject ceases to be immediately qualitative. It is in correlation and interconnection with another thing, with an external world. In this way, the universality of the predicate comes to signify this relativity. For example, useful or dangerous, weight or acidity, or again, instinct, are examples of such relative predicates. The judgment of reflection is distinguished from the qualitative judgment by the circumstance that a predicate is not an immediate or abstract quality, but of such a kind as to exhibit the subject as in relation to something else. When we say, for example, the rose is red, we regard the subject in its immediate individuality without reference to anything else. If, on the other hand, we frame the judgment, this plant is medicinal, we regard the subject, plant, as standing in connection with something else, the sickness which it cures, by means of its predicate, its medicinality. The case is the same as the judgments, like, this body is elastic, this instrument is useful, this punishment has a deterrent influence. In every one of these instances, the predicate is some category of reflection. They all exhibit and advance beyond the immediate individuality of the subject, but none of them goes so far as to indicate the adequate notion of it. It is in this mode of judgment that ordinary raisonnement luxuriates. The greater the concreteness of the object in the question, the more points of view does it offer to reflection, by which, however, its proper nature or notion is not exhausted. Firstly, then, the subject, the individual as individual, in the singular judgment, is universal. But secondly, in this relation it is elevated above its singularity. This enlargement is external due to the subjective reflection, and at first is an indefinite number of particulars. This is seen in the particular judgment, which is obviously negative as well as positive. The individual is divided in itself. Partly it is self-related, partly related to something else. Thirdly, some are the universal. Particularity is thus enlarged to universality, where universality is modified through the individuality of the subject, and appears as allness, community, the ordinary universality of reflection. The subjective receiving, as in the singular judgment, a universal predicate, is carried out beyond its mere individual self. To say, this plant is wholesome, implies not only that the single plant is wholesome, but that some or several are so. We have thus the particular judgment: some plants are wholesome, some men are inventive, etc. By means of particularity, the immediate individual comes to lose its independence and enters into an interconnection with something else. Man, as this man, is not this single man alone. He stands beside other men and becomes one in the crowd. Just by this means, however, he belongs to his universal and is consequently raised. The particular judgment is as much negative as positive. If only some bodies are elastic, it is evident that the rest are not elastic. On this fact again depends the advance to the third form of the reflective judgment, viz. The judgment of allness. All men are mortal, all metals conduct electricity. It is as all that the universal is in the first instance generally encountered by reflection. The individual's form for reflection the foundation, or it is only our subjective action which collects and describes them as all. So far the universal has the aspect of external fastening. It holds together a number of independent individuals, which have not the least affinity towards it. This semblance of indifference is however unreal, for the universal is the ground and foundation, the root and substance of the individual. If for example we take Caius, Titus, Sempronius, and other inhabitants of a town or country, the fact that all of them are men is not merely something which they have in common, but their universal or kind, without which these individuals would not be at all. The case is very different with the superficial generality, falsely so called, which really means only what attaches or is common to all individuals. It has been remarked, for example, that men, in contradistinction from the lower animals, possess in common the appendage of earlobes. It is evident, however, that the absence of these earlobes in one man or another would not affect the rest of his being, character, or capacities, whereas it would be nonsense to suppose that Caius, without being a man, would still be brave, learned, etc. The individual man is what he is, in particular, only insofar as he is before all things a man as man and in general. And that generality is not something external to, or something in addition to other abstract qualities, or to mere features discovered by reflection. It is what permeates and includes in it everything particular. The subject being thus likewise characterized as a universal, there is an express identification of subject and predicate, by which at the same time speciality of judgment form is deprived of all importance. The unity of the content being the universality which is identical with the negative reflection in self of the subject, makes the connection in judgment a necessary one. The advance from the reflective judgment of allness to the judgment of necessity is found in our usual modes of thought. When we say that whatever appertains to all appertains to the species is therefore necessary. To say all plants or all men is the same thing as to say the plant or the man. Judgment of necessity. The judgment of necessity, i.e. of the identity of the content in its difference, contains in predicate partly the substance of nature of the subject, the concrete universal, the genus, partly seeing that this universal also contains the specific character as negative. The predicate represents the exclusive essential character, the species. This is the categorical judgment. 2. Conformably to their substantiality, the two terms receive the aspect of independent actuality. Their identity is inward only, and thus the actuality of the one is at the same time not its own, but the being of the other. This is the hypothetical judgment. 3. If in this self-surrender and self-alienation of the notion, its inner identity is at the same time explicitly put, the universal is the genus, which is self-identical in its mutually exclusive individualities. This judgment, which has this universal for both its terms, the one time as universal, the other time as the circle of itself excluding particularization, in the either or as much as the as well as stands for the genus, is the disjunctive judgment. Universality, at first as a genus, and now also the circuit of its species, is thus described and expressly put as a totality. The categorical judgment, such as gold is a metal, the rose is a plant, is the unmediated judgment of necessity, and finds within the sphere of essence its parallel in the relation of substance. All things are a categorical judgment. In other words, they have their substantial nature forming their fixed and unchangeable substratum. It is only when things are studied from the point of view of their kind, and as necessity determined by the kind, that the judgment first begins to be real. It betrays a defective logical training to place upon the same level judgments like gold is dear and judgments like gold is a metal. Gold is dear is a matter of external connection between it and our wants or inclinations, the cost of obtaining it and other circumstances. Gold remains the same as it was, though that external reference is altered or removed. Metallicity, on the contrary, constitutes the substantial nature of gold, apart from which it, and all else that is in it, or can be predicated of it, would be unable to subsist. The same is the case if we say, Caius is a man. We express by that whatever else he may be has worth and meaning only when it corresponds to his substantial nature or manhood. But even the categorical judgment is to a certain extent defective. It fails to give due place to the function or element of particularity. Thus, gold is a metal, it is true, but so are silver, copper, iron. The metallicity as such has no leaning to any of its particular species. In these circumstances we must advance from the categorical to the hypothetical judgments, which may be expressed in the formula, if A is, B is. The present case exhibits the same advance as formerly took place from the relation of substance to the relation of cause. In the hypothetical judgment, the specific character of the content shows itself mediated and dependent on something else. And this is exactly the relation of cause and effect. And if we were to give a general interpretation of the hypothetical judgment, we should say that it expressly realizes the universal in its particularizing. This brings us to the third form of the judgment of necessity, the disjunctive judgment. A is either B or C or D. A work of poetic art is either epic or lyric or dramatic. Color is either yellow or blue or red. The two terms in the disjunctive judgment are identical. The genus is the sum total of the species, and the sum total of the species is the genus. This unity of universal and particular is the notion, and it is the notion which, as we now see, forms the content of the judgment. Judgment of the notion. The judgment of the notion has for its content the notion, the totality in simple form, the universal with its complete speciality. The subject is, 1, in the first place, an individual, which has for its predicate the reflection of the particular existence on its universal, or the judgment states the agreement or disagreement of these two aspects. That is, the predicate is such a term as good, true, correct. This is the assertory judgment. Judgments, such as whether an object, action, etc. is good, bad, true, beautiful, etc., are those to which even ordinary language first applies the name of judgment. We should never ascribe judgment to a person who frame positive or negative judgments like, this rose is red, this picture is green, dusty, etc. The assertory judgment, though rejected by society as out of place when it claims authority on its own showing, has however been made a single and all essential form of doctrine, even in philosophy, though the influence of the principle of immediate knowledge and faith. In the so-called philosophic work, which maintain this principle, we may read hundreds and hundreds of assertions about reason, knowledge, thought, etc., which now that external authority counts for little, seek to accredit themselves by an endless restatement of the same thesis. On the part of its first unmediated subject, the assertory judgment does not contain the relation of particular with the universal, which is expressed in the predicate. This judgment is consequently a mere subjective particularity, and is confronted by a contrary assertion with equal right, or rather want of right. It is therefore at once turned into a problematical judgment. But when we explicitly attach the objective particularity to the subject, and make its speciality the constitutive feature of its existence, the subject 3 then expresses the connection of that object particularity with its constitution, i.e. with its genus, and thus expresses what forms the content of the predicate. This, the immediate individuality, house, the genus, being so and so constituted, particularity, is good or bad. The apodictic judgment, all things are a genus, i.e. have a meaning and purpose in an individual actuality of a particular constitution, and are finite because of the particular in them, may and may not conform to the universal. In this manner, subject and predicate are the whole judgment. The immediate constitution of the subject is at first exhibited as the intermediating ground, where the individuality of the actual thing meets with its universality, and in this way is the ground of judgment. What has been really made explicit is the oneness of subject and predicate as the notion itself, filling up the empty is of the copula. While its constituent elements are at the same time distinguished as subject and predicate, the notion is put as their unity, as the connection which serves to intermediate them, in short, as the syllogism. End of Part 1 of Chapter 9. Recording by Ryan Smallwood. Part 2 of Chapter 9 of The Logic of Hegel by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich HEGEL, translated by William Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ryan Smallwood. Chapter 9. The Doctrine of Notion. The Syllogism. The syllogism brings the notion and the judgment into one. It is notion, being the simple identity into which the distinction of form in the judgment have retired. It is judgment because it is at the same time set in reality, that is,
put in the distinction of its terms. The syllogism is the reasonable and everything reasonable. Even the ordinary theories represent the syllogism to be the form of reasonableness, but only a subjective form, and no interconnection whatever is shown to exist between it and other reasonable content, such as the reasonable principle, a reasonable action, idea, etc. The name of reason is much and often heard and appealed to, but no one thinks of explaining its specific character or saying what it is, least of all that it has any connection with the syllogism. But formal syllogism really presents what is reasonable in such a reasonless way that it has nothing to do with any reasonable matter. But as the matter in question can only be rational in virtue of the same quality by which thought is reason, it can be made by the form only, and that form is syllogism. And what is a syllogism but an explicit putting, i.e. realizing of the notion, at first in form only as stated above? Accordingly, the syllogism is the essential ground of whatever is true. And at the present stage, the definition of the absolute is that it is the syllogism, or stating the principle in a proposition, everything is a syllogism. Everything is a notion, the existence of which is the differentiation of its members or functions, so that the universal nature of the notion gives itself external reality by means of particularity, and thereby as a negative reflection into self makes itself an individual. Or conversely, the actual thing is an individual which by means of particularity rises to the universality and makes itself identical with itself. The actual is one, but it is only the divergence from each other of the constituent elements of the notion, and the syllogism represents the orbit of intermediation of its elements by which it realizes its unity. The syllogism, like the notion and the judgment, is usually described as a form merely of our subjective thinking. The syllogism, it is said, is the process of proving the judgment, and certainly the judgment does in every case refer us to the syllogism. The step from the one to the other, however, is not brought about by our subjective action, but by the judgment itself, which puts itself as syllogism, and in the conclusion returns to the unity of the notion. The precise point by which we pass to the syllogism is found in the apodictic judgment. In it we have an individual which by means of its qualities connects itself with its universal or notion. Here we see the particular becoming the mediating mean between the individual and the universal. This gives the fundamental form of the syllogism, the gradual specification of which, formally considered, consists in the fact that universal and individual also occupy this place of mean. This again paves the way for the passage from subjectivity to objectivity. In the immediate syllogism, the several aspects of the notion confront one another abstractly, and stand in an external relation only. We have first the two extremes which are individuality and universality, and then the notion, as the mean for locking the two together, is in like manner only abstract particularity. In this way the extremes are put as independent and without affinity, either towards one another or towards their mean. Such a syllogism contains reason, but in utter notionlessness, the formal syllogism of understanding. In it, the subject is coupled with an other character, or the universal by this mediation subsumes the subject external to it. In the rational syllogism, on the contrary, the subject is by means of the mediation coupled with itself. In this manner it first comes to be a subject, or in the subject we have the first germ of the rational syllogism. In the following examination, the syllogism of understanding, according to the interpretation usually put upon it, is expressed in its subjective shape, the shape which it has when we are said to make such syllogisms, and it really is only a subjective syllogizing. Such syllogism, however, has only an objective meaning. It expresses only the finitude of things, but does so in the specific mode which the form has here reached. In the case of finite things, their subjectivity, being only thinghood, is separable from their properties or their particularity, but also separable from their universality. Not only when the universality is the bare quality of the thing and its external interconnections with other things, but also when its genus and notion. On the above-mentioned theory of syllogism as the rational form par excellence, reason has been defined as the faculty of syllogizing, whilst understanding is defined as the faculty of forming notions. We might object to the conception on which this depends, and according to which the mind is merely a sum of forces or faculties existing side by side. But apart from that objection, we may observe in regard to the parallelism of understanding with the notion, as well as of reason with syllogism, that the notion is as little a mere category of the understanding as the syllogism is without qualification definable as rational. For in the first place, what the formal logic usually examines is the theory of syllogism, is really nothing but mere syllogism of understanding, which has no claim to the honour of being made a form of rationality, still less to be held as the embodiment of all reason. The notion, in the second place, so far from being a form of understanding, owes its degradation to such place entirely to the influence of that abstract mode of thought. And it is not usual to draw such a distinction between a notion of understanding and a notion of reason. The distinction, however, does not mean that notions are of two kinds. It means that our own action often stops short at the mere negative and abstract form of the notion, when we might also proceed to apprehend the notion in its true nature, as at once positive and concrete. It is, for example, the mere understanding which thinks liberty to be the abstract contrary of necessity, whereas the adequate rational notion of liberty requires the element of necessity to be merged in it. Similarly, the definition of God, given by what is called deism, is merely the mode in which the understanding thinks God, whereas Christianity, to which he is known as the Trinity, contains the rational notion of God. Qualitative syllogism. The first syllogism is the syllogism of definite being, a qualitative syllogism, as stated in the last paragraph. Its form is IPU, i.e. a subject as individual is coupled with the universal character by means of particular quality. Of course, the subject, terminus minor, has other characteristics besides individuality, just as the other extreme, the predicate of the conclusion, or terminus major, has other characteristics than mere universality. But here the interest turns only on characteristics through which these terms make a syllogism. The syllogism of existence is a syllogism of understanding, merely, at least insofar as it leaves the individual, the particular and the universal to confront each other quite abstractly. In this syllogism, the notion is at the very height of self-estrangement. We have in it an immediately individual thing as subject. Next, some one particular aspect or property attaching to this subject is selected, and in the means of property the individual turns out to be a universal. Thus we may say this rose is red. Red is a colour, therefore this rose is a coloured object. In this aspect of the syllogism, which the common logics mainly treat of, there was a time when the syllogism was regarded as an absolute rule of all cognition, when a scientific statement was not held to be valid till it had been shown to follow from a process of syllogism. At present, on the contrary, the different forms of the syllogism are met nowhere save in the manuals of logic, and the acquaintance with them is considered a piece of mere pedantry, of no further use either in practical life or in science. It would indeed be both useless and pedantic to parade the whole machinery of the formal syllogism on every occasion. And yet the several forms of syllogism make themselves constantly felt in our cognition. If anyone, when awakening on a winter morning, hears the creaking of the carriages on the street, and is thus led to conclude that it has frozen hard in the night, he has gone through a syllogistic operation, an operation which is every day repeated under the greatest variety of conditions. The interest, therefore, ought at least not to be less in becoming expressly conscious of this daily action of our thinking selves, that confessedly belongs to the study of functions of organic life, such as the processes of digestion, assimilation, respiration, or even the process and structures of the nature around us. We do not, however, for a moment deny that a study of logic is no more necessary to teach us how to draw correct conclusions than a previous study of anatomy and physiology is required in order to digest or breathe. Aristotle was the first to observe and describe the different forms, or as they are called, figures of syllogism, in their subjective meaning, and he performed this work so exactly and surely that no essential addition has ever been required. But while sensible of the value of what he has thus done, we must not forget that the forms of the syllogism of understanding and of finite thought altogether are not what Aristotle has made use of in his properly philosophical investigations. The syllogism is completely contingent in the matter of its terms. The middle term, being an abstract particularity, is nothing but any quality whatever of the subject. But the subject, being immediate and thus empirically concrete, has several others, and could therefore be coupled with exactly as many other universalities as it possesses single qualities. Similarly, a single particularity may have various characters in itself, so that the same medius terminus would serve to connect the subject with several different universals. It is more a caprice of fashion than a sense of incorrectness which has led to the disuse of ceremonious syllogizing. This and the following section indicate the uselessness of such syllogizing for the ends of truth. The point of view indicated in the paragraph shows how the style of syllogizing can demonstrate, as the phrase goes, the most diverse conclusions. All that is requisite is to find a medius terminus from which the transition can be made to the proposition sought. Another medius terminus would enable us to demonstrate that something else, even the contrary of the last, and the more concrete an object is, the more aspects it has which may become such middle terms. To determine which of these aspects is more essential than another, again requires a further syllogism of this kind, which fixing on the single quality can with equal ease discover in it some aspect or consideration, by which it can make good its claim to be considered necessary and important. Little as we usually think on the syllogism of understanding. In the daily business of life, it never ceases to play its part there. In a civil suit, for instance, it is the duty of the advocate to give due force to the legal titles which make in favour of his client. In logical language, such legal title is nothing but a middle term. Diplomatic transactions afford another illustration of the same, when, for instance, different powers lay claim to one and the same territory. In such a case, the laws of inheritance, the geographical position of the country, the descent and language of its inhabitants, or any other ground, may be emphasized as a medius terminus. This syllogism, if it is contingent in point of its terms, is no less contingent in virtue of the form of relation which is found in it. In the syllogism, according to its notion, truth lies in connecting two distinct things by a middle term in which they are one. But connection of the extremes with the middle term, the so-called premises, the major and the minor premise, are in case of this syllogism much more decidedly immediate connections. In other words, they have not a proper middle term. This contradiction in the syllogism exhibits a new case of the infinite progression. Each of the premises evidently calls for a fresh syllogism to demonstrate it, and as the new syllogism has two immediate premises, like its predecessor, the demand for proof is doubled at every step, and repeated without end. On account of its importance for experience, there has been here noted a defect in the syllogism, to which in this form absolute correctness had been ascribed. This defect, however, must lose itself in the further specification of the syllogism, for we are now within the sphere of the notion, and therefore, as well as in judgment, the opposite character is not merely present potentially, but is explicit. To work out the gradual specification of the syllogism, therefore, there need only be admitted and accepted what is at each step realized by the syllogism itself. Through the immediate syllogism IPU, the individual is mediated through a particular, which the universal, and in this condition put as a universal. It follows that the individual subject becomes itself a universal, serves to unite two extremes and to form their ground of intermediation. This gives the second figure of the syllogism UIP. It expresses the truth of the first. It shows, in other words, that the intermediation has taken place in the individual and is thus something contingent. The universal, which in the first conclusion was specified through individuality, passes over into a second figure, and there now occupies the place that belongs to the immediate subject. In the second figure, it is concluded with the particular. By this conclusion, therefore, the universal is explicitly put as particular, and is now made to mediate between the two extremes, the places of which are occupied by the two others, the particular and the individual. This is the third figure of the syllogism, PUI. What are called the figures of the syllogism, being three in number, for the fourth is superfluous and even absurd addition of the moderns to the three known Aristotle, and in their usual mode of treatment put side by side, without the slightest thought of showing their necessity, and still less of pointing their import and value. No wonder then that the figures have been in later times treated as an empty piece of formalism. They have, however, a very real significance, derived from the necessity for every function or characteristic element of the notion to become the whole itself and to stand as mediating ground. But to find out what moods of the propositions, such as whether they may be universals or negatives, are needed to enable us to draw a correct conclusion in different figures, is a mechanical inquiry, which is purely mechanical in nature, and is intrinsic meaninglessness, have very properly consigned to oblivion. And Aristotle would have been the last person to give any countenance to those who wish to attach importance to such inquiries, or to the syllogism of understanding in general. It is true that he describes these, as well as numerous other forms of mind and nature, and that he examined and expounded their specialities, but in his metaphysical theories, as well as his theories of nature and mind, he was very far from taking as basis or criterion the syllogistic forms of the understanding. Indeed, it might be maintained that not one of these theories would ever have come into existence or been allowed to exist if it had been compelled to submit to the laws of understanding. With all descriptiveness and analytic faculty, which Aristotle after his fashion is substantially strong in, his ruling principle is always the speculative notion, and the syllogistic understanding, to which he first gave such a definite expression, is never allowed to intrude in the higher domain of philosophy. In their objective sense, the three figures of the syllogism declare that everything rational is manifested as a triple syllogism. That is to say, each one of the members takes in turn the place of the extremes, as well as of the mean which reconciles them. Such, for example, is the case with the three branches of philosophy: the logical idea, nature, and mind. As we first see them, nature is the middle term which links the others together. Nature, the totality immediately before us, unfolds itself into two extremes of the logical idea and mind. But mind is mind only when it is mediated through nature. Then in the second place, mind, which you know is the principle of individuality, whereas the actualizing principle is the mean, and nature, the logical idea, are the extremes. It is mind which cognizes its essence. In the third place, the logical idea itself becomes the mean. It is absolute substance both of mind and of nature. the universal and all-pervading principle. These are the members of the absolute syllogism. In the round by which each constituent function assumes successively the place of mean, and of the two extremes their specific difference from each other has been superseded. In this form, where there is no distinction between its constituent elements, the syllogism at first has for its connective link equality, or the external identity of understanding. This is the quantitative or mathematical syllogism. If two things are equal to a third, they are equal to one another. Everybody knows that this quantitative syllogism appears as a mathematical axiom, which like other axioms is said to be a principle that does not admit of proof, and which indeed, being self-evident, does not require such proof. These mathematical axioms, however, are really nothing but logical propositions, which so far as they enunciate definite and particular thoughts, are deducible from the universal and self-characterizing thought. To deduce them is to give their proof. That is true of the quantitative syllogism to which mathematics gives the rank of an axiom. It is really the proximate result of the qualitative or immediate syllogism. Finally, the quantitative syllogism is the syllogism in utter formlessness. The difference between terms, which is required by the notion, is suspended. Extraneous circumstances alone can decide what propositions are to be premises here, and therefore in applying the syllogism we make a presupposition of what has been elsewhere proved and established. Two results follow as to the form. In the first place, each constituent element has taken the place and performed the function of the means, and therefore of the whole, thus implicitly losing its partial and abstract character. Secondly, the mediation has been completed. Through the completion, too, is only implicit, that is, only a circle of mediations, which in turn presuppose each other. In the first figure, IPU, the two premises I is P and P is U are yet without a mediation. The former premise is mediated in the third, the latter in the second figure. But each of these two figures again, for the mediation of its premises, presupposes the two others. In consequence of this, the mediating unity of the notion must be put no longer as an abstract particularity, but as developed unity of the individual and universal, and in the first place a reflected unity of these elements. That is to say, the individuality gets at the same time the character of universality. A mean of this kind gives the syllogism of reflection. Syllogism of reflection. If the mean, in the first place, be not only an abstract particular character of the subject, but at the same time all the individual concrete subjects which possess that character, but possess it only along with the others, we have the syllogism of allness. The major premise, however, which has for its subject the particular character, the terminus medius, as allness, presupposes the very conclusion which ought rather have presupposed it. It rests therefore on an induction, in which the mean is given by the complete list of individuals, such as A, B, C, D, etc. On account of the disparity, however, between universality and an immediate and empirical individuality, the list can never be complete. Induction therefore rests upon analogy. The middle term of analogy is an individual, which however is understood as equivalent to its essential universality, its genus or essential character. The first syllogism for its intermediation turns us over to the second, and the second turns us over to the third. But the third no less demands an intrinsically determinate universality, or an individuality as type of the genus, after the round of forms of external connection between individuality and universality has been run through the figures of reflective syllogism. By the syllogism of allness, the defect in the first form of the syllogism of understanding is remedied, but only to give rise to a new defect. This defect is that the major premise itself presupposes what really ought to be the conclusion, and presupposes it as what is thus an immediate proposition. All men are mortal, therefore Caius is mortal. All metals conduct electricity, therefore copper does so. In order to enunciate these major premises, which when they say all mean the immediate individuals, are properly intended to be empirical propositions, it is requisite that the propositions about the individual man, Caius, or the individual metal, copper, should previously have been ascertained to be correct. Everybody feels not merely the pedantry, but the unmeaning formalism of such syllogism as all men are mortal, Caius is a man, therefore Caius is mortal. The syllogism of allness hands us over to the syllogism of induction, in which the individuals form the coupling mean. All metals conduct electricity is an empirical proposition derived from the experiments made with each of the individual metals. We thus get the syllogism of induction in the following shape. Reader's note. There's several letters in a plus shape, going horizontally PIU, and then going vertically is I, and then a ... which is showing the syllogism shape, particular, individual, universal, and an infinite number of individuals going down the center of the syllogism. End of reader's note. Gold is a metal. Silver is a metal, so is copper, lead, etc. This is the major premise. Then comes the minor premise. All these bodies conduct electricity, and hence results the conclusion that all metals conduct electricity. The point which brings about a combination here is the individuality in the shape of allness. But the syllogism once more hands us over to another syllogism. Its means is constituted by the complete list of the individuals. That presupposes over a certain region, observation and experience are completed. But the things in question here are individuals, and so again, we are landed in the progression ad infinitum, I, etc. In other words, in no induction can we ever exhaust the individuals. The all metals, all planets of our statements mean only all metals, all planets which have hitherto been acquainted with. Every induction is consequently imperfect. One and the other observation, many it may be, have been made. But all the cases, all the individuals have not been observed. By this defect of induction, we are led on to analogy. In the syllogism of analogy, we conclude from the fact that some things of a certain kind possess a certain quality. That same quality is possessed by other things of the same kind. It would be a syllogism of analogy, for example, if we said, in all planets hitherto discovered, this has been found to be the law of motion. Consequently, a newly discovered planet will probably move according to the same law. In the experimental sciences, analogy deservedly occupies a higher place and is led to result as the highest importance. Analogy is the instinct of reason, creating an anticipation that this or that characteristic, which experience has discovered, has its root in the inner nature of kind of an object, and arguing on the faith of that anticipation. Analogy, it should be added, may be superficially or may be thorough. It would certainly be a very bad analogy to argue that since the man Caius is a scholar, and Titus is also a man, Titus will probably be a scholar too. It would be bad because man's learning is not unconditional consequence of his manhood. Superficial analogies of this kind, however, are very frequently met with. It is often argued, for example, the earth is a celestial body, so is the moon, and it is therefore all probability inhabited as well as the earth. The analogy is not one whit better than the previously mentioned. That the earth is inhabited does not depend on its being a celestial body, but on other conditions, such as the presence of an atmosphere and of water in connection with the atmosphere, etc. And these are precisely the connections which the moon, so far as we know, does not possess. What has in modern times been called the philosophy of nature consists principally in a frivolous play with empty and external analogies, which, however, claim to be considered profound results. The natural consequence has been to discredit the philosophical study of nature. Syllogism of necessity. The syllogism of necessity, if we look to its purely abstract characteristics or terms, has for its mean the universal, in the same way as the syllogism of reflection has the individual, the latter being in the second and the former in the third figure. The universal is expressly put, in its very nature, intrinsically determined. In the first place, 1. The particular, meaning by the particular the specific genus or species. It is the term for mediating the extremes as is done in the categorical syllogism. 2. The same office is performed by the individual, taking the individual as immediate being, so that it is as much mediating as mediated, as happens in the hypothetical syllogism. You have also a mediating universal explicitly put as a totality of its particular members, and as a single particular or exclusive individuality, which happens in the disjunctive syllogism. It is one and the same universal, which is, in these terms, of the disjunctive syllogism. They are only different forms for expressing it. The syllogism has been taken conformably to the distinctions which it contains, and the general result of the course of their evolution has been shown that these differences work out in their own abolition and destroy the notion's outwardness to its own self. And as we see in the first place, 1. Each of the dynamic elements has proved itself the systematic whole of these elements. In short, of the whole syllogism, they are consequently implicitly identical. In the second place, 2. The negation of their distinctions and the mediation of one through another constitutes independency, so that it is one and the same universal which is in these forms, and which is in this way also explicitly put as their identity. In this identity of its dynamic elements, the syllogistic process may be described as essentially involving the negation of characteristics through which its course runs, as being a mediative process through the suspension of mediation, as coupling the subject not with another, but with a suspended other, in one word with itself. In common logic, the doctrine of syllogism is supposed to conclude the first part, what is called the elementary theory. It is followed by the second part, the doctrine of method, which proposes to show how a body of scientific knowledge is created by applying to existing objects the form of thought discussed in the elementary part. Whence these objects originate, and what thought of objectivity generally speaking implies, are questions to which the logic of understanding vouchsafes no further answer. It believes thought to be a mere subjective and formal activity, and the objective fact which confronts thought to have a separate and permanent being. But this dualism is a half-truth, and there is want of intelligence in the procedure which at once accepts, without inquiring into their origin, the categories of subjectivity and objectivity. Both of them, subjectivity as well as objectivity, are certainly thoughts, even specific thoughts, which must show themselves founded on the universal and self-determining thought. This has here been done, at least for subjectivity. We have recognized it, or the notion subjective, which includes the notion proper, the judgment and the syllogism, as the dialectical result of the first two main stages of the logical idea, being and essence. To say that the notion is subjective, and subjective only, is so far quite correct, for the notion certainly is subjectivity itself. No less subjective than the notion are also the judgment and syllogism, and these forms together with the so-called laws of thought. The laws of identity, difference, and sufficient ground make up the contents of what is called the elements in common logic. But we may go a step further. The subjectivity with its functions of notion, judgment, and syllogism is not like a set of empty compartments which has to get filled from without by separately existing objects. It would be truer to say it is subjectivity itself which, as dialectical, breaks through its own barriers and opens out into objectivity by means of the syllogism. This realization of the notion, a realization in which the universal is this one totality withdrawn back into itself, of which the different members are no less the whole, and which has given itself a character of immediate unity by merging the mediation, this realization of the notion is the object. This transition from subject, the notion in general, and especially the syllogism, to the object may at first glance appear strange, particularly if we look only at the syllogism of understanding, and suppose syllogizing to be only an act of consciousness. But that strangeness imposes on us no obligation to seek to make transition plausible to the image-loving conception. The only question which can be considered is whether our usual conception of what is called an object approximately corresponds to the object as here described. By object is commonly understood not an abstract being or an existing thing merely, or any sort of actuality, but something independent, concrete, and self-complete, this completeness being the totality of the notion. That the object is object to us, Gegenstand, and is external to something else, will be more precisely seen when it puts itself in contrast with the subjective. At present, as that into which the notion has passed from its mediation, it is only immediate object and nothing more, just as the notion is not describable as subjective, previous to the subsequent contrast with objectivity. Further, the object in general is the one total, in itself still unspecified. The objective world as a whole, God, the absolute object. The object, however, has also difference attaching to it. It falls into pieces, indefinite in their multiplicity, making an objective world. And each of these individualized parts is also an object and intrinsically concrete, complete and independent existence. Objectivity has been compared with being, existence, and actuality, and so too the transition to existence and actuality, not to being, for it is the primary and quite abstract immediate, may be compared with the transition to objectivity. The ground from which existence proceeds, and the reflective correlation which is merged in actuality, are nothing but the as yet imperfectly realized notion. They are not abstract aspects of it. The ground being its merely essence-bred unity, and the correlation only the connection of the real sides, which are supposed to have only self-reflected being. The notion is the unity of the two. The object is not a merely essence-like, but inherently universal unity, not only containing real distinctions, but containing them as totalities in itself. It is evident that in all these transitions, there is a further purpose than merely to show the indissoluble connection between the notion or thought and being. It has been more than once remarked that being is nothing more than simple self-relation, and this meagre category certainly implied in the notion, or even in thought. But the meaning of these transitions is not to accept characteristics or categories as only implied, a fault which mars even ontological argument for God's existence when it is stated that being is one among realities. What such a transition does is to take the notion as it ought to be primarily characterized per se as a notion, with which this remote abstraction of being, or even of objectivity, has yet nothing to do, and looking at its specific character as notional character alone, to see when and whether it passes over into a form which is different from the character as it belongs to the notion and appears in it. If the object, the product of this transition, be brought into relation with the notion, which so far as its special form is concerned has vanished in it, we may give a correct expression to the result, by saying that notion, or if it be preferred subjectivity, and object are implicitly the same, but it is equally correct to say that they are different. In short, the two modes of expression are equally correct and incorrect. The true state of the case can be presented in no expressions of this kind. The implicit is an abstraction, still more partial and inadequate than the notion itself, of which the inadequacy is upon the whole suspended, by suspending itself to the object with its opposite inadequacy. Hence the implicitness also must by its negation give itself the character of explicitness, as in every case speculative identity is not the above mentioned triviality of an implicit identity of subject and object. This has been said often enough, yet it could not be too often repeated. If the intention were really to put an end to the stale and purely malicious misconception in regard to this identity, of which however there can be no reasonable expectation. Looking at that unity in quite a general way, and raising no objection to the one-sided form of its implicitness, we find it as the well-known presupposition of the ontological proof for the existence of God. There it appears as supreme perfection. Anselm, in whom the notable suggestion of this proof first occurs, no doubt originally restricted himself to the question whether a certain content in our critical thinking. His words are briefly this: Certe id quo magis cogitari nequit non postest esse in intellectu solo, si enim vel in solo intellectu est, potest cogitari esse et in re, quod majus est, si ergo id quod majus cogitari non potest, est in solo intellectu, id ipsum quo majus cogitari non potest est quo majus cogitari potest, sed certe hoc esse non potest. Certainly that, than which is nothing greater can be thought, cannot be in intellect alone. For even if it is in the intellect alone, it can also be thought to exist in fact, and that is greater. But then that, than which nothing is greater can be thought, is in the intellect alone. Then the very thing which is greater than anything which can be thought can be exceeded in thought, but certainly this is impossible. The same unity received a more objective expression in Descartes, Spinoza, and others, while the theory of immediate certitude or faith presents it, on the contrary, in somewhat the same subjective aspect as Anselm. These intuitionalists hold that in our consciousness the attribution of being is indissolubly associated with the conception of God. The theory of faith brings even the conception of the external finite things under the same inseparable nexus between the consciousness and the being of them, on the ground that perception presents them conjoined with the attribute of existence, and in so saying it is no doubt correct. It would be utterly absurd, however, to suppose that the association in consciousness between existence and our conception of finite things is of the same description as the association between existence and the conception of God. To do so would be to forget that finite things are changeable and transient, i.e. that existence is associated with them for a season, but the association is neither eternal nor inseparable. Speaking in the phraseology of the categories before us, we may say that to call a thing finite means that its objective existence is not in harmony with the thought of it, with its universal calling, its kind, and its end. Anselm, consequently neglecting any such conjunction as occurs in finite things, has with good reason pronounced that only to be the perfect which exists not merely in a subjective, but also in an objective mode. It does no good to put on airs against our ontological proof, as it is called, and against Anselm thus defining the perfect. The argument is one latent in every unsophisticated mind, and it recurs in every philosophy, even against its wish, without its knowledge, as may be seen in the theory of immediate belief. The real fault in the argumentation of Anselm is one which is chargeable on Descartes and Spinoza as well as on the theory of immediate knowledge. It is this unity which is enunciated as the supreme perfection, or maybe subjectively as the true knowledge is presupposed, as it is assumed only as a potential. This identity, abstract as it thus appears, between the two categories may be at once met and opposed by their diversity, and this was the very answer given to Anselm long ago. In short, the conception and existence of the finite is set in antagonism to the infinite. For as previously remarked, the finite possesses objectivity of such a kind as it's once incongruous with and different from the end or aim, its essence and notion, or the finite such as a conception and in such a way subjective that it does not involve existence. This objection, this antithesis, are got over, and only by showing the finite to be untrue, and these categories in their separation to be inadequate and null. Their identity is thus seen to be one into which they spontaneously pass over and which they are reconciled. End of Part 2 of Chapter 9. Recording by Ryan Smallwood. Part 3 of Chapter 9 of The Logic of Hegel by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, translated by William Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ryan Smallwood. Chapter 9. The Doctrine of Notion. B. The object. The object is immediate being, because insensible to difference, which in it has suspended itself. It is further a totality in itself, whilst at the same time, as this identity is only implicit identity of its dynamic elements, it is equally indifferent to its immediate unity. It thus breaks up into distinct parts, each of which is itself the totality. Hence the object is the absolute contradiction between the complete independence of the multiplicity and equally complete non-independence of the different pieces. The definition which states the absolute is the object is most definitely implied in the Leibnizian monad. Monads are each an object, but an object implicitly representative, indeed the total representation of the world. In the simple unity of the monad, all difference is merely ideal, not independent or real. Nothing from without comes into the monad. It is the whole notion in itself, only distinguished by its own greater or less development. Nonetheless, the simple totality into the absolute multeity of differences, each becoming an independent monad. In the monad of monads and the pre-established harmony of their inward developments, these substances are in like manner again reduced to ideality and unsubstantiality. The philosophy of Leibniz therefore represents contradiction in its complete development. As Fichte in modern times has especially and with justice insisted, the theory which regards the absolute or God as the object and there stops, expresses the point of view taken by superstition and slavish fear. No doubt God is object, and indeed the object out and out confronted with our particular and subjective opinions and desires have no truth and no validity. As absolute object, however, God does not therefore take up the position of a dark and hostile power over against subjectivity. He rather involves it as a vital element in himself. Such also is the meaning of the Christian doctrine, according to which God has willed that all men be saved and all attain blessedness. The salvation and the blessedness of men are attained when they come to feel themselves at one with God, so that God, on the other hand, ceases to be for them mere object, and in that way an object of fear and terror. So as was especially the case in the religious consciousness of the Romans. But God in the Christian religion is also known as love, because in his Son, who is one with him, he has revealed himself to men as a man amongst men, and thereby redeemed them. All which is only another way of saying that the antithesis of subjective and objective is implicitly overcome, and that it is our affair to participate in this redemption by laying aside our immediate subjectivity, putting off the old Adam, and learning to know God as our true and essential self. Just as religion and religious worship consist in overcoming the antithesis of subjectivity and objectivity, so science too and philosophy have no other task than to overcome this antithesis by the medium of thought. The aim of knowledge is to divest the objective world that stands opposed to us of its strangeness, and, as the phrase is, to find ourselves at home in it, which means no more than to trace the objective world back to the notion, to our innermost self. We may learn from the present discussion the mistakes regarding antithesis of subjectivity and objectivity as an abstract and permanent one. The two are wholly dialectical. The notion is at first only subjective, but without the assistance of any foreign material or stuff, it proceeds in obedience of its own action to objectify itself. So too the object is not rigid and processless. The process is to show as what is at the same time subjective, and thus form the step onwards to the idea. Any one who from want of familiarity with the categories of subjectivity and objectivity seeks to retain them in their abstraction will find the isolated categories slip through his fingers before he is aware, and he says the exact contrary of what he wanted to say. Objectivity contains the three forms of mechanism, chemism, and teleology. The object of mechanical type is the immediate and undifferentiated object. No doubt it contains difference, but the different pieces stand, as it were, without affinity to each other, and their connection is only extraneous. In chemism, on the contrary, the object exhibits an essential tendency to differentiation, in such a way that the objects are what they are only by their relation to each other. This tendency to difference constitutes their quality. The third type of objectivity, the teleological relation, is the unity of mechanism and chemism. Design, like the mechanical object, is a self-contained totality, enriched, however, by the principle of differentiation which came to the fore in chemism, and thus referring itself to the object that stands over against it. Finally, it is the realization of design which forms the transition to the idea. The object in its immediacy is the notion only potentially. The notion as subjective is primarily outside it, and all its specific characters imposed from without. As a unity of difference, therefore, it is composite and aggregate, and its capacity of acting on anything else continues to be an external relation. This is formal mechanism,
Notwithstanding, and in this connection and non-independence, the object remains independent and offers resistance external to each other. Pressure and impact are examples of mechanical relations. Our knowledge is said to be mechanical or by rote when the words have no meaning for us, but continue external to sense, conception, thought, and when, being similarly external to each other, they form a meaningless sequence. Conduct, piety, etc. are in the same way mechanical when a man's behaviour is settled for him by ceremonial law, by a spiritual advisor, etc. In short, when his own mind and will are not in his actions, which in this way are extraneous to himself. Mechanism, the first form of objectivity, is also the category which primarily offers itself to reflection, as it examines the objective world. It is also the category beyond which reflection seldom goes. It is, however, a shallow and superficial mode of observation. One cannot carry us through in connection with nature, and still less in connection with the world of mind. In nature it is only the veriest abstract relation of matter, in its inner masses which obey the law of mechanism. On the contrary, the phenomena and operations of the province, which the term physical in its narrower sense is applied, such as phenomena of light, heat, magnetism, and electricity, cannot be explained by any mere mechanical processes, such as pressure, impact, displacement of parts, and the like. Still less satisfactory is it to transfer these categories and apply them in the field of organic nature, at least if it be our aim to understand the specific features of that field, such as the growth and nourishment of plants, or it may be even animal sensation. It is at any rate a very deep-seated and perhaps the main defect of modern researches into nature, that even when other and higher categories than those of mere mechanism are in operation, they stick obstinately to the mechanical laws, although they thus conflict with the testimony of unbiased perception and foreclose the gate to an adequate knowledge of nature. But even in considering the formations in the world of mind, the mechanical theory has been repeatedly invested with an authority which it has no right to. Take as an instance the remark that man consists of soul and body. In this language, the two things stand each self-subsistent and associated only from without. Similarly, we find the soul regarded as a mere group of forces and faculties, subsisting independently side by side. Thus decidedly we must reject the mechanical mode of inquiry when it comes forward and arrogates to itself the place of rational cognition in general, and seeks to get mechanism accepted as an absolute category. But we must not on that account forget expressly to vindicate for mechanism the right to import a general logical category. It would be therefore a mistake to restrict it to the special physical department from which it derives its name. There is no harm done, for example, in directing attention to mechanical actions, such as that is gravity, the lever, etc., even in departments, notably in physics and in physiology, beyond the range of mechanics proper. It must, however, be remembered that within these spheres the laws of mechanics cease to be final or decisive, and sink, as it were, into a subservient position. To which it may be added that in nature, when the higher organic functions are in any way checked or disturbed in their normal efficiency, the otherwise subordinate category of mechanism is immediately seen to take the upper hand. Thus, a sufferer from ingestion feels pressure on the stomach after partaking of certain food in slight quantity, whereas those whose digestive organs are sound remain free from sensation, although they have eaten as much. The same phenomenon occurs in the general feeling of heaviness in the limbs, experienced in bodily indisposition. Even in the world of mind, mechanism has its place, though there, too, it is a subordinate one. We are right in speaking of the mechanical memory, and of all sorts of mechanical operations, such as reading, writing, playing on musical instruments, etc. In memory, indeed, the mechanical quality of the action is essential, a circumstance the neglect of which has not infrequently caused great harm in the training of the young. From the misapplied zeal of the modern educationalists for the freedom of intelligence, it would betray bad psychology, however, to have the recourse to mechanism for an explanation of the natural memory and apply mechanical laws straight off to the soul. The mechanical features in memory lie merely in the fact that certain signs, tones, etc. are apprehended in purely external association, and then reproduced in this association, without attention being expressly directed to their meaning and inward association. To become acquainted with these conditions of mechanical memory requires no further study of mechanics, nor would the study tend at all to advance the special inquiry of psychology. The want of stability in itself, which allows the object to suffer violence, is possessed by it, only in so far as it has a certain stability. Now, as the object is implicitly invested with the character of notion, the one of these characteristics is not merged into its other, but the object, through the negation of itself, its lack of independence, closes with itself, and not till it so closes is it independent. Thus, at the same time, in distinction from the outwardness and negativing that outwardness in its independence, does this independence form a negative unity with self, centrality, subjectivity.
So conceived, the object itself has direction and reference towards the external, but this external object is similarly central in itself, and being so is no less only referred towards the other centre, so that it no less has its centrality in the other. This is mechanism with affinity, with bias or difference, and may be illustrated by gravitation, appetite, social instinct, etc. This relationship, when fully carried out, forms a syllogism. In that syllogism, the immanent negativity, as the central individuality of an object, abstract centre, relates itself to non-independent objects, as the other extreme, by a mean which unites the centrality with the non-independence of objects, relative centre. This is absolute mechanism. The syllogism is thus indicated. I, P, U is a triad of syllogisms. The wrong individuality of non-independent objects, in which formal mechanism is at home, is, by reason of non-independence, no less universality, though it be only external. Hence these objects also form the mean between the absolute and the relative centre, the form of syllogism being U, I, P. For it is by this want that the independence of those two are kept asunder, and made extremes as well as related to one another. Similarly, absolute centrality, as the permanently underlying universal substance, illustrated by the gravity which continues identical, which as pure negativity equally includes individuality in it, is what mediates between the relative centre and non-independent objects, the form of syllogism being P-U-I. It does so no less essentially as a disintegrating force in its character of immanent individuality than in virtue of universality, acting as an identical bond of union and tranquil self-containedness. Like the solar system, so for example, in the practical sphere the state is a system of three syllogisms. 1. The individual or person, through his particular or physical or mental needs, which when carried out to their full development give civil society, is coupled with the universal, i.e. the society, law, right, government. 2. The will or action of the individual is the intermediating force which procures for these needs satisfaction in society and law, etc., and which give to society, law, etc. their fulfilment and actualization. 3. But the universal, that is to say the state, government, and law, is the permanent underlying mean in which the individuals and their satisfaction have and receive their fulfilled reality, intermediation, and persistence. Each of their functions of the notion, as it is brought by intermediation to coalesce in the other extreme, is brought into union with itself, and produces itself, which production is self-preservation. It is only by the nature of the triple coupling, by this triad of syllogisms with the same termini, that a whole is thoroughly understood in its organization. The immediacy of existence, which the objects have in absolute mechanism, is implicitly negatived by the fact that their independence is derived from and due to their connection with each other, and therefore to their own want of stability. Thus the object must be explicitly stated as in its existence having an affinity or a bias towards its other as non-indifferent. Chemism. The non-indifferent, biased object has an immanent mode which constitutes its nature, and in which it has existence. But as it is invested with the character of total notion, it is the contradiction between the totality and the special mode of its existence. Consequently, it is the constant endeavour to cancel this contradiction, to make its definite being equal to the notion. Chemism is a category of objectivity which as a rule is not particularly emphasized, and is generally put under the head of mechanism. A common name of mechanical relationship is applied to both in contradistinction to the teleological. There is a reason for this in the common feature which belongs to mechanism and chemism. In them the notion exists, but only implicit and latent, and they are thus both marked off from teleology, where the notion has real independent existence. This is true, and yet chemism and mechanism are very decidedly distinct. The object in the form of mechanism is primarily only an indifferent reference to self, while the chemical object is seen to be completely in reference to something else. No doubt even in mechanism as it develops itself there spring up references to something else, but the nexus of mechanical objects with one another is at first only external nexus, so that the objects in connection with one another still remain the semblance of independence. In nature, for example, the several celestial bodies which form our solar system compose a kinetic system, thereby show that they are related to one another. Motion, however, as the unity of time and space, is a connection which is purely abstract and external. And it seems therefore as if these celestial bodies, which are thus externally connected with each other, would continue to be what they are, even apart from this reciprocal relation. The case is quite different with chemism. Objects chemically biased are what they are expressly by that bias alone. Hence their absolute impulse towards integration by and in one another. The product of the chemical process consequently is the neutral object, latent in two extremes, each on the alert. The notion or concrete universal, by means of the bias of the objects, the particularity, coalesces with the individuality in the shape of the product, and in that only with itself. In this process, too, the other syllogisms are equally involved. The place of mean is taken both by individuality as activity and by the concrete universal, the essence of the strained extremes, which essence reaches definite being in the product. Chemism, as it is reflectional nexus of objectivity, has presupposed not merely the bias or non-indifferent nature of the objects, but also their immediate independence. The process of chemism consists in passing to and fro from one form to another, which forms continue to be as external as before. The neutral product, the specific properties which the extremes bore towards each other, are merged. But although the product is conformable to the notion, the inspiring principle of active differentiation does not exist in it, for it has sunk back to immediacy. The neutral body is therefore capable of disintegration, but the discerning principle which breaks up the neutral body into biased and strained extremes, which gives to the indifferent object in general its affinity and animation towards another, that principle and the process as a separation with tension falls outside of that first process. The chemical process does not rise above a conditioned and finite process. The notion as notion is only the heart and core of the process, and does not in this stage come to an existence of its own. In the neutral product, the process is extinct, and the existing cause falls outside it. Each of these two processes, the reduction of the biased, non-indifferent to the neutral, and the differentiation of the indifferent or neutral, goes its own way without hindrance from the other. But that want of interconnection shows that they are finite, by their passage into products in which they are merged and lost. Conversely, the process exhibits the nonentity of the presupposed immediacy of the non-indifferent objects. By this negation of immediacy and externalism, in which the notion as object was sunk, it is liberated and invested with independent being in face of that externalism and immediacy. In these circumstances, it is the end, final cause. The passage from chemism to the teleological relation is implied in the mutual cancelling of both of the forms of the chemical process. The result thus attained is the liberation of the notion, which in chemism and mechanism was present only in the germ, and not yet evolved. The notion in the shape of the aim or end thus comes to an independent existence. Teleology. In the end, the notion has entered on free existence, and has a being of its own by means of the negation of immediate objectivity. It is characterized as subjective, seeing that this negation is, in the first place, abstract, and hence at first the relation between it and objectivity still one of contrast. This character of subjectivity, however, compared with the totality of the notion, is one-sided, and that, be it added, for the end itself, in which all specific characters have been put as subordinated and merged. For it, therefore, even the object, which it presupposes, has only a hypothetical ideal, reality, essentially no reality. The end, in short, is a contradiction of its self-identity against the negation stated in it, i.e. its antithesis to objectivity, and being so, contains the eliminative or destructive activity which negates the antithesis and renders it identical with itself. This is the realization of the end, in which, while it turns itself into the other of its subjectivity and objectifies itself, thus cancelling the distinction between the two, it has only been closed with itself and retained itself. The notion of design or end, while on one hand called redundant, is on another justly described as the rational notion, and contrasted with the abstract universal of understanding. The latter only subsumes the particular, and so connects it with itself, but has it not in its own nature. The distinction between the end or final cause and the mere efficient cause, which is the cause ordinarily so called, is of supreme importance. Causes properly so called belong to the sphere of necessity, blind and not yet laid bare. The cause therefore appears as passing into its correlative and losing its primordiality, thereby sinking into dependency. It is only by implication, or for us, that the cause in the effect made for the first time a cause, and that it there returns into itself. The end, on the other hand, is expressly stated as containing the specific character in its own self. The effect, namely, which in the purely causal relation is never free from otherness. The end, therefore, in its efficiency does not pass over, but retains itself, i.e., it carries into effect itself only, and is at the end what it was in the beginning or primordial state. Until it thus retains itself, it is not genuinely primordial. The end then requires to be speculatively apprehended as the notion, which itself in the proper unity and ideality of its characteristics contains the judgment or negation, the antithesis of subjective and objective, and which to an equal extent suspends that antithesis. By end, however, we must not at once, nor must we ever merely think of form, which it has consciousness as a mode of mere mental representation. By means of the notion or inner design, Kant has resuscitated the idea in general, and particularly the idea of life. Aristotle's definition of life virtually implies inner design, and is thus far in advance of the notion of design in modern teleology, which had in view finite and outward design only. Animal wants and appetites are some of the readiest instances of the end. They are felt contradiction, which exists within the living subject, and passes into the activity of negating this negation, which mere subjectivity still is. The satisfaction of the want or appetite restores peace between the subject and object. The objective thing, which so long as the contradiction exists, i.e. so long as the want is felt, stands on the other side, loses its quasi-independence by its union with the subject. Those who talk of the permanence and immutability of the finite, as well subjective as objective, may see the reverse illustrated in the operations of every appetite. Appetite is, so to speak, the conviction that the subjective is only a half-truth, no more adequate than the objective. But appetite, in the second place, carries out its conviction. It brings about the supersession of these finites. It cancels the antithesis between the objective, which would be and stay an objective only, and the subjective, which in like manner would be and stay a subjective only. As regards the action of the end, attention may be called to the fact that in syllogism which represents that action and shows the enclosing with itself by the means of realization, the radical feature is the negation of the termini. That negation is the one just mentioned, both of the immediate subjectivity appearing in the end as such, and of immediate objectivity as seen in the means and the object presupposed. This is the same negation as it is in operation when mind leaves the contingent thing of the world as well as its own subjectivity and rises to God. It is the moment or factor which was overlooked and neglected in analytic form of syllogisms, under which the so-called proofs of the being of God presented this elevation. In its primary and immediate aspect, the teleological relation is external design. The notion confronts a presupposed object. The end is consequently finite, and that partly in its content, partly in the circumstance that it has external condition in the object, which has to be found existing, which is taken as material for its realization. Its self-determining is to that extent in form only. The unmediatedness of the end has the further result that its particularity or content, which has form characteristics, is the subjectivity of the end, is reflected into self, so different from the totality of the form, subjectivity in general, the notion. This variety constitutes the finitude of design, within quite limited and contingent and given, as object is particular and found ready to hand. Generally speaking, the final cause is taken to mean nothing more than external design. In accordance with this view of it, things are supposed not to carry their vocation in themselves, but merely to be means employed and spent in realizing a purpose which lies outside them. This may be said to be the point of view taken by utility, which once played a great part even in the sciences, but of late has fallen into merited disrepute. Now that people have begun to see that it failed to give a genuine insight into the nature of things. It is true that finite things as finite ought in justice to be viewed as non-ultimate, and as pointing beyond themselves. This negativity of finite things, however, is their own dialectic, and in order to ascertain it, we must pay attention to their positive content. Teleological observations on things often proceed from a well-meant wish to display the wisdom of God, as it is especially revealed in nature. Now, in thus trying to discover the final cause for which the things serve as means, we must remember that we are stopping short at the finite, and are liable to fall into trifling reflections. As for instance, if we not merely studied the vine in respect of its well-known use for man, but proceeded to consider the cork tree in connection with the corks which are cut from its bark to put into the wine bottles. Whole books used to be written in this spirit. It is easy to see that they promoted the genuine interest neither of religion nor of science. External design stands immediately in front of the idea, but what thus stands on the threshold often for that reason is least adequate. The teleological relation is a syllogism in which the subjective end coalesces with the objectivity external to it through a middle term, which is the unity of both. This unity is on one hand the purposive action, on the other the means, i.e. objectivity made directly subservient to purpose. The development from end to idea ensues by three stages. First, subjective end. Second, end in process of accomplishment. And third, end accomplished. First of all, we have the subjective end, and that as the notion in independent being is itself the totality of the elementary functions of the notion. The first of these functions is that of self-identical universality, as it were the neutral first water, in which everything is involved but nothing as yet discriminated. The second of these elements is particularizing of this universal, by which it acquires the specific content. As the specific content again is realized by the agency of the universal, the latter returns by its means to itself and coalesces with itself. Hence too, when we set some end before us, we say we conclude to do something, a phrase which implies that we were, so to speak, open and accessible to this or that determination. Similarly, we also at a further step speak of man resolving to do something, meaning that the agent steps forward out of his self-regarding inwardness and enters into dealing with the environing objectivity. This applies the step from the merely subjective end to the purposive action which tends outward. The first syllogism of the final cause represents the subjective end. The universal notion is brought to unite with individuality by means of particularity, so that the individual as self-determination acts as judge. That is to say, it not only particularizes or makes into determining content the still indeterminate universal, but also explicitly puts an antithesis of subjectivity and objectivity, and at the same time is in its own self a return to itself. For it stamps the subjectivity of the notion, presupposed as against objectivity, with the mark of defect in comparison with the complete and rounded totality, and thereby at the same time turns outwards. The action which is directed outwards is the individuality, which in the subjective end is identical with the particularity under which, along with the content, is also comprised the external objectivity. It throws itself in the first place immediately upon the object, which it appropriates to itself as a means. The notion is the immediate power, for the notion is the self-identical negativity, in which the being of the object is characterized as wholly and merely ideal. The whole means then is the inward power of the notion. The shape of an agency with which the object as means is immediately united in obedience to which it stands. In finite teleology, the means is thus broken up into two elements external to each other. A, the action, and B, the object which serves as means. The relation of the final cause as power to this object, and the subjugation of the object to it, is immediate. It forms the first premise in this syllogism, to this extent that in the teleological notion as self-existent ideality, the object is put as potentially null. This relation as represented in the first premise itself becomes the means, which at the same time involves the syllogism, that through this relation in which the notion of the end is contained and dominant, the end is coupled with objectivity. The execution of the end is the mediated mode of realizing the end, but the immediate realization is not less needful. The end lays hold of the object immediately, but it is the power over the object because in the end particularity, and in particularity objectivity also is involved. A living being has a body, the soul takes possession of it, and without intermediary has objectified itself in it. The human soul has much to do before it makes the corporeal nature into its means. Man must, as it were, take possession of his body, so that it may be the instrument of his soul. Purposive action, with its means, is still direct outwardness, because the end is not identical with the object, and must consequently first be mediated with it. The means, in its capacity of object, stands this second premise in direct relation to the other extreme of the syllogism, namely the material or objectivity which is presupposed. This relation is the sphere of chemism and mechanism, which have now become the servants of the final cause, where lies their truth and free notion. Thus the subjective end, which is the power ruling these processes in which the objective things wear themselves out on one another, contrives to keep itself free from them and to preserve itself in them. Doing so, it appears as the cunning of reason. Reason is as cunning as it is powerful. Cunning may be said to lie in the intermediative action, which, while it permits the objects to follow their own bent and act upon one another till they waste away, does not itself directly interfere in the process, is nevertheless only working out its own aims. With this explanation, divine providence may be said to stand to the world and its process in the capacity of absolute cunning. God lets men do as they please with their particular passions and interests, but the result is the accomplishment of not their plans but his, and these differ decidedly from the ends primarily sought by those whom he employs. The realized end is thus the overt unity of subjective and objective. It's however essentially characteristic of this unity that the subjective and objective are neutralized and cancelled only in the point of their one-sidedness, which the objective is subdued and made conformable to the end, as the free notion, and thereby to the power above it. The end maintains itself against and in the objective, for it is no mere one-sided subjective or particular, it is also the concrete universal, the implicit identity of both. This universal, as simply reflected in itself, is the content which remains unchanged through all three termini of the syllogism and their movement. In finite design, however, even the executed end has the same radical rift or flaw as had the means and the initial end. We have got therefore only a form of extraneously impressed on a pre-existing material, and this form, by reason of the limited content of the end, is also a contingent characteristic. The end achieved, consequently, is only an object, which again becomes a means or material for other ends, and so on forever. But what virtually happens in the realizing of the end is that the one-sided subjectivity and the show of the objective independence confronting it are both cancelled. In laying hold of the means, the notion constitutes itself the very implicit essence of the object. In the mechanical and chemical processes, the independence of the object has been already dissipated implicitly, and in the course of their movement under the dominion of the end, the show of that independence, the negative which confronts the notion, is got rid of. But in fact, that the end is achieved is characterized only as a means and a material. This object, viz. the teleological, is there and then put implicitly null and only ideal. This being so, the antithesis between form and content has also vanished. While the end, by the removal and absorption of all form characteristics, coalesces with itself, the form as self-identical is thereby put as the content, so that the notion, which is the action of form, has only itself for content. Through this process, therefore, there is made explicitly manifest what was the notion of design, viz. The implicit unity of subjective and objective is now realized, and this is the idea. The finitude of the end consists in the circumstance that the process of realizing it, the material which is employed as a means, is only externally subsumed under it and made conformable to it. But as a matter of fact, the object is the notion implicitly, and thus when the notion, in the shape of end, is realized in the object, we have but the manifestation of the inner nature of the object itself. Objectivity is thus, as it were, only covering under which the notion lies concealed. Within the range of the finite, we can never see or experience that the end has really been secured. The consummation of the infinite end therefore consists merely in removing the illusion which makes it seem yet unaccomplished. The good, the absolutely good, is eternally accomplishing itself in the world. The result is that it needs not wait upon us, but is already by implication as well as in full actuality accomplished. This is the illusion under which we live. It alone supplies at the same time the actualizing force on which the interest in the world reposes. In the course of its process, the idea creates that illusion by setting an antithesis to confront it, and its action consists in getting rid of the illusion which it has created. Only out of this error does the truth arise. In this fact lies the reconciliation with error and with finitude. Error, or other being, when superseded, is still a necessary dynamic element of truth, for truth can only be where it makes itself its own result. End of Part 3 of Chapter 9. Recording by Ryan Smallwood. Part 4 of Chapter 9 of The Logic of Hegel by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, translated by William Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ryan Smallwood. Chapter 9. The Doctrine of Notion. C. The Idea. The idea is truth in itself and for itself, the absolute unity of the notion and objectivity. Its ideal content is nothing but the notion in its detailed terms. Its real content is only the exhibition which the notion gives itself in the form of external existence, whilst yet, by enclosing the shape in its ideality, it keeps it in its power, and so keeps itself in it. The definition which declares the absolute to be the idea is itself absolute. All former definitions come back to this. The idea is the truth, for truth is the correspondence of objectivity with the notion, not, of course, the correspondence of external things with my conceptions, for these are only correct conceptions held by me, the individual person. In the idea we have nothing to do with the individual, nor with the figurate conceptions, nor with external things. And yet again, everything actual, in so far as it is true, is the idea, and has its truth by and in virtue of the idea alone. Every individual being is some one aspect of the idea, for which therefore yet other actualities are needed, which in their turn appear to have a self-subsistence of their own. It is only in them altogether, and in their relation that the notion is realized. The individual by itself does not correspond to its notion. It is this limitation of its existence which constitutes the finitude and the ruin of the individual. The idea itself is not to be taken as an idea of something or other, any more than the notion is to be taken as merely a specific notion. The absolute is the universal in one idea, which, by an act of judgment,
particularizes itself to the system of specific ideas, which after all are constrained by their nature to come back to the one idea where their truth lies. As issued out of this judgment, the idea is in the first place only the one universal substance, but its developed and genuine actuality is to be a subject, and in that way as mind. Because it has no existence for a starting point and point d'appui, the idea is frequently treated as a mere logical form. Such a view must be abandoned to those theories which ascribe so-called reality and genuine actuality to the existent thing, and all other categories which have not yet penetrated as far as the idea. It is no less false to imagine the idea to be mere abstraction. It is abstract certainly, in so far as everything untrue is consumed in it, but in its own self it is essentially concrete because it is the free notion giving character to itself, and that character, reality. It would be an abstract form only if the notion, which is its principle, were taken to be an abstract unity, and not the negative return of it into self as the subjectivity which it really is. Truth is at first taken to mean that I know how something is. This is truth, however, only in reference to consciousness. It is a formal truth, bare correctness. Truth in the deeper sense consists in the identity between objectivity and the notion. It is in this deeper sense of truth that we speak of a true state, or of a true work of art. These objects are true if they are as they ought to be, i.e. if their reality corresponds to their notion. When thus viewed, to be untrue means much the same as to be bad. A bad man is an untrue man, a man who does not behave as his notion or his vocation requires. Nothing, however, can subsist, if it be wholly devoid of identity, between the notion and reality. Even bad and untrue things have being, insofar as their reality still somehow conforms to their notion. Whatever is thoroughly bad or contrary to the notion is for that very reason on the way to ruin. It is by the notion alone that the things in the world have their subsistence, or, as it is expressed in the language of religious conception, things are what they are only in virtue of the divine, and thereby creative thought which dwells within them. When we hear the idea spoken of, we need not imagine something far away beyond this mortal sphere. The idea is rather what is completely present, and it is found, however confused and degenerated, in every consciousness. We conceive the world to ourselves as a great totality which is created by God, and so created that in it God has manifested himself to us. We regard the world also as ruled by divine providence, implying that the scattered and divided parts of the world are continually brought back and made conformable to the unity from which they have issued. The purpose of philosophy has always been the intellectual ascertainment of the idea. Everything deserving the name of philosophy has constantly been based on the consciousness of an absolute unity where the understanding sees and accepts only separation. It is too late now to ask for proof that the idea is the truth. The proof of that is contained in the whole deduction and development of thought up to this point. The idea is the result of this course of dialectic. Not that it is to be supposed that the idea is mediate only, i.e. mediated through something else than itself. It is rather its own result, and being so is no less immediate than mediate. The stages hitherto considered, viz. those of being and essence, as well as those of notion and objectivity, are not, when so distinguished, something permanent, resting upon themselves. They have proved to be dialectical, and their only truth is that they are dynamic elements of the idea. The idea may be described in many ways. It may be called reason, and this is the proper philosophical signification of reason, subject-object, the unity of the ideal and the real, of the finite and infinite, of soul and body, the possibility which has its actuality in its own self, that of which the nature can be thought only as existent, etc. All these descriptions apply because the idea contains all the relations of understanding, but contains them in their infinite self-return and self-identity. It is easy work for the understanding to show that everything said of the idea is self-contradictory, but that can quite as well be retaliated, or rather in the idea the retaliation is actually made. And this work, which is the work of reason, is certainly not easy as that of understanding. Understanding may demonstrate that the idea is self-contradictory, because the subjective is subjective only, and is always confronted by the objective. Because being is different from notion, therefore cannot be picked out of it, because the finite is finite only, and the exact antithesis of the infinite, and therefore not identical with it, and so on with every term of the description. The reverse of all this, however, is the doctrine of logic. Logic shows that the subjective, which is to be subjective only, the finite, which would be finite only, the infinite, which would be infinite only, and so on, have no truth, but contradict themselves and pass over into their opposites. Hence this transition and the unity in which the extremes are merged and become factors, each with a merely reflected existence, reveals itself as their truth. The understanding which addresses itself to deal with the idea commits a double misunderstanding. It takes first the extremes of the idea, be they expressed as they will, as long as they are in their unity, not as they are understood when stamped with this concrete unity, but as if they remained abstractions outside of it. It no less mistakes the relation between them ever when it has been expressly stated. Thus, for example, it overlooks even the nature of the copula in the judgment, which affirms that the individual or subject is after all not individual but universal. But in the second place, the understanding believes its reflection that the self-identical idea contains its own negative or contains contradiction, to be an external reflection which does not lie within the idea itself. But the reflection really is no peculiar cleverness of understanding. The idea itself is the dialectic which forever divides and distinguishes the self-identical from the differentiated, the subjective from the objective, the finite from the infinite, soul from body. Only on these terms is it an eternal creation, eternal vitality, and eternal spirit. But while it thus passes, or rather translates itself into the abstract understanding, it forever remains reason. The idea is the dialectic, which again makes this mass of understanding and diversity understand its finite nature and the pseudo-independence in its production, which brings the diversity back to unity. Since this double movement is not separate or distinct in time, nor indeed in any other way, otherwise it would only be a repetition of the abstract understanding. The idea is the eternal vision of itself in the other, notion which in its objectivity has carried out itself, object which is inward design, essential subjectivity. The different modes of apprehending the idea as unity of ideal and real, of finite and infinite, of identity and difference, etc. are more or less formal. They designate some one stage of the specific notion. Only the notion itself, however, is free and the genuine universal. In the idea, therefore, the specific character of the notion is only the notion itself, an objectivity viz. Into which, being the universal, continues itself, and in which it has only its own character, the total character. The idea is the infinite judgment, of which the terms are severally the independent totality, and in which, as each grows to the fullness of its own nature, it has thereby at the same time passed into the other. None of the other specific notions exhibit this totality, complete on both its sides, as the notion itself and objectivity. The idea is essentially a process, because its identity is the absolute and free identity of the notion, only insofar as it is absolute negativity, for that reason dialectical. It is the round of movement in which the notion, in the capacity of universality which is individuality, gives itself the character of objectivity, and of the antithesis thereto. And this externality which has the notion for its substance finds its way back to subjectivity through its immediate dialectic. As the idea is a process, it follows that such an expression for the absolute as unity of thought and being of finite and infinite, etc. is false. For unity expresses an abstract and merely quiescent identity. As the idea is B, subjectivity, it follows that expression is equally false on another account, that unity of which it speaks expressly a merely virtual or underlying presence of the genuine unity. The infinite would thus seem to be merely neutralized by the finite, the subjective by the objective, thought by being. But in the negative unity of the idea, the infinite overlaps, includes the finite, thought overlaps being, subjectivity overlaps objectivity. The unity of the idea is thought, infinity, and subjectivity, and is in consequence to be essentially distinguished from the idea as substance, just as this overlapping subjectivity, thought, or infinity, is to be distinguished from the one-sided subjectivity, one-sided thought, one-sided infinity to which it descends in judging and defining. The idea as process runs through three stages in development. The first form of the idea is life, that is, the idea in the form of immediacy. The second form is that of mediation or differentiation, and this is the idea in the form of knowledge, which appears under the double aspect of the theoretical and practical idea. The process of knowledge eventuates in the restoration of the unity enriched by difference. This gives the third form of the idea, the absolute idea, which last stages of logical idea evinces itself to be at the same time the true first, and to have being due to itself alone. The immediate idea is life. As soul, the notion is realized in a body, of whose externality the soul is the immediate self-relating universality. But the soul is also the particularization, so that the body expresses no other distinctions than follow from the characterizations of its notion. And finally, it is the individuality of the body as infinite negativity, the dialectic of that bodily objectivity, with its parts lying out of one another, conveying them away from the semblance of independent subsistence back into subjectivity, so that all members are reciprocally momentary means as well as momentary ends. Thus, as life is the initial particularization, so it results in the negative self-asserting unity. In the dialectic of its corporality, it only coalesces with itself. In this way, life is essentially something alive, and in point of its immediacy, this individual living thing. It is characteristic of finitude in the sphere that, by reason of the immediacy of the idea, body and soul are separable. This constitutes the mortality of the living being. It is only, however, when the living being is dead, that these two sides of the idea are different ingredients. The single members of the body are what they are only by and in relation to their unity. A hand, for example, when hewn off from the body, is, as Aristotle has observed, a hand in name only, not in fact. From the point of view of understanding, life is usually spoken of as a mystery, and in general as incomprehensible. But giving it such a name, however, the understanding only confesses it, only finitudinality. So far is life from being incomprehensible, that in it the very notion is presented to us, or rather the immediate idea existing as notion. And having said that, we have vindicated the defect of life. Its notion and reality do not thoroughly correspond to each other. The notion of life is the soul, and this notion has the body for its reality. The soul is, as it were, infused into its corporeity, and in that way it is at first sentient only, and not yet freely self-conscious. The process of life consists in getting the better of the immediacy with which it is still beset, and this process, which is itself threefold, results in the idea under the form of judgment, i.e. the idea as cognition. A living being is a syllogism, of which the very elements are in themselves systems and syllogisms. They are, however, active syllogisms of processes, and in the subjective unity of the vital agent make only one process. Thus the living being is the process of its coalescence with itself, which runs on through three processes. 1. The first process of the living being inside itself. In that process it makes a split on its own self and reduces its corporeity to its object, or its inorganic nature. This corporeity, as an aggregate of correlations, enter in its very nature into difference and opposition of its elements, which mutually become each other's prey, and assimilate one another, and are retained by producing themselves. Yet this action of several members, organs, is only the living subject's one act, to which their productions revert. So that in these productions nothing is produced except the subject. In other words, the subject only reproduces itself. The process of the vital subject within its own limits has in nature the threefold form of sensibility, irritability, and reproduction. As sensibility, the living being is immediately simple self-relation. It is the soul omnipresent in its body, the outsideness of each member of which to others has for it no truth. As irritability, the living being appears split up in itself. And as reproduction, it is perpetually restoring itself from the inner distinction of its members and organs. Vital agent only exists as this continually self-renewing process within its own limits. But the judgment of the notion proceeds as free to discharge the objective or bodily nature as independent totality from itself, and the negative relation of the living thing to itself makes its immediate individuality the presupposition of an inorganic nature confronting it. As this negative of animate is no less a function in the notion of the animate itself, it exists consequently in the latter, which is at the same time a concrete universal, in the shape of a defect or a want. The dialectic by which the object, being implicitly null, is merged, is the action of self-assured living thing, which in this process against an inorganic nature thus retains, develops, and objectifies itself. The living being stands face to face with an inorganic nature, comports itself as a master which it assimilates to itself. The result of the assimilation is not, as in the chemical process, a neutral product in which the independence of the two confronting sides is merged, but the living being shows itself as large enough to embrace its other, which cannot withstand its power. The inorganic nature which is subdued by the vital agent suffers this fate because it is virtually the same as what life is actually. Thus in the other living being only coalesces with itself, but when the soul has fled from the body, the elementary powers of objectivity begin their play. These powers are, as it were, continually on the spring, ready to begin their process in the organic body, and life is the constant battle against them. The living individual, which in its first process comports itself as intrinsically subject in notion, through its second assimilates its external objectivity, and thus puts the character of reality into itself. It is now therefore implicitly a kind, with essential universality of nature. The particularizing of this kind is the relation of living subject to another subject of its kind, and the judgment is the tie of kind over these individuals, thus appointed for each other. This is the affinity of the sexes. The process of kind brings it to a being of its own, life being no more than the idea immediate. The product of this process breaks up into two sides. On the one hand, the living individual, which was at first presupposed as immediate, is now seen to be mediated and generated. On the other hand,
The living individuality, which on account of its first immediacy stands in a negative attitude towards universality, sinks in the superior power of the latter. The living being dies because it is a contradiction, implicitly as the universal or kind, and yet immediately it exists as an individual only. Death shows the kind to be the power that rules the immediate individual. For the animal, the process of the kind is the highest point of its vitality, but the animal never gets so far in its kind as to have a being of its own. It succumbs to the power of kind. In the process of kind, the immediate living being mediates itself with itself, and thus rises above its immediacy, only however to sink back into it again. Life thus runs away, in the first instance, only into the false infinity of the progress ad infinitum. The real result, however, of the process of life, in the point of its notion, is to merge and overcome that immediacy with which the idea in the shape of life is still beset. In this manner, however, the idea of life has thrown off not some one particular and immediate this, but this first immediacy as whole. It thus comes to itself, to its truth. It enters upon existence as a free kind, self-subsistence. The death of merely immediate and individual vitality is the procession of spirit. Cognition in general. The idea exists free for itself insofar as it has universality for the medium of its existence, as objectivity itself has notional being, as the idea is its own object. Its subjectivity, thus universalized, is pure self-contained distinguishing of the idea, intuition which keeps itself in this identical universality, but as specific distinguishing, it is the further judgment of repelling itself as a totality from itself, and thus in the first place presupposing itself as an external universe. These two judgments, which though implicitly identical, are not yet explicitly put as identical. The relation of these two ideas, which implicitly and as life are identical, is this one of correlation, and it is that correlativity which constitutes the characteristic of finitude in this sphere. The relationship of reflection, seeing that the distinguishing of the idea is in its own self, is only the first judgment, presupposing the other and not yet supposing itself to constitute it. And thus, for the subjective idea, the objective is the immediate world found ready to hand, or the idea as life in the phenomenon of individual existence. At the same time, insofar as this judgment is pure distinguishing within its own limits, the idea realizes in one both itself and its other. Consequently, it is the certitude of the virtual identity between itself and the objective world. Reason comes to the world with an absolute faith in its ability to make the identity actual, and to raise its certitude to truth, and with instinct of realizing explicitly the nullity of that contrast which it sees to be implicitly null. This process is in general terms cognition. In cognition, in a single act, the contrast is virtually superseded as regards both the one-sidedness of subjectivity and the one-sidedness of objectivity. At first, however, the supersession of the contrast is but implicit. The process as such is in consequence immediately infected with the finitude of the sphere, and splits into the twofold movement of the instinct of reason, presented as two different movements. On the one hand, it supersedes the one-sidedness of the idea's subjectivity by receiving the existing world into itself, into subjective conception and thought, and with this objectivity, which is thus taken to be real and true, for its content, it fills up the abstract certitude of itself. On the other hand, it supersedes the one-sidedness of the objective world, which is now, on the contrary, estimated as only a mere semblance, a collection of contingencies and shapes at bottom visionary. It modifies and informs that world by the inward nature of the subjective, which is here taken to be the genuine object. The former is the instinct of science after truth, cognition properly so called, the theoretical action of the idea. The latter is the instinct of good to fulfill the same practical activity as the idea or volition. Cognition proper. The universal finitude of cognition, which lies in the one judgment, the presupposition of the contrast, a presupposition in contradiction of which its own act lodges protest, specializes itself more precisely on the face of its own idea. The result of that specialization is that its two elements receive the aspect of being diverse from each other, and, as they are at least complete, they take up the relation of reflection, not of notion, to one another. The assimilation of the matter, therefore, as a datum, presents itself in the light of reception of it into categories, which at the same time remain external to it, which meet each other in the same style of diversity. Reason is active here, but it is reason in the shape of understanding. The truth which such cognition can reach will therefore be only finite. The infinite truth of the notion is isolated and made transcendent, an inaccessible goal in a world of its own. Still, in its external action, cognition stands under the guidance of the notion. The notional principles form the secret clue to its movement. The finitude of cognition lies in the presupposition of a world already in existence, and in the consequent view of the knowing subject as tabula rasa. The conception is one attributed to Aristotle, but no man is further than Aristotle from such an outside theory of cognition. Such a style of cognition does not recognize in itself the activity of the notion, an activity which it is implicitly, but not consciously. In its own estimation, its procedure is passive. Really, that procedure is active. Finite cognition, when it presupposes what is distinguished from it to be something already existing and confronting it to be various facts of external nature and consciousness, has, in the first place, 1. Formal identity, or the abstraction of universality for the form of its action. Its activity therefore consists in analysing the given concrete object, isolating its differences and giving them the form of abstract universality, or it leaves the concrete thing as a ground, and by setting aside the unessential looking particulars, brings into relief a concrete universal, the genus or force and law. This is the analytic method. People generally speak of the analytical and synthetical methods as if it depended solely on our choice which we pursued. This is far from the case. It depends on the form of the objects of our investigation, which of the two methods that are derivable from the notion of finite cognition ought to be applied. In the first place, cognition is analytical. Analytical cognition deals with an object which is presented in detachment, and the aim of its action is to trace back to a universal the individual object before it. Thought in such circumstances means no more than an act of abstraction or formal identity. That is the sense in which thought is understood by Locke and all empiricists. Cognition, it is often said, can never do more than separate the given concrete object into their abstract elements, and then consider these elements in their isolation. It is, however, at once apparent that this turns things upside down, and that cognition, if its purpose be to take things as they are, thereby falls into contradiction with itself. Thus the chemist, for example, places a piece of flesh in his retort, tortures it in many ways, and then informs us that it consists of nitrogen, carbon, hydrogen, etc. True, but these abstract matters have ceased to be flesh. The same defect occurs in the reasoning of an empirical psychologist when he analyzes an action in the various aspects which presents and then sticks to these aspects in their separation. The object which is subject to analysis is treated as a sort of onion from which one coat is peeled off after another. This universality is, too, also a specific universality. In this case, the line of activity follows the three moments of the notion, which, as it has not its infinity in finite cognition, is the specific or definite notion of understanding. The reception of the object into the forms of this notion is the synthetic method. The movement of synthetic method is the reverse of the analytical method. The latter starts from the individual and proceeds to the universal. In the former, the starting point is given by the universal as a definition, from which we proceed by particularizing, in division, to the individual, the theorem. The synthetic method thus presents itself as the development, the moments of the notion of the object. When the object has been, in the first instance, brought by cognition into the form of specific notion in general, so that in this way its genus and its universal character or speciality are explicitly stated, we have definition. The materials and proof of definition are procured by means of the analytical method. The specific character, however, is expected to be a mark only. That is to say, it is to be in behoof only of the purely subjective cognition which is external to the object. Definition involves the three organic elements of the notion: the universal or proximate genus, genus proximum, the particular specific character of the genus, qualitas specifica, and the individual or object defined. The first question that definition suggests is where it comes from. The general answer to this question is to say that definitions originate by way of analysis. This will explain how it happens that people quarrel about the correctness of proposed definitions, for here everything depends on what perception we started from, and what points of view we had before our eyes. The richer the object to be defined is, that is, the more numerous are the aspects of which it offers to our notice, the more various are the definitions we may frame of it. Thus there are quite a host of definitions of life, of the state, etc. Geometry, on the contrary, dealing with a theme so abstract as space, has an easy task in giving definitions. Again, in respect to the matter or contents of the objects defined, there is no constraining necessity present. We are expected to admit that space exists, that there are plants, animals, etc., nor is it the business of geometry, botany, etc. to demonstrate that the objects in question necessarily are. The very circumstance makes the synthetical method of cognition as little suitable for philosophy as the analytical. For philosophy has above all things to leave no doubt of the necessity of its objects, and yet several attempts have been made to introduce the synthetical method into philosophy. Thus Spinoza in particular begins with definition. He says, for instance, that substance is causa sui. His definitions are unquestionably a storehouse of the most speculative truth, but it takes the shape of dogmatic assertion. The same thing is also true of Schelling. The statement of the second element of the notion, i.e. of the specific character of the universal as particularizing, is given by division in accordance with some external consideration. Division, we are told, ought to be complete. That requires a principle or ground of division so constituted that the division based upon it embraces the whole extent of the region designated by the definition in general. But in division there is further requirement that the principle of it must be borrowed from the nature of the object in question. If this condition be satisfied, the division is natural and not merely artificial, that is to say, arbitrary. Thus in zoology, the ground of division adopted in the classification of the mammalia is mainly afforded by their teeth and claws. That is so far sensible, as the mammals themselves distinguish themselves from one another by these parts of their bodies, back to which therefore the general type of their various classes is to be traced. In every case the genuine division must be controlled by the notion. To that extent a division in the first instance has 3 members, but as particularity it exhibits itself as double. The division may go to the extent even of 4 members. In the sphere of mind, trichotomy is predominant, a circumstance which Kant has the credit of bringing into notice. In the concrete individuality, where the mere unanalyzed quality of the definition is regarded as correlation of elements, the object is a synthetical nexus of distinct characteristics. It is a theorem. Being different, these characteristics possess but a mediated identity. To supply the materials which form the middle terms is the office of construction. The process of mediation itself, from which cognition derives the necessity of that nexus, is the demonstration. As the difference between the analytical and synthetical methods is commonly stated, it seems entirely optional which of the two we employ. If we assume to start with the concrete thing which the synthetical method presents as a result, we can analyze from it as consequence the abstract propositions which formed the presuppositions and the material for the proof. Thus, algebraic definitions of curved lines are theorems in the method of geometry. Similarly, even the Pythagorean theorem, if made the definition of a right-angled triangle, might yield to analysis those propositions which geometry had already demonstrated on its behoof. The optionalness of either method is due to both alike starting from an external presupposition. So far as nature of the notion is concerned, analysis is prior, since it has to raise the given material with its empirical concreteness into the form of general abstractions, which may then be set in front of the synthetic method as definitions. That these methods, however indispensable and brilliantly successful in their own province, are unserviceable for philosophical cognition is self-evident. They have presuppositions, and their style of cognition is that of understanding, proceeding under the canon of formal identity. In Spinoza, who was especially addicted to the use of geometrical method, we are at once struck by its characteristic formalism. Yet his ideas were speculative in spirit, whereas the system of Wolff, who carried the method out to the height of the pedantry, was even in subject matter a metaphysic of understanding. The abuses which these methods, with their formalism, once led to in philosophy and science, have in modern times been followed by the abuses of what is called construction. Kant brought into vogue the phrase that mathematics construes its notions. All that was meant by the phrase was that mathematics has not to do with notions, but with abstract qualities of sense perception. The name construction, constructing, of notions, has since been given to a sketch or statement of sensible attributes which were picked up from perception, quite guiltless of any influence of the notion, and to additional formalism of classifying scientific and philosophical objects in a tabular form on some presupposed rubric, but in other respects at the fancy and discretion of the observer. In the background of all this, certainly there is a dim consciousness of the idea, of the unity of the notion and objectivity, a consciousness too that the idea is concrete, but that play of what is styled construing is far from presenting this unity adequately, a unity which is none other than the notion properly so called, and the sensuous concreteness of perception is as little the concreteness of reason and the idea. Another point calls for notice. Geometry works with the sensuous but abstract perception of space, and in space it experiences no difficulty in isolating and defining certain simple analytical modes. To geometry alone, therefore, belongs in its perfection the synthetical method of finite cognition. In its course, however, and this is the remarkable point, it finally stumbles upon what are termed irrational and incommensurable qualities, and in their case any attempt at further specification drives it beyond the principle of the understanding. This is only one of many instances in terminology where the title rational is perversely applied to the province of understanding, while we stigmatize as irrational that which shows a beginning and a trace of rationality. Other sciences, removed as they are from simplicity of space or number, often and necessarily reach a point where understanding permits no further advance, but they go over the difficulty without trouble. They make a break in the strict sequence of their procedure, and assume whatever they require, though it be the reverse of what proceeded from some external quarter, opinion, perception, conception, or any other source. Its inobservancy as to the nature of its method and their relativity to the subject matter prevents the finite cognition from seeing that when it proceeds by definitions and divisions, etc., it is really led on by the necessity of the laws of notion. For the same reason it cannot see when it has reached its limit, nor, if it has transgressed that limit, does it perceive that it is in a sphere where the categories of understanding, which it still continues rudely to apply, have lost all authority. The necessity which finite cognition produces in the demonstration is in the first place an external necessity, intended for the subjective intelligence alone, but in necessity as such, cognition itself is left behind its presupposition and starting point, which consisted in the accepting its content as given or found. Necessity qua necessity is implicitly the self-relating notion. The subjective idea has thus implicitly reached an original and objective determinateness, a something not given for that reason immanent in the subject. It is passed over into the idea of will. The necessity which cognition reaches by means of demonstration is the reverse of what formed its starting point. In its starting point, cognition has a given and contingent content, but now, at the close of its movement, it knows its content to be necessary. This necessity is reached by means of the subjective agency. Similarly, subjectivity at starting was quite abstract, a bare tabula rasa, and now shows itself as a modifying and determining principle. In this way we pass from the idea of cognition to that of will. The passage will be apparent on a closer examination, means that the universal, to be truly apprehended, must be apprehended as subjectivity, as notion self-moving, active and form-imposing. The subjective idea as an original and objective determinateness, and as the simple uniform content, is the good. Its impulse towards self-realization is in its behaviour the reverse of the idea of truth, and rather directed towards moulding the world it finds before it into a shape conformable to its purpose end. This volition has, on the other hand, the certitude of the nothingness of the presupposed object, but on the other, as finite, it at the same time presupposes the purpose end of the good to be a mere subjective idea, and the object to be independent. This action of the will is finite, and its finitude lies in the contradiction that in the inconsistent terms applied to the objective world, the end of the good is just as much not executed as executed, the end in question put as unessential as much as essential. The actual and at the same time is merely possible. This contradiction presents itself to imagination as an endless progress in the actualizing of the good, which is therefore set up and fixed as a mere ought or goal of perfection. In point of form, however, this contradiction vanishes when the action supersedes the subjectivity of the purpose, and along with it the objectivity, with the contrast which makes both finite, abolishing subjectivity as a whole and not merely the one-sidedness of this form of it. For another new subjectivity of the kind, that is, a new generation of the contrast, is not distinct from that which is supposed to be past and gone. This return into itself is at the same time the content's own recollection, that is the good, and the implicit identity of the two sides. It is a recollection of the presupposition of the theoretical attitudes of mind, that the objective world is its own truth and substantiality. While intelligence merely proposes to take the world as it is, will takes steps to make the world what it ought to be. Will looks upon the immediate and given present not as solid being, but as mere semblance without reality. It is here that we meet those contradictions which are so bewildering from the standpoint of abstract morality. This position in its practical bearings is the one taken by the philosophy of Kant and even by that of Fichte. The good, say these writers, has to be realized. We have to work in order to produce it, and will is only the God actualizing itself. If the world then were as it ought to be, the action of will would be at an end. The will itself therefore requires that its end should not be realized. In these words, a correct expression is given to the finitude of will. But finitude was not meant to be the ultimate point, and it is the process of will itself which abolishes finitude and the contradiction it involves. The reconciliation is achieved when will in its results returns to the presupposition made by cognition. In other words, it consists in the unity of the theoretical and practical idea. Will knows the end to be its own, and intelligence apprehends the world as the notion actual. This is the right attitude of rational cognition. Nullity and transitoriness constitute only the superficial features and not real essence of the world. That essence is the notion in posse and in esse, and thus the world is itself the idea. All unsatisfied endeavour ceases when we recognize that the final purpose of the world is accomplished no less than ever accomplishing itself. Generally speaking, this is the man's way of looking. While the young imagine the world's utterly sunk in wickedness and that the first thing needful is a thorough transformation. The religious mind, on the contrary, views the world as ruled by divine providence, therefore correspondent with what it ought to be. But this harmony between the is and the ought to be is not torpid and rigid stationary. Good, the final end of the world, has being only while it constantly produces itself, and the world of spirit and the world of nature continue to have this distinction, that the latter moves only in a recurring cycle, while the former certainly also makes progress. Thus the truth of the good is laid down as the unity of the theoretical and practical idea in the doctrine that the good is radically and really achieved, and the objective world is in itself and for itself the idea, just as it at the same time eternally lays itself down as end, and by action brings about its actuality. This life which has returned to itself from the bias and finitude of cognition, and which by the activity of the notion has become identical with it, is the speculative or absolute idea. The absolute idea. The idea as unity of the subjective and objective idea is the notion of the idea, a notion whose object, Gegenstand, is the idea as such, and for which the objective, Objekt, is idea. An object which embraces all characteristics in its unity. This unity is consequently the absolute and all truth, the idea which thinks itself, and here at least as a thinking or logical idea. The absolute idea is, in the first place, the unity of the theoretical and practical idea, and thus at the same time the unity of the idea of life with the idea of cognition. In cognition we have the idea in a biased, one-sided shape. The process of cognition has issued into the overthrow of this bias, and the restoration of that unity, which is, as unity and in its immediacy, is in the first instance the idea of life. The defect of life lies in its being only the idea implicit or natural, whereas cognition is in an equally one-sided way the merely conscious idea or the idea for itself. The unity and truth of these two is the absolute idea, which is both in itself and for itself. Hitherto we have had the idea in the development through its various grades as our object, but now the idea comes to be its own object. This means the Greek, which Aristotle long ago termed the supreme form of the idea. Seeing that there is in it no transition or presupposition, and in general no specific character other than what is fluid and transparent, the absolute idea is for itself the pure form of the notion, which contemplates its content as its own self. It is its own content, and insofar as it ideally distinguishes itself from itself, and the one of the two things distinguished is a self-identity in which, however, is contained the totality of form as the system of terms describing its content. This content is the system of logic, and that is, at this stage, left as a form of the idea. All that is at this stage left as form for the idea is the method of this content, the specific consciousness of the value and currency of the moments in its development. To speak of the absolute idea may suggest the conception that we are at length reaching the right thing and the sum of the whole matter. It is certainly possible to indulge in a vast amount of senseless declamation about the idea absolute, but its true content is only the whole system of which we have been hitherto studying the development. It may also be said in this strain that the absolute idea is the universal, but the universal not merely as an abstract form to which the particular content is a stranger, but as the absolute form into which all the categories, the whole fullness of the content it has given being to, have retired. The absolute idea may in this respect be compared to the old man who utters the same creed as the child, before whom it is pregnant and with the significance of a lifetime. Even if the child understands the truths of religion, he cannot but imagine them to be something outside of which lies the whole of life and the whole of the world. The same may be said to be the case with human life as a whole and the occurrences with which it is fraught. All work is directed only to the aim or end, and when it is attained, people are surprised to find nothing else but just the very thing which they had wished for. The interest lies in the whole movement. When a man traces up the steps of his life, the end may appear to him very restricted, but in it the whole decursus vitae is comprehended. So too the content of the absolute idea is the whole breadth of the ground which has passed under our view up to this point. Last of all comes the discovery that the whole evolution is what constitutes the content and the interest. It is indeed the prerogative of the philosopher to see that everything which, taken apart, is narrow and restricted, receives its value by its connection with the whole, and by forming an organic element of the idea. Thus it is that we have had the content already, and what we have now is the knowledge that the content is the living development of the idea. The simple retrospect is contained in the form of the idea. Each of the stages hitherto reviewed is an image of the absolute, but at first in limited mode, and thus it is forced onward to the whole, the evolution of which is what we termed method. The several steps or stages of the speculative method are, first of all, A. The beginning, which is being or immediacy, self-subsistent for the simple reason that it is the beginning. But looked at from the speculative idea, being is the self-specializing act, which as the absolute negativity or movement of the notion makes a judgment and puts itself as its own negative. Being, which to the beginning as beginning seems mere abstract affirmation, is thus rather negation, dependency, derivation, and presupposition. But it is the notion of which being is the negation, and the notion is completely self-identical in its otherness, and is certainly of itself. Being therefore is the notion implicit, before it has been explicitly put as a notion. This being therefore, as its still unspecified notion, a notion that is only implicitly or immediately specified, is equally describable as the universal. When it means immediate being, the beginning is taken from sensation and perception, the initial stage in the analytical method of finite cognition. When it means universality, it is the beginning of the synthetic method. But since the logical idea is as much universal as it is in being, since it is presupposed by the notion as much as it is itself immediately is, its beginning is a synthetical as well as an analytical beginning. Philosophical method is analytical as well as synthetical, not indeed in the sense of a bare juxtaposition or mere altering employment of the two methods of finite cognition, but rather in such a way that it holds them merged in itself. In every one of its movements, therefore, it displays an attitude at once analytical and synthetical. Philosophical thought proceeds analytically insofar as it only accepts its object, the idea, while allowing its own way is only, as it were, an onlooker at its movement and development. To this extent, philosophizing is wholly passive. Philosophic thought, however, is equally synthetic and evinces itself to be the action of the notion itself. To that end, however, there is required an effort to keep back the incessant impertinence of our own fancies and private opinions. B. The advance renders the explicit, the judgment, implicit in the idea. The immediate universal, as the notion implicit, is the dialectical force which on its own part deposes its immediacy and universality to the level of a mere stage or moment. Thus is put the negative of the beginning, its specific character. It supposes a correlative, a relation of different terms, the stage of reflection. Seeing the immanent dialectic only states explicitly what was involved in the immediate notion, this advance is analytical, but seeing that this distinction is not yet stated, is equally synthetical. In the advance of the idea, the beginning exhibits itself as what it is implicitly, is seen to be mediated and derivative, and neither to have proper being nor improper immediacy. It is only for the consciousness which is itself immediate, that nature forms the commencement or immediacy, and that spirit appears as what it is mediated by nature. The truth is that nature is the creation of spirit, and it is spirit itself which gives its presupposition in nature. The abstract form of the advance is, in being, an other, and transition into other, in essence showing a reflection in the opposite. In notion, the distinction of the individual from the universality, which constitutes itself as such into and is an identity with what is distinguished from it. In the second sphere, the primarily implicit notion has come as far as shining, and thus is already the idea in germ. The development of this sphere becomes a regress into the first, just as the development of the first is a transition into the second. It is only by means of this double movement that the difference first gets its due, when each of the two members, distinguished, observed on its own part, completes itself to the totality, and in this way works out its unity with the other. It is only by both merging their one-sidedness on their own part that their unity is kept from becoming one-sided. The second sphere develops the relation of the differences to what it primarily is, to the contradiction in its own nature. A contradiction which is seen in the infinite progress is resolved, C, into the end or terminus, which the difference is explicitly stated as what is in the notion. The end is the negative of the first, and as the identity with that is the negativity of itself. It is consequently the unity in which both of these firsts, the immediate and the real first, are made constituent stages in thought, merged and at the same time preserved in the unity. The notion which from its implicitness thus comes by means of its differentiation, as the merging of that differentiation to close with itself, is the realized notion. The notion which contains the relativity or dependence of its special features in its own independence. It is the idea which has absolutely first, in the method, regards this terminus as merely the disappearance or the show or semblance, which made the beginning appear immediate, and made itself seem a result. It is the knowledge that the idea is the one systematic whole. It thus appears that the method is not extraneous form, but the soul and notion of the content, from which it is only distinguished so far as the dynamic elements of the notion, even on their own part, come to their own specific character to appear as the totality of the notion. The specific character of the content leads itself with the form back to the idea, and thus the idea is presented as a systematic totality, which is only one idea, of which several elements are each implicitly the idea, whilst they equally by the dialectic of the notion produce the simple independence of the idea. The science in this manner concludes by apprehending the notion of itself, as of the pure idea for which the idea is.
The idea, which is independent or for itself, when viewed on the point of this its unity with itself, is perception or intuition, and the percipient idea is nature. But as intuition, the idea is, through an external reflection, invested with the one-sided characteristic of immediacy or of negation. Enjoying, however, an absolute liberty, the idea does not merely pass over into life, or as finite cognition allow life to show in it, in its own absolute truth it resolves to let the moment of its particularity, or of the first characterization and other being, the immediate idea as its reflected image, go forth freely as nature. We now return to the notion of the idea with which we began. This return to the beginning is also an advance. We began with being, abstract being, where we now have also the idea as being, but this idea which has being is nature. End of Part 4 of Chapter 9, and end of The Logic of Hegel by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, translated by William Wallace. Recording by Ryan Smallwood.